vestibular system is so sensitive that the slightest movement will be felt.
Yep.
But the air traveling with the Earth is just a bogus argument. There's no demonstration that shows gas being pulled by the Earth.
Nope.
And the Globers will have to then say, well, when we're talking about planes, that the plane is flying backwards at some points.
Yeah.
But it's going into the weeds, right? At the basis, Earth's rotation and measurement, when they claim it's been measured by the Foucault's pendulum, it's an affirming the consequence fallacy, right? So the Earth moves, thus the Earth rotates underneath the pendulum, thus it moves. The pendulum moves, thus the Earth rotates underneath the pendulum. It's a fallacy from the get-go.
Yep.
So you can go into the weeds. Why you wouldn't feel it? Why you wouldn't? That's what they like to do, right? Come up with arguments why you don't see it, why you don't feel it, why your senses are fooling you, right? Oh, look at these equations. When I punch in the numbers, it comes out you won't feel it, which is ridiculous.
Yep. Agreed.
Not often, but when it comes around and they claim that the Earth is rotating or orbiting the Sun, I will correct them. It's an elliptical orbit, so if the Earth is a globe, right? If we beg the question, if the Earth is a globe, then this shows, because their model will tell them that the northern hemisphere is closer in the winter. The Sun is closer in the winter than in the summer by 1 million miles. So, and they claim that the tilt is causing the seasons. So this tilt of a few thousand miles creates this vast difference of temperatures in the summer and in the winter. Yet the distance that is that's the difference between 1 million miles doesn't.
Yeah.
These guys.
Well, I just wondered. That was all. Thought it was quiet. Might as well ask.
Sure. Oh, I got into a shop, into a store without an appointment. Oh my God. I'm illegal.
Is everything back up and running as normal in Holland?
Well, no, because stores are open, but when you want to go into a store, you need to make an appointment 4 hours before you want to go in. So you need to scan some barcode at the beginning, at the entrance of the store. You can make a appointment, and then you have like, what was it, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of shopping time, and then you have to go out.
Got on Monday, most things in England apparently back open. I need a haircut really bad. Been a while.
Are hairdressers opening? I'm not sure they are, on the 12th.
Oh, I thought they were. Oh, don't
It's
say
funny,
that.
I haven't been watching the news. I know it's pubs, gyms.
Oh.
Wait, I'll find out in 1 sec. Yeah, they are. I just asked my missus who's hairdressing. So.
Good. I know where I'm going, 9 a.m. Monday morning.
We'll be busy, I bet.
It's a bit like when you get a new console, you camp out at the store before, it opens. I'll be like that with hairdressers on Monday. First in line.
Everything's going to be busy on Monday, isn't it? Pubs, restaurants, gyms, cafes, hairdressers.
And I booked the week off.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hopefully we get good weather as well. The weather's gone really shit this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's gone a bit
It's been snowing. It went from like summer to snow.
Did you have the hail?
No, not where I live. I didn't get any of that.
I took a video of it. It was really weird. It was like really, really small polystyrene balls, like tiny, and picked them up, and they were like squidgy. They did melt, but it just didn't feel.
Right, yeah, I know, like a dry snow kind of thing, like a dry. I don't know, but yeah, I know which kind of snow you mean.
We had hail and snow for like 2 days, 3 days in a row.
I was sunbathing the day before. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't believe it when they said it's forecast snow, and it was like 20 Celsius 2 days before.
Joys of living on an island.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, do you know if we can travel freely from Monday?
No, I don't know, but I'm going to go to a Welsh beach regardless. So
yeah, I mean, I presume we can. Like, surely we can't open the pubs and say you can't get on a train.
It'll just probably be some advice, won't it? It'll be just stay local, but it would just be advice. I don't think it'll be forced or anything like that.
Yeah, sweet.
Does anybody want to talk about something?
Yeah, check this. I showed a Globus or one of my NASA fails videos on TikTok yesterday, and this was his reaction. That he commented that he's going to use a bot to report my account multiple times and get it shut down because I don't understand physics. And it was literally just a video of, like when one of the astronauts drops something on the ISS and it falls to the floor.
Yeah, the card.
Yeah, well, it was one of those videos. So we'd just seen that, and obviously he can't explain it, so he's just like, I'm going to use a bot to get your account reported and banned until it's shut down. Just instantly attacked the account. It's like literally trying to censor himself. Well, I just thought it was sick.
Yeah, Globus will take anything but validated evidence to rebuttal you, right? Anything else?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even a rebuttal. It was just like, I'm going to get your account shut down. Or another person's like, I've reported you for misinformation, and I'm literally showing them a NASA video. How is that misinformation? It's from NASA. But some of the excuses that I'm hearing from him is crazy. Like, check this for an excuse of, this is off a video of someone dropping something in the ISS. This one woman said, they must actually be on the moon because there's a little bit of gravity on the moon. That's why it fell. So she thinks the ISS is on the moon. That's why it fell to the floor.
I don't know what to say.
I know, yeah, it's beyond stupid. And she was. I'm almost certain like she wasn't even trolling.
Oh no, the human race.
Yeah, I'm thinking that every day when I'm looking at comments on TikTok, the human race, like, crazy.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Oh, one guy said the reason that the guy dropped something on the ISS is because there was magnets in the microphone that he dropped, pulling it to the floor. Possible.
The other excuse I've heard is mini gravity pockets.
Oh yeah, I'm sure someone said that actually. Yeah, there's the mini whatever of gravity. Yeah.
So, what's people's thoughts on old Biddy wanting to block out the sun in June?
And no one wants that, surely.
I know, right?
Surely nobody wants that. But you can guarantee there's probably thousands of people that think it's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Block out the sun. How can that ever be a good idea?
You need more vitamin D. So we'll block it out. It's just nuts, honestly.
We'll block out the sun to save the world. Jesus.
Right, well, my lunch fish and chips has turned up, so I'll catch you later.
Bye-bye. See, Prince Philip died today at 99, supposedly.
Yeah, let me resume the last song we played.
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire?
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Look, the truth is the truth. You can call it what you want. All I'm looking for is more proof. Calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Star searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude. Just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. I'm gonna wake you up to this motherfucking deception. Anybody living on a ball, give them a lesson. Tell them earth is flat and then simply answer their questions. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We're letting them control the whole nation with this stupid little lie. Man, the earth is not a ball. We should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land. Sadly, I'm mistaken. This land was fucking taken and this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house and cards fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bombs, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it, it's here. Truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online, there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true?
I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Have to be asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
Anybody want to add something? Talk about a topic or... No? Okay.
Cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for customer razor. The cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for customer razor. Tough questions that you can't refute, like never no clear you can't dispute. Don't rumpus me, I'll put you on move. Don't monologue, keep it minute. Drop round questions like Crash Bandicoot. 24/7 Discord, you will get boot. Parroting maths like what's a square root. PC lawyer lights and they get a suit. With its rhetoric, fast as lighting, electrostatics. That's exciting. Leaping warrior, go keep fighting. Experiment, Globers keep biting. Bigger Jedi, Globers keep trying. 3 questions, send them off crying. How can you think that we are lying? CGI when you look on lion. Cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your your flop. Do me a favor, answer the question for quantum eraser. Woody cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop. Do me a favor, answer the question for quantum eraser. A global server, let's observe. Few people that'll get on your nerves. A few funny characters just like Curve. A few waiting to jump in like reserves. Rocket scientists, ultimate nerds. Formulas for everything, it's absurd. There's a group of groots hanging every word. Everything that you say, yeah, it will get stirred. Trust, 60 years old and collecting dust. Always online and causing a fuss. Hating on chemo, keeping him shut. Saying he's someone that you just can't trust. But he's not the one trying to get you sussed. You're obsessed, you're in love or lust. You believe anything if you come from dust. Like rockets work better in space with thrust. Globers pretend that they can't see, then talk about intellectual honesty. Every time they talk, it's a fallacy. The black swan is causing travesty. Gas can't hold down no gravity. Can't see no curve over the sea. Your claim, your globe, prove your fantasy. Flat earth, think very critically. Represent your case clear and rationally. Spinning around the whole galaxy. All happening by itself or naturally. Logically, it makes no sense to me. That's what's wrong with your mentality. Then I wonder what's wrong with humanity. What's legal is where they get the morality. Nihilistic minds, that's insanity. They wanna be better than God vanity. Can't learn it in a university. Can't find it in a lab like spirituality. Think about it, not emotionally. What's after this life is a reality. I might come back, grow into a tree or a shark, cause of my personality. That's quite a fitting analogy. Respect everyone, every nationality. Don't think that you're better based on salaries. Life is a funny way of bringing to your knees. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that.
Scientists have recently found a new species of dinosaur known as Culindrodromeus zabicalicus, which has led them to theorize that feathers were most likely a characteristic of not just birds, but all dinosaurs.
Hey, let's play this fucking music, man, and let's shit off.
Your prehistoric rhetoric sounds like bullshit. Why would I believe anything coming from your lips? They describe the dinosaurs and then they would find them. Sounds to me like a scam artist in hiding. In 1842, Sir Richard Owen hypothesized about dinosaurs before they're even realized. Using artists' imagination as interpretations, inventing illusions for his own aspirations. Around that time lived a man, Charles Darwin, weaving another web of lies that we'd all be buying. About evolution, how these large lizards fit nicely. You may fool the masses, but you won't get by me. T-Rex quacked like a duck, did you know that? The facts keep changing at the drop of a hat. With bones so heavy that they'd be crushed by their own weight. So they show us plaster copies, kids, don't that sound great? Teach them this bullshit before they reach first grade, then pump them full of meds if they misbehave, huh?
The existence of dinosaurs was first speculatively hypothesized by a United Museum head, coincidentally in the mid-19th century during the heyday of evolutionism, before a single dinosaur fossil had ever been found.
Are they some paleontologists or dogmatists, occultists, perpetuating a petrol lie based on our competence? We need to come to grips, the fossil fuels are a hoax to keep us tied down to the grid until we're old folks and we croak. A journey to the center of the earth, Jurassic Park and the Flintstones, cramming it down your throat just like they do with the globe. A land before time or like the land of the lost. I'm not talking about the movie, it's the ground on which you walk. They say the real bones lie hidden in vaults for the elite to see, while the peons see the remakes in the land of make-believe. They teach you that the physics of the dinosaur worked and that they ran really fast and had feathers like a bird.
In 1999, National Geographic magazine was busted when they presented an Archaeoraptor dinosaur, which was supposed to support the basic tenet of evolutionary theory that dinosaurs had slowly developed over millions of years. Their proof consisted of a fossil where carefully arranged bone imprints gave the impression of a creature half dinosaur and half bird. The scam was discovered during a CT scan which uncovered unnatural bone links. National Geographic magazine was later forced to admit that the fossil was man-made.
Strays and Karma. Call up 2020. 24/7 Flat Earth Disco. Here we go. We're talking about experimental science, the precursor to all of your appliance, the father of natural science, its son a method of reliance, in defiance of the current pseudoscience, consensus-based non-compliance, to the actual method of science. Robert Tarr on the beat.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally.
Naturally or unnaturally, the public is subject to lawful banditry, lacking in philosophical faculty, shuffling around happily. It's a travesty, a tragedy. They believe in a galaxy created by gravity. It's insanity, where's the convexity? It's a fantasy lacking substantially. Although understandably with lost morality, divorced from reality and total depravity, lacking in humanity without spirituality. You have to think rationally, think critically, and drop the fallacy. You can't prove causality with vanity. That's the wrong mentality. Open your eyes and you might just be surprised. Look at these lies, just don't get hypnotized. Actors and guys who should not be idolized. Meet all the guys who come to Discord and be biased. You know it inside, it's a psychological divide.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally.
Let go of your pride, the truth cannot be denied. There's pie in your face, do you know what that implies? Get your perspective revised, it's the globe model's demise. The world is all centralized and disguised, the population all mesmerized and paralyzed. So is it so wrong to criticize? Do you get a Nobel Prize when you go against the enterprise? When you work, they demonize, and those who stole it, they glamorize. The work they sanitize, compartmentalize and monopolize. They propagandize, we memorize, we rationalize, we visualize and theorize and romanticize. To get us to internalize, they televise, to terrorize, to traumatize. I don't overemphasize. They want to destabilize, to sterilize and neutralize. It's time to vocalize, to organize and mobilize, to revolutionize. Join us in Disco.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me into truth, into fact, into science and naturally.
Getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space.
What are we listening to, guys?
Just look, research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the
Round and round on a sphere. Tell me, how do we get here in the first place? Hurtling through space. Big and bang is what they say, but I think it's more the yin-yang way. I used to pray every single day. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you? Did NASA make you smile? It was only a fool for a while. Now he is broke. Twas a big joke. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true what they tell
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it say the stars are the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
ODD TV. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, bags I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Yeah, anybody want to ask questions? Talk about a topic? Remarks? Complaints?
Why is everyone?
Hello?
Yeah,
What's up?
I just joined and I saw everybody muted. You guys talk about something or what?
No, I was playing some music because it's quiet now.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, I just found an article. Let me post it. Pretty interesting. They found a whole city, a lost golden city near Luxor in Egypt.
Mm.
As if they just got up and left, just like Pompeii. Right? It's very interesting.
I'm kind of confused because like stuff like this, they don't normally share it unless they've already looted the entire place, you know. So, like for example, you have the lost city of Petra in Jordan, man. You know, it was undiscovered until the British people came and they took everything out of it, and then they made it a what's it called, a tourist place, right? But that happened after they looted the entire place. So stuff like this, man, it's like, okay, they found something like this, but where did the gold go? You know. Do you have any Globers in the chat today? Man, you guys are really quiet today. Something's wrong. Let me see this article you posted. What is it? "3,000-year-old lost golden city of ancient Egypt discovered." Let's see. This is interesting.
What is interesting?
Hi, Johnny. How are you?
I'm asking what is interesting.
You go to live stream chat, and there is a article Roger posted about the 3,000-year-old city that's been discovered in Egypt. It's a buried city, I think.
Okay.
It's already in the live stream voice text.
I'm scrolling. Oh, shit, I don't like it.
But
So scroll. Down.
what's up, Ryan?
Don't you find it funny? Yeah, hi guys. Don't you find it funny that when they find evidence like this ancient city, now they have to try and make it fit their evolutionary paradigm, and it goes into full scale control the narrative and who says what about what. It's like we found this ancient city that's so profound, probably in the same category as Tutankhamun, finding that tomb, and then they're going to say, oh well, it confirms all our previous assumptions that they were using stone tools, copper tools. They were primitive man. But it's the largest city like this ever found. It's just like, okay, so you guys were right.
I agree with you, man, 100%. Because here's the thing: this is the city that they're willing to talk about. What about the ones that they're not? They're hidden from us. What about the ones that that's not being talked about? So yeah, they don't share this information, like a city full of gold, right? For example, they don't share this sort of information unless there's some sort of agenda behind it, or there's some sort of something they can gain from it after they share this information. But they don't share with you the information about cities that might have like important scrolls or libraries they found, for example, that they contain a lot of information. They don't share that sort of stuff.
Never the details. They'll show you like a brick wall. Look, we found a city. Here's a brick wall. Here's another brick wall. Isn't it amazing?
Or they would probably find it, but they would change the history behind it. Like, they wouldn't give you the actual story behind it. They make you believe it's something else.
Yeah. I was meaning like that they'll never show you the contents of the room or what the actual interesting part of the find is. They'll just show you the bricks on the wall and say, a new city discovered. Great. It's like the science, the scientism, how they're right until they're proven wrong, and then they're right again because now they've corrected their narrative. It's the same sort of thing with archaeology, is that they're right until they find something that proves them wrong, and then they just reword it so that they're right again.
Have they found their missing link yet?
In South Africa, apparently they did.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that anymore, man. It's like, the problem is they don't even need proof anymore. They just tell it to people and people believe it. Like, people come in the server with, like, talk about it as if it's facts, when there's, like, literally no proof behind that sort of stuff. But no, scientists said,
But even just the terminology of the missing link, it kind of implies that the rest of the chain is already well understood. And that all we're looking for is this one little link that joins this side's chain that's maybe 1,000 long and this side's chain that's 1,000 long. And all we need to do is find this one. And then as you start to analyze this, you realize there would have to be millions of intermediate species. So there would be millions of missing links.
We'll find the missing link, and 10 years from now, we'll go into space, too.
Yep. See, the thing is, man, they always connect. This is a psychological thing, man. The news and the media they do to us is that they psychologically link two words together, so it would come out as truth, right? Like, for example, I'll just give you some examples. Space exploration. Now you're assuming. Now, when somebody hears that, they're assuming there's space and there's explorations happening. Toxic masculinity, for example. Whenever you hear the word masculinity, you're going to automatically assume it with toxicity. And toxicity, you're going to automatically assume it with masculinity. One more example, Islamic terrorism, right? Whenever you hear the word terrorism, you're going to link it to Islam. And then Islam, you're going to link it to terrorism. So these people, who play with the narrative, they're always going to, use these words and they link them together. So whenever you think of one thing, you're going to automatically, link it to the other. And this is what they're doing, man. The same thing same thing they do with the missing link. Whenever you hear, this sort of terminology, you automatically assume it's something true. But even though it has like no basis to it.
What do we do? Tooth.
Yeah, man. It's all wordplay.
What do we do?
It's like somebody casting a spell on you, and you can't break it unless you like open your eyes.
The plan is ongoing.
The plan is going, everything is going, but everything's going in the wrong direction.
Actually, I think it's going in the predicted direction.
Yeah, are you in the plan? You know, if you think so, but if you are in on it, yes. But if you are not, it's very confusing. Everything that's happening just now, and they don't understand because they are full of this normal life, but the world is controlled by psychopaths. Sick people.
Like the previous guy was saying, you know, the power of joining those two words that are so loaded in their own rights that when you place them together, they create almost like a new concept. You know, in marketing, it's my background forte. We learned how to use those trigger words to get people to impulsively buy. So, you know, creating this concept like life cover, you know, have you left enough for your family? Will your family be looked after when you die? Start pushing the whole narrative of like, for one example, would be using fear, the fear of the unknown, the fear of the uncertain. You know, better pay £1,000 a month or $1,000 a month because you don't want to be caught with your pants down, you know, just in case. So you create this whole fear perception, and then it's, you know, act today or you'll be sorry, or they use these powerful phrases that call someone to action. You know, enroll, enlist in the army.
I was thinking, I got to the point where I was thinking like using this mind control and brainwashing technologies against them. You know, it's very easy. Any child can modulate a voice that can be modulated in ultrasounds and make some advertisements which YouTube will not detect because you make something legit, you know. But these sounds are in the ultrasound spectrum, so the human hearing cannot detect them.
You mean
Nobody understands what you're talking about. Nobody understands what you're talking about now. What are you really talking about now? You're talking about.
Oh, this is advert. It's hypnotic technology.
Oh, you're talking about the old television technology, yeah? And they are making it over to YouTube and so on, yes? Okay.
Yeah. You make a nice song on YouTube that has no problem with copyright or anything, but
Coca-Cola Smile, Coca-Cola Smile, and the Coca-Cola is
If you want to smile, drink Coca-Cola.
Yeah. You put these messages.
You cannot smile if you drink Coca-Cola because it's a fucking sucker, you know? It's killing your teeth. So if it's killing your teeth, but they are saying the reverse of the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Drink Coca-Cola and smile. How can you smile if you drink Coca-Cola?
Well, that's a perfect example. I know one of the directors at Coke, Atlanta, and he effectively they were running a campaign. Coke's budget for advertising is usually about $100 million a year, and it goes across all different platforms. And they were spending on these lifestyle adverts where you see this woman and a man, and they're opening their Coke together and they're having fun and whatever. Yeah. And those ads were run year after year, and then the Santa ads, and they were always trying to find this: what is the perfect trigger for someone to go and buy a Coke? Because they obviously want you to consume more of the poison. So they started to analyze this, and they found out that the sound, you know, when you open a Coke and it goes,
yes.
Yeah,
that sound was the trigger.
Triggers you. Yeah. Yeah.
The same thing
And they
with
bought
Gibbs, yeah.
they bought a million 1-second adverts all over Facebook, all around
Yeah.
lunchtime, that you
Yeah.
would just hear that. It would even be
Yeah.
subconscious. It doesn't even have to be a literal picture of an
Yeah.
opening
And
Coke.
that's
Just
Coca-Cola,
that
Fanta.
sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it makes me want one now.
Because I made the sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's and they used that to such effect. Now, if you understand that these people have got millions and millions, and they've been testing all different marketing messages, and they see what message works and what message doesn't. What do I need to say to get a 60% response rate or an 80% response rate? And then they've applied that to these other subjects. We're like malleable in their hands because they know how 90% of the population will react to a message, and they'll test the message through marketing research before they even release the message.
Yeah.
It's so precise how they play with our psyche and get us. And like I say, I'm in the field myself, so when I see these words, which are so, the same thing like talking about women's oppression or Black Lives Matter. So who said that they don't matter? But it's using phraseology and terminology where the entire concept is jammed into the name. And through that, they control a lot more emotions just even by you repeating the name. You know?
Yeah. The message is important because it has no negativity in it, but the movement is wrong. It's totally wrong.
It's not just a movement now; it's a whole organization these days, operated by devil worshipping people. They're all, and you can't say anything negative about it these days, because if you do, people are gonna automatically come to the conclusion that you're being a racist, a bigot, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they created a system for themselves where they're immune from criticism.
Yeah.
It's all psychological, man.
I've seen this technology can be used also, for example, in advertising, because it's playing these unheard sounds, but you can record your voice. You tell the people, go there, do that. They steal your money, they scam your tax money, all these messages. And when you play that song, you don't hear them, but your subconscious hears, and it will trigger the man. You can tell him, buy this product because it's the best product, like the teleshopping advertisements.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like, for
And
example,
people will buy that, or will do those things, and they don't even know why.
Yeah.
And this is patented technology.
And they have these hidden messages all over the place, not just in advertisements, but in TV shows that people watch these days and all over stuff.
Yeah. It was that those years when the phones with polyphonic ringtones showed up. Those speakers are capable of emitting these kind of ultrasound.
Everybody gone quiet again.
Nothing will work out until these big tech are taken down.
Man,
And it's very easy to bring them down, actually. But
it is.
nobody's taking any kind of action.
Because they distract us with problems that are not real or not necessary, right? So they built a system where everybody is born into a problem. Like everybody is already.
Yeah, but you only need 10% of the population to understand it, then everything will flip over. You only need 10%.
Yeah,
You don't
if
need
you
all.
want to propagate the subject, yes. If you reach 10% of the population, then it will self-propagate.
Then it will self-propagate. It's like, yes.
Yeah. I proposed a U.S. senator to take the root access from Mark Zuckerberg. I told him this is the only solution to take this abusive power they have over population, because they storing illegal data, they manipulating the data according to their will, people's personal information, they do what they want with it
Yeah,
without
man.
people's consent.
Like selling data
No
is one
man,
of those
yeah,
things.
no man should have access to the conversations of billions of people. No man on this world should be given this power.
Exactly.
This is where the governments were wrong in the 90s when they launched the internet. They gave the root access for free. Root access should have been administrated only by governmental special institutions, created organisms that so you hire these new students, you give them governmental jobs to administrate the internet and make it
They hired
equal
me. They hired me
for
to take
everyone.
down Netscape. To take
Yeah.
down Netscape. I was a student. I was a brilliant hacker and everything. And they paid me to let the cuckoo come up in the beginning of the cuckoo. Yeah. I was paid for that. I get $1,000. I need more. I get $500 to take down Netscape. I'm telling you true. It was internet, it was net and net. It was internet. It was in the beginning of the internet.
Yeah.
And I was paid for because I was a hacker before.
Yeah, I was too. I know
And I
what
was
you say.
hacking Netscape. I'm just saying, so people understand what the fuck. It's not everything. It's a big, big scam.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
I was not a great programmer, but I was programmer also. I was very young, and I made a program just like Facebook is now. And the guys from the high school from America stole it from me. And I also stole from others. Everybody was stealing from each other.
Yeah.
But the cost to learn. And but they got all the money and financing that we never got. That was in America. They were in the right place and right time and everything. But I was doing the same thing. Just saying.
Yeah.
So it's not big thing. Make this program. Everybody was making this program in this time. Facebook was coming up. I had a site by myself, just like Facebook before. I'm not speaking. I'm just saying the fucking truth. And they hack my site and take the code away from me and use it for Facebook. I said okay. I also done the same sometimes too. So, but it was big. It was too big because they put it on a market and big money in it because it was like a military operation. No chance. It was a military operation.
If you don't have a military backup, you stand no chance. You will always be small business.
No chance.
Yeah.
They took down my business also. I have a computer service and everything. They attacked me and to put me down.
Yeah.
I was meaningless. I was not meaning. Just for the power. Like they are doing now, cancer culture, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking restaurant trying to do the thing. No.
And how many? I know. I personally know. Yeah. I personally know that Google. Yeah. Google was working with hackers, you know.
Google is fake.
Yeah. They were
I love Google.
buying from hackers databases.
I was one of them started Google, so
yeah.
in the beginning. They say never change the front page. No commercial in the front page. And
Google itself Google itself was actually a platform for criminals, for hackers to use.
Like me, I was before, yeah.
Yeah.
They paid me a lot of money for it. I said, I need more money. $5,000. $5,000. It was a lot of money then. But now, 5,000 is nothing. But then, wow.
True.
They started to pay me $1,000, and I said, no, I cannot talk. I cannot do anything for that. Then
be right back in a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. It's so many years ago. Before the Google was the reality. But we made Google. I was one of them that made Google, but I just get paid and I'll take it over. It's a stock market. But I was one of them that make Google real, and few guys in university in America. I remember it's 30 years ago or something. I don't know. They said, John, what do you have to say about it? I said, we have to check them out on that. We can do so, we can do so, we can do so. And the Google will be the biggest chess motor in the world. Listen to this guy from the north.
Zero.
Learn of him. They were talking like that. It was the first time we were talking like live with audio.
Johnny Barnard. Yo.
What do they say?
Yeah,
What's up, Merciless?
It's Gravity Row.
What's up, Merciless?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Is Gravity Real?
What is gravity to you? Define it.
I can't define it, but what I believe it is a force.
Why
force.
can't you define it? Why do you come here and ask if it's real if you don't even know what it is?
Oh, I can't.
It's pretty weird, right?
Wait.
It's pretty
You
weird,
want to know
right?
what gravity is about?
Let me talk. It's not.
What is gravity?
We know what we are
First, you
talking
have
about.
to define it.
It's a force.
Johnny,
Force acting upon the world, keeping everything attracted to the center of the earth, which is core.
So you're saying Newtonian now. Is that what you're claiming? Newtonian gravity?
I just said this. I just asked the question: is it real?
Are you talking about Einstein gravity or Newtonian gravity or comedies? What the fuck are you talking about?
Johnny, your mic is really muffled, right? We can't understand half of it. So Merciless, Newtonian gravity. Is that what you're claiming?
Oh no.
No. So what are you claiming? I mean, you asked about gravity, but what is it?
A force made by Isaac Newton.
Made by Isaac Newton.
No, he didn't make it. It was founded by him.
Oh, well, even the globe states that.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Way better, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So even your globe priests will tell you that Newtonian gravity has been superseded. It isn't a force since 100 years now. 100 years.
Okay, so why are we on the Earth then? Why are we stay to the floor of the Earth?
Well, tell me what is gravity for you? What is it?
Okay, I'll give you my example of gravity. It may be wrong, but it's what it is. Force acting on the world as it spins, and as we're attracted to its core, which keeps us standing on the floor, which keeps everything to the floor. That's what it's telling me.
There is no cause. What is cause of it? There's the cause of it. What are you talking about? You know.
The spin of the Earth.
What is the cause of that you are saying? Spin of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
The spin of the Earth wouldn't make you stick to it, right?
He is assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but tell me what it means to you.
So Merciless, when I have a ball in my hand, right, and I throw it up, what will happen?
Comes back down.
Yeah. So when I have this same ball and I'm in a swimming pool and I throw it up, what will happen when it hits the water?
It will just the forces will even out, and
What will happen? I'm not asking about forces. What will happen?
It will stay on the surface of the water.
Yes. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because the ball is being held up by the water.
Because the ball
held up by the water
is less dense than the water, right?
Yeah, so it doesn't drop. Yeah, so it doesn't
So
come
when
through.
I take the same ball and take it to the bottom of the pool and let it go,
It will go back
what
up.
happened then?
It will sink up.
Yes. So we have changed the medium, right? So an object will
changes directionality according to its medium it's in. It's very easy. And you
It's
can
not
test
hot
it
up on the
yourself.
water. Yes, it's about the density of the material and trick and pressure.
The only thing you need gravity for is it making stuff into balls.
Mhm.
And we don't observe that, right? We don't observe stuff forming into balls.
Do we? Sometimes, maybe. Almost.
Oh, man.
No, we don't. No.
Wait, you're flat earthers, right? Just ask me this: where does the sun go?
The biggest thing I've seen are balls is my own balls in my private sector. But
You're claiming gravity, right?
No, okay.
The bending of space-time, the uneven distribution of mass causing the fabric of space-time to bend. When did they ever
Fabric of
validate
space-time. Tell me what that means. Tell me what that means.
that is Einstein's talking. He says so. Einstein.
Fabric of space-time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
It makes
Do
no
some-
sense,
do
so
some-
it's not real.
Do some research into what gravity is in your model, right?
Yes. So there's different types of gravity and different theories on gravity too. Like one person tells you that mass in space curves time. So I ask myself, okay, that's an observation and that's a theory. What did they do to prove it? What is there an experiment done, or is it just all
Nothing.
talk?
Nothing. No. You have to know what a scientific method is. Science is not a thing. It's not a person. Science is a method. People that is following the method of science. That is science.
So, what force does gravity have on the sun for it to go around the Earth?
Our sun, nobody can prove the distance to the sun because the sun is apparent.
Okay, so
appear to be apparent, and nobody can really. No, I'm saying nobody can measure the distance to the sun.
in the flat Earth theory, where does the sun go when it's nighttime?
There's no flat Earth theory, right?
There's no theory.
Reality, observable reality, Merciless.
It's
So
knowledge.
we all see the sun moving over our heads, right? This is the only thing we ever observe, that the sun,
Yeah,
the
but
moon, and the stars
It's not
are
theory.
moving over our heads, right?
Okay,
So
so
when it moves away from you, it goes into the horizon, and it's no longer in your vision anymore. It's
Exactly.
beyond the vanishing point.
Right.
but
You-
it's
you-
but
are
it's
you in
light.
the live stream?
Did you understand what he was saying?
Yeah,
Did you listen?
But-
listen?
the light of the sun would still be seen.
Can you tell me what he was saying? Can you repeat it?
No, I can't repeat it because I don't remember everything he said.
Oh, okay, you are not listening. Why are you here?
So I've posted you a GIF, right? Look at it. It seemed like the sun was going in the horizon, but when we zoom in, we can see it didn't. Right? So you increased your angular resolution. You can see more of it now. Right?
Mm.
It's how your vision works. Just like when you're looking at train tracks, it looks like they're touching each other at the horizon, but they will never will. Right? Oh, he's muted himself. That's nice.
No, he deafened himself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Merciless, do you see what I'm just posted?
Yeah, which chat is it in?
Yeah,
The
live
live
stream.
stream voice.
I think I have to go through all this material out there and understand that they might be wrong.
So
I think I have to do their own research.
Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
This is how your vision works, right? When it moves away from you, it moves into the vanishing point, and then you cannot resolve it anymore because your eyes cannot make up the picture anymore. But when
Okay.
you have tools, you can increase your vision again until that tool will be absolute and it doesn't increase your vision anymore. Do you
Okay.
understand? Because a
Yes, I
telescope
understand
or
that.
binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera also have limits.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so why does the sun come up the other side of the earth then? It comes up the opposite side.
So it's the same thing with sunset, but it's the other way around. Have you ever been in a hallway or standing in a hallway that's really long, and
Mhm.
then you see that it's like an illusion almost, where the floor is going up and the lights on the ceiling is going down, right?
Mm.
But that's not happening in reality. Just it's your eyes. That's how your eyes work. That's how you perceive it, right?
Mm.
So in this picture that Roger posted, the sun is never touching the ground in reality. It's just, going, it's just that our vision is making us see that, because the same thing with the ceiling lights. That we see the ceiling lights touching the floor, but in reality that's not happening, right?
Mm.
So if you're gonna ask about the sunrise, it's the same thing. It's just the same concept, but in reverse with the sunset.
And the sun moves around the flat plane, right, in a circular path. So
You can see it, excuse me, can I say, you can see it in the north. You can see the sun move around you in the middle of the summer. So the sun is not going nowhere. It's going in a circle. And the proof of it, if you are in the summer and in the 65 degrees or something like that, you can see the sun is going around you.
Mm.
So
I'm just saying, so it's not like in America, no, but if you are north, why are you seeing that in north? Because the earth is flat, and North Pole is the middle point of the known area we are living on. So, and the sun is going around the North Pole. And therefore, the people living in the north can see the sun 24 hours.
Mm.
Then the sun is fading out because the circle is getting bigger and bigger and bigger because it's going out. It's fading out because it's going.
Okay. So
to the south.
Okay. What if you follow the sun? What if you follow it? Then you always see it, right? In your theory.
In theory,
It's not theory. It's the fact. You don't call it a theory.
Oh, have you done it before? Though? Have you followed the sun and always seen it?
Have
Do you know what theory is?
No, I haven't done it because I don't believe in
right.
it.
So
I'm asking you a
this
question.
is a ridiculous claim, right? Even on a ball, if it was possible, right, to follow the sun, you would also see it always, right? So I don't know what's the deal with your question.
But I'm asking you, have you ever done it before?
So, Merciless, I'll give you an
prove
example.
that. To prove it. Okay, go on.
To prove what?
Have you ever taken a long trip plane that's 14 hours or longer?
Yeah, I've been on the plane for 14 hours and longer, yeah.
Okay, so you can look this up on YouTube, man, like where people are taking planes and the sun is setting, but it doesn't go all the way down and then it goes back up. So it's setting, but then it goes back up to noon, right? And this is happening in the plane because, they're following the sun.
And would be the same. Yeah, would be the same on a globe. I mean, I don't know what your the thing is, you and your friends, right, came here and wanted to rebut the flat Earth, right? But we can give you the tools to check out for yourself, Merciless, right? The thing is, we have heard every single argument you're going to throw at us. Every single argument. So if you really want to know and learn, open up your mind and scroll down this server. We have tons of channels, all sorted alphabetically because YouTube is queuing flat Earth research. putting it into the latest page, right? We categorized it all, so you can do some research, right? It takes time to learn.
A lot of time, yeah. And one thing I'll tell you, man, you can start with the FE beginners videos in the video chat. And when you watch the video, go in with a complete unbiased thinking, because if you see the comments, you see the like and dislike ratios, all that stuff is gonna get into your way, and might affect what you think. So in reality, if you really want to learn, man, you have to go in with a completely open mind, man.
Okay, so if anyone here that believes in the flat Earth went to space, or I know you don't believe in it, but if all you see on TV and the moon landing, if it was to all be true for some reason, yeah, and you went to the moon, and you walked around the moon, and you done what do you call it? You done tests on the moon, and your test that you take on the Earth to determine if it's flat or not does not work on the moon. Can you then say, and can you say with confidence that the moon is not flat, or the moon does exist?
Yeah, it's basically the question: if a flat earther goes in a rocket and sees the Earth, would he believe it's a ball?
Yeah.
My question would be yes, of course. If I went into a rocket and they showed me the Earth was a ball, yes.
You'd
so
believe it.
Let me counter this question, Merciless. So if you went to a beach, right, and you measured the surface of the Earth and you figured out it was a flat and level plane, would you then know that you're living on a flat and level plane, or would you deny it?
If me personally, if I can physically see something and I can believe in my head and I've got the proof that, and I believe in it that it is flat, then fair enough. But I have not been given. I've not been
all
given.
you need
such
is
evidence.
to have a little bit of understanding of spherical mathematics.
Right.
And good question.
And the premise you asked, if you went into a rocket, bro, you and I will never ever go into a rocket. Never.
I didn't know
So
that.
you will never go into a rocket, and
You will
I
never
will never
become
go
an
into
astronaut.
So
No,
yeah,
you
so
don't have to be an
the only
astronaut.
Not even as a visitor to enter one.
Right. So when all we have is the surface of the Earth to prove it's a globe or not, why would you then make up a theoretical about you and I going into a rocket? No, we both can go to a beach, right, and then measure the Earth's surface. So easy to do, right?
So you see, the difference is you cannot verify space. We cannot verify space, but we can verify the shape of the ground and the water.
What is the name of that village near the SpaceX launch site?
Cape Canaveral, as NASA.
No. A different one. And Elon Musk bought the whole village town, except one woman didn't sold her house. She's
Boccacino.
the only person that lives there, and
Are you talking about
she
Boccacino?
claims that. Yeah, exactly. So only that woman can take visual recordings of what's happening there. Nobody can approach, can enter that area because the whole town is private property, private property.
Okay, what if one day someone joined a Discord and they came up with proof and like strong proof that the Earth's not flat? What do you say?
Okay.
I'm asking a question.
There is no such thing.
It's
If you find the proof, if you find proof of, if you can demonstrate the globe, curvature, rotation, and the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, then we shut down the server and we change it into a global server. Yeah, really, serious.
Okay.
Merciless, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
What would you do if you woke up and you were in Azeroth?
G6.
Right. I really think he still believes in the whole moon landing stuff. I think he's still subjective to authority. That's the issue.
Yeah, of course. He's asking a stupid question.
Yeah. I wanted to ask him what does he know about the light inverse square law.
Okay, I'm with him.
Welcome back.
Right.
Go on, Crypto.
What would you do, Merciless, if you... I think it's Merciless.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. What would you do if you woke up in Azeroth and you had green skin and big pointy teeth?
I'd probably... I don't know. I'd probably think I'm in a dream.
He'd go join the British Royals.
And then you saw like dragons flying overhead. Would you believe that? What's it going to take in World of Warcraft?
Sorry, I think. What do you mean? Or you said, what's it going to take in World of Warcraft?
Now, what's it going to take for you to finally admit that you're in World of Warcraft?
Oh, just see something and maybe pinch myself, see if I'm awake, and if I'm awake, then fair enough.
No, that's what I just said. You wake up, you've got green skin, you've got pointy teeth, you see dragons flying overhead.
Yeah, but you might just be hallucinating.
It's funny, isn't it? Because if I or anyone else here had given you an answer, that answer, you'd have dismissed it as ridiculous.
No, but it's I see your point on where you're going, but it's slightly different. But fair enough, I see your point.
It's not slightly different. It's the exact same point.
It is, but because that's a fantasy world where we're talking about real life here.
Yeah, but what you're talking about, going to moons, going up in space, that's a fantasy world. That's the point of the analogy.
It's not proven to be a fantasy world.
It's literally been proven. So
no, but it actually hasn't, which is why we're here.
Okay, but what if it is one? What if it is proven to you?
Okay.
Then you'll believe it, right?
With
you don't need to believe it if it's proven.
But the television proves otherwise.
So if I show you behind the scenes of how they filmed the entire moon landing, will you admit that it's been filmed, or are you gonna...
Yeah, show me. What is it?
All right, I'll post it in the video live stream.
There's a documentary, 3 hours long, going point from point, scrutinizing the moon landing, every point, and it's even made by a globe earther, right? So let me post it for you.
Is that the one with Captain Janeway as a narrator?
No, it's called American Moon.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
I'll just
too.
copy paste the link to the live stream as well.
Okay, so American Moon, bro. Go watch it. It's 3 hours long. I know kids these days find 3 hours long too long, right? Because they have attention span of 5 minutes. But research takes time, right?
I was issuing those. No need to say that, but okay.
No, just go on. Carry on.
People expect to be informed by the news in 5 minutes, but that's not the case, right? Research takes time.
You don't say.
And it's not fun either. It's like a boring process. You go to all those NASA videos, and they have all these cartoons. You have all these cartoons and stuff going around. It makes everything look fun. And
sorry, guys, I'm going out to buy some food, so I have to.
All right, Johnny, peace, man. Have a good day.
Be great, Johnny.
Thanks. Have a good time.
Appetit. Bon appetit.
Guys, I enjoyed this documentary. Really, I did, because he has professional photographers explaining how the pictures they allegedly took on the moon couldn't be from the moon because of the light. It's very, very thorough.
Okay, so what you just said there, yeah, professional photographers. You've got professional policemen, but they're still somehow corrupt.
Okay, corrupt. But is science corrupt? Natural science?
If it makes you feel any better, every astronaut is corrupt.
How do you know
Is
that?
natural science corrupt?
How can you believe it if it's not been proven that they were corrupt?
We
Yeah,
have
I mean,
natural science, which is facts. Is
this is getting off the
proven.
point,
Is
isn't
not
it?
tooth fairy.
The point is that what they tell you cannot be verified. So people might make counterclaims like they're corrupt or whatever, true. But really, what actually the central point is that their story has no verification behind it.
It's the same thing we were talking about gravity earlier. You were asking about it. And we told you that gravity is, according to one of the theories, the curvature of space-time, right? And you ask yourself, okay, how did they test it? Is it testable? Is it verifiable? Is it, can you test it and verify that in real time, right? It's the same thing when you're asking a question, can I go to the moon and can I do all those experiments? Okay, that's only theory. Like, if you want to believe NASA, only they can do that stuff. Can we, as the common folks, do that? Can we repeat their experiment? Can we verify their experiment or not?
Yeah.
No.
They teach you the gravity, but and they tell you that is a theory. It has not been proven, but they will not tell you what is the main proof for gravity. The main requirement for gravity to exist. That they do not tell you. Do you know what is this?
What's what?
Gravity requires anti-gravity to exist. And anti-gravity officially does not exist. No physician accepts anti-gravity.
Okay, so what do you think about Isaac Newton? Do you believe in his work or not?
No. He used a downward vector acceleration of 9.8 meters per second square, and he named this gravity. But that is not what causes this downward acceleration. Gravity is not the cause for that acceleration. And we have a lot of evidence, and even at MIT University in United States, one of the most prominent ones, they do not teach gravity for this down vector in physics classes. But that is an expensive school system. It's not ordinary for every child, It's only for the people who afford. Elite, Gravity is for the ordinary. Would you like to know what they teach at MIT instead of gravity?
Nah.
No?
Nah, I don't know.
Well, I will tell you only the name. Incoherent electrostatic acceleration between two Gaussian planes, positive and negative. The sky is positive, the ground is negative. And the atmosphere has a voltage. The higher you go in altitude, the higher voltage you will have in the atmosphere. And this is detectable. We can measure it.
Yeah, so Merciless, if you have any measurements of curvature, right, then we can close the shop.
So what happened to you guys? Because you seem like you've put years of work into this sort of this.
Yes, people.
Yeah. So what will happen to you? What are you going to do after this then? If someone proves your point to be wrong, what will you do?
You
Man,
be
we close
phlegmatic.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you close it. But what do you do? Do you go to work?
I have a question for you.
We
Do
are
you,
working.
yes, do you think we all, grew up to be flat earthers? Is that what you assume?
No, I'm not assuming that. What I'm saying is that
No.
you put so much effort into proving something
No,
that
I understand.
the majority of the population believe, and you go so much depth and effort into proving that they are wrong. If it was proven to be true that the Earth is somewhat globe, then what will you do? Like, what will you do?
I would feel less claustrophobic because then I would have proof that the universe is much bigger than I thought. But I feel claustrophobic right now because the universe is much smaller than I've been led to believe.
Man, yes. See, the thing is, man, we were all globe earthers at one point in our lives, man. Like when we all interacted with flat Earth the first time, we were all, denied it at first. Nobody wanted to admit it. But then after experiment, after research, man, every time, I tried to prove the flat Earth wrong, I was the one wrong. It wasn't the flat Earth because that's observable reality. You see, like I was actually, big time on the whole, NASA thing and space travel, and I was a huge fan of that stuff. You know how heartbroken I was when I found out, everything that I thought that was reality turned out to be fake. So it's the same thing, man. And you say, man, that this is the bandwagon fallacy, is that everybody in the world believes the Earth is a globe, and you're the only ones here that believe it's flat. I mean, look, 100 years ago, man. 100 years ago, and which is not a lot of time on the scale. Every single culture on the planet believed it was a flat plane. Every single culture.
Yeah.
Not
Lots
sure
of
about that.
religions.
So what about in the Bible? Does it not say the world is a globe?
Oh, apparently God ain't real, paha.
That's faith stuff, and I am not Christian, so I will not comment on
Yeah,
that.
see, yeah, apparently God ain't real, so it is what it is.
So Merciless,
Apparently,
the same
the Big Bang
this
came, boom. Dinosaurs came,
Yeah.
got extinct, then, yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool story, right, bro?
Yeah.
So Merciless, the same question can be asked to you. What if you prove to yourself that the Earth is flat and stationary when you go to a beach and you see stuff you shouldn't be able to see, right? What would you do?
Yeah, then I'd probably be more inclined to think that's real. Yeah, if it's like it applies to anything. If you see something that you didn't believe, but then once it's proved to you that it's real, then of course you're going to believe in it because it's what you've seen.
What did the globe prove to you, right? You already conceded that you don't see curvature, you don't see rotation, or you don't feel it. So how did they prove it to you, right? How did you prove it? You watched some television? Is that what you did?
But you can't just say that though. You can't just say that. I understand what you're talking about. You can't just say that.
Of course I can't say it because I know you didn't test the globe. So you just believe it.
Well, it's much more personal than that. His teacher told him, but still, keep in mind, his teacher did not prove it to him.
Yes. The teacher told him, you either say this on the exam or you're going to fail. So it was like, you either say this or your answer is going to be wrong and everybody's going to laugh at you. So you've been taught this ever since you were a kid, man.
Okay, so did you guys complete school? Because the only person I know that's got some sort of qualification is crypto.
Mate, I graduated university 2 years ago, man.
Yeah, right. I mean, I would estimate that half the people on the server have got some sort of degree or professional qualification, like at least half. And we did a pop quiz before, because we kept on getting these stupid questions about, how qualified are you? And virtually everyone we asked was either had a degree, multiple degrees, was working towards a degree, or had some other kind of significant professional qualification. You're not talking to retards here.
There's even a PhD in spectrography. in this community.
Yeah, you say
right?
there is, but that's 18,000 people. It's 18,000 people in here, and I've never heard of that person be involved in one of these live streams. When they're here, tell me.
Let me post his YouTube channel. Right, he did multiple laser tests.
When they're
check it
here,
out.
tell me, and then tell me so that I can
Do
see
you
what
live
you're
anywhere near Brighton? Mestus,
Me?
do you live anywhere near Brighton?
No, I've been there before, no.
Okay, yeah, because he actually he either lives there or does many of his tests there. You can go and view them. Find out when the next one is and just go and see it.
Oh, that's a good point. I'll go on, but you know, like in Brighton, I don't know if you've been there recently, but there's wind turbines out far in the sea.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And let me find a photo of them. Let me show you. Okay, cool.
So wear a warm coat.
Yeah, people see Calais from Dover, man. Shouldn't be happening on a globe.
Yeah, I should add as well. Sorry, I kind of just realised, like, just because people have degrees and professional qualifications and all the rest, that doesn't actually make their opinion any more valid. You understand?
No,
that,
it
right?
just makes it more. It does. It brings weight to it.
Why?
Because they've obviously know what they're talking about. They're experienced.
Yeah, but
Not necessarily. So I'll give you an example. Right? Do you know the people who invented flight? Do you know who they are?
I've don't know their name, but yeah, I can put a face to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the Wright brothers we're talking about. Do you think the Wright brothers had a degree in anything at all?
No, it's because it was trial and error.
Right. So did they need a degree to invent airplane flight?
No, but no, yeah, that rule applies
Yeah,
to.
the answer's no, right? The answer's no.
Yeah.
So did they therefore have no knowledge of it?
No, you don't need
Exactly.
knowledge.
So this is
different.
you must understand where. No, it's not different.
Yeah, but it's a physical thing.
If someone could demonstrate knowledge on a subject, it doesn't matter if they've got a piece of paper telling you that they passed a qualification or passed an exam. What matters is the demonstrable knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Merciless, I want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Assume yourself to be a business, a guy that owns a business, right? And you're hiring people.
Mm-hmm.
Would you hire somebody with a 4-year working experience on programming, for example? Or would you hire a guy that took 4-year programming in school with a degree?
4-year programming school with a degree by miles.
Over the guy that has the 4 years of actual experience?
Yep, by miles.
So you're
there you go. Appeal to authority fallacy.
Yeah. So let me tell you how reality works, right? Because if you just move out of school, you'll never get the top job, right? You need the experience. You need the hands-on. Right?
Okay, let me ask you this.
It doesn't matter if you have 10 degrees from university, right? You need the hands-on. People want experience.
Okay, let me ask you this. You're playing a match of football. Yeah? And there's 2 guys left. One of the guys has 4 years experience playing football in his backyard. Another guy has 4 years of experience playing with Chelsea or England football club.
Sounds like a different example, right? You're talking about experience.
Which one are you going to pick?
How about let's use a better example, right? The guy that has 4 years of experience versus the guy that was 4 years studying to play football. I'll take the guy that 4 years of experience.
Not studying to play football, playing football, but he's just playing with high class people. Yeah. Now you're stuck.
Actually,
so we're comparing apples to oranges.
You pick the guy with plays Chelsea, wouldn't you?
Why aren't you stopping talking? Yeah, I don't have to say the same thing over and over and over. Right.
Go on.
So,
what are you going to say?
in your example, you're agreeing with us because you're saying the guy with greater experience is the guy you pick.
I'm talking about. Me personally, I'd pick the guy that plays for England. I just think it'd be stupid not to.
Yeah, I think everyone can agree.
Well, why wouldn't you take the offensive coordinator, the coach? He's better, right?
No, I'm talking about the 2 players. One player with 4 years of experience in his backyard. One player 4 years of experience with Chelsea Football Club, training it every weekend.
What about the coach who's got 15 years of experience, previous playing? Wouldn't you take him?
No, we're not talking about the coach. We're talking about what out of the two players would you pick? That's what I'm talking about.
Bro, I'd take the coach, man. If you're talking about,
I'm not talking about the coach. I'm talking about the players. Which player would you pick? The one with 4 years of experience in his backyard, or the one with 4 years of experience in Chelsea?
You just agreed with me, right? I just told you people want the experience. If you study, if you have 10 degrees from university, you will never get the top job. They want you to have the experience to perform at that top job. Okay.
Exactly. So you pick the guy that's gone through the system and knows what he's doing.
and doesn't have the experience yet. What are you talking about?
So if I have a piece of paper that says that I know more about soccer than anybody else, would I be the best soccer player in the world?
No, it's not about that. It's about the actual skill. But what I'm talking about a basic rule. I'm talking about a basic rule. Okay, let me get your name.
But in your business, you will still hire the one with a degree. And
right.
For example, I'm an ex-evil hacker, and I don't get a job in this field. I don't have a degree, but I work as a machinist, CNC miller.
Okay, cool.
I know metalworking.
So let me ask you this question one more time.
Go ahead.
You are the football captain, yeah? And you've got to pick your team.
Okay.
And you've got two guys left. One of them has 4 years of experience playing football in his backyard. The other one has 4 years experience playing with England football team. Which one are you going to do? Which player are you going to pick?
Let's acknowledge you're proving our point for us.
Which one has the best performance?
Wait, but which one has a degree in soccer?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Right, which one has the qualifications?
Yeah,
the one.
Pick the one that is better. Which
one has a pretty plaque on the wall?
Let's cut this one off at the knees. Does anyone know how many degrees in football Lionel Messi has?
Right.
Right, and you already addressed this with the Wright brothers. You don't need qualifications. Exactly. Honestly, you could be a bum and you can know the truth. It doesn't matter who you are.
I don't know, man. We just said completely different views.
The point was made long before. Now we are just taking this conversation to infinite without any purpose and direction.
The whole point of your argument is that you really, really want to appeal to authority. That's all you want to do, right? Because you will choose anybody as long as they have a university degree, right? He can be a child molester, but he has a degree, so I'll pick him.
Yeah.
That's what you're on about, right? The point is, even without a degree, you can know the truth, right? And we're living in a system that is based on how good you are on the exam, right? So how much boxes can you correctly tick to get that paper? Doesn't mean anything. You only regurgitated what you have been told. Okay?
Do you think you need a degree to measure the shape of the Earth?
No, but you need to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree. You need to know what you're talking about, but you don't need a degree. That's our point.
No, but something that will prove that you know what you're talking about is by having a degree.
No.
Mate.
Do you need a degree to measure your
You don't need a degree, dude. Get it in your head.
Okay, explain to me what a degree is.
It's a qualification you get once you finish school.
Okay, who gives you qualification?
It's like government, school system.
Okay, so if I have a piece of paper that says...
Man Mike from England. My man.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
My man.
Oh my god.
So you actually think, people, go to the job force, people that have a degree and versus people that don't have a degree that actually have worked the job. You think the employers will pick the guy with a degree over the guy that actually did the job? They want experience, man. Experience is the most important part. They don't want a piece of paper. It doesn't matter what the piece of paper says. Unless you show them proof of your work and what you're capable of and how you can work it and how you can work with other people, they're not going to hire you.
I mean, that's why most courses have like a 6-month work placement.
Sorry, multiple people talking at the same time. I didn't hear that.
Go on. Go on.
That's why most courses have a 6-month work placement, right?
Yes.
So you can get that experience. Sure, yeah, sure. Like, you don't need a degree, this, that, and the other, but still, it's definitely... It definitely wouldn't be mandatory unless it's an apprenticeship and you learn on the job, then that's fine.
Okay, Requiem, let me ask you this question, yeah? Let me ask you this question. Because these guys somewhat kind of struggle to answer it. Okay, so you're a football captain,
right?
And you've got 2 guys left that you can pick. You know, like when you do numbers.
This is a bad example.
Yeah, right.
This is a bad example.
Yeah, cool. Okay, and you got one guy who's got 4 years of experience playing football in his backyard.
4 years?
Yeah, 4 years of experience playing football in his backyard, and you got another guy who's got 4 years experience playing with England. I don't know, England under.
You're missing the point. I got to stop you right there. The whole example we were giving you was a guy with no experience and a degree versus a guy with experience without a degree. Your example involves 2 guys with experience. Do you understand that you're not understanding our metaphor?
Right. It would be better compared to say, like, you got a football player with 4 years of experience versus someone who's studied the football game but hasn't played. You'd rather take the guy who studied. We'd rather take the guy who's played.
Exactly, man. We're talking about people that have experimented and tested it and
it definitely depends on the context. With football, yeah, I mean, sure, you're not going to have a fucking degree for football, like physiology or anything, right? That's a bit thick.
But you see why he's trying to use that example and how
it's all about with skill and ability rather than it's also mental too.
Exactly,
but
performance.
A lot of it would be personal skill.
So, man, it's like we've been saying, man. It's like, okay, this guy made an experiment. He tested lasers over bodies of water and he documented it. And he made a research paper on it, and he presented his example, and he presented his experiment and his proof. On the other hand, you have your teacher who told you, this is what I believe, and this is what I've been taught, and I'm going to reteach what I've been taught to you. Are you going to listen to the guy that did the experiment and has an experiment that can be repeatable and verifiable, or are you going to appeal to authority?
Right, well, the whole thing about the flat earth theory, right, the whole thing about why people believe it so much is because it hasn't been, it's not, because it can be more believed because it's perceived, right? It's a perceived reality rather than it being globe whatever. And only a few people may have been astronauts, and also like fucking, about the water and whatever you're saying. But I mean,
it's not a belief if it can be verified.
If you
It's not just perceived reality. It's. Am I coming in low?
No,
Crypto, go ahead.
Right, so it's not just a perceived reality; it's a measured reality. It's practically used, and it's observed. So it's not like we're just being fooled by our eyes. We actually verified this by measuring, and it turns out that it's still flat.
Okay, but there's minds greater than you and I that have, that have proved.
Lied to us. Yeah. So if there's a mind greater than you, they know how to lie to you, and you won't be able to tell it from the truth.
Of course, there's going to be mind greater than I. I'm not the smartest person in the world. Of course not. I mean, nobody.
I didn't question that.
But
what question that for a second?
All of the same rules apply to you.
I'm gonna repeat what I said. Yeah. So that maybe you can actually answer what I said, not what you think I said. So if there's a mind greater than you, they'll be able to lie to you, and you won't be able to tell it from the truth.
I mean, that really depends.
Well, I mean, are they a mind greater than you or not?
I mean, they would. Just because they're smarter than me doesn't necessarily mean that they can lie better.
Okay, so then how would you find out if they were lying or not?
Well, I mean, if it's only one person saying such and such,
people, doesn't matter. How would you verify if they were lying to you or not?
You could get proof.
I mean, you'd have to check everything. I mean, what they said.
You'd have to check it yourself. Thank you very much. So that's what we did. Turns out they were lying.
Yeah, but you don't have a degree in, say, like.
Don't need a degree. We just went through this. We just went through this.
But to understand it, of course
So
you do.
let me put it
No,
this way, right?
reality
I
is
don't
what
have
it
the-
is. If you
okay,
measure
I
the
don't
ground
have
and
a-
it's flat.
I don't have a degree in woodworking. Does that mean I can't measure tables?
No, but it's different. It's different.
No, it's
though.
How
not
is that different?
That's completely different.
No, it isn't.
What
It's just-
degree do you need? What degree do
You
you
don't
need?
need to agree to measure.
It's like,
mate.
it's like, it's like
Well, there
saying-
you go. That's
it's
it.
like saying- It's like saying, so
You don't
it's like
need a
saying,
degree.
do I need a degree to do rocket science or understand my times tables? They're completely two different sides of the spectrum. Literally, completely.
Of course, you need to agree to understand the theory of it, to understand the actual basis of
What theory?
No.
If the ground
let's
measures
do this
flat,
again.
there's nothing to theorize.
Let's do this one again. What degree did the Wright brothers have when they invented flight?
But that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That's exactly
No,
what
it's
we're
exactly
talking
what
about.
we're
That's
talking
what
about.
we started.
We're talking about ability, and it's linked to
Yeah.
degrees or professional qualifications, right? So, what degree did the Wright brothers have when they invented flight?
They're two different. It's in two different experience of field.
They really aren't.
I mean, you guys would be the same guys saying, well, why would you guys try to fly? You need a degree first. It's just appeal to
The
authority
license.
fallacy.
They needed.
Well, I
a
know you
degree
measured it
to
flat, but
invent
do you have a
something.
degree to understand it? No, you don't need a degree. If it measures flat, it's flat. You don't need any theories. That's reality.
I think the Wright brothers also made bicycles, and I think these guys would say to them, well, you can't do that. You need a degree before you can make a bicycle and ride it.
Well, they had education.
Right. Do you have qualifications to make that bicycle?
They had basic education.
Where's your
where
license?
This practice comes from the appeal
they had
to
basic
authority.
education. They had basic
I
education.
tell you,
So the
where
right-
it comes.
It's
So the Wright brothers had basic education, then they were able to use that basic education along with a bit of critical thinking to invent flight. Okay, so I'm currently working
didn't
towards a
invent
master's
it.
degree,
Sorry.
and I'm using my brain to verify other people when they've lied to my face about the shape of the Earth. How is this different to the Wright brothers?
I know.
And again, you don't have to have any education to still know the truth and still, do
With
things
the Wright
like
brothers too,
make
it wasn't-
bicycles.
It wasn't them themselves that theorized the airplane, the most basic airplane, right? It was with the help of the mechanic. The mechanic had a degree.
Yeah, the degree makes the damn truth.
Shit on.
What the degree?
Neither does the theory make them fly.
In common, yeah.
Of course, the theory doesn't make them fly, but it helps you understand why. Sorry,
we're talking about reality.
Degree in common with the truth.
It understands
What's
why
the
that
link between them?
That's physics.
It wasn't a theory.
It's understanding of
Fine,
why.
fine. Let's indulge this. So, what degrees have you guys got to confirm that you know what you're talking about?
What have I got?
I still.
Well,
Yeah.
as I said, there are minds far greater than mine that have proved this, and you can probably prove it yourself with a basic experiment that you can do in physics. I'm not saying any examples.
Then go ahead.
I'm not saying any examples, right? Don't put me on the spot, man, because I wouldn't be able to think of it. But I know I've done it in school, and I know that it can be done.
Okay, so you don't have a degree in the subject matter. How about any of the
I
other
don't
guys
have a
who are questioning
degree,
whether-
however, I'm doing it.
Fantastic. Okay, so by your own logic, you don't get to have an opinion. How about the other two guys? Do you have degrees in anything?
That doesn't make sense.
No, but
Of course, it doesn't make sense, but it's your point, so we're just going to roll with it. How about
Okay, what's
Yes,
your degree?
it is.
What's your degree? Because I bet it's nothing related to science.
Look,
you said
keep going back to the degrees.
We're
That's the
talking about
point.
your
You don't
degrees,
need
right?
one.
You keep on with this degrees bullshit. Fine, let's
not.
do
You're
it.
the one that's
What's
doing
your
it.
degree, Merciless?
I'm still doing my GCSEs.
Okay, so you don't have a degree. Does that mean you don't get to have a point? You don't get to have an opinion?
Still have opinion, but it depends on what I have my degree in. If I got my degree in science,
Right, okay.
and I'm here talking about science,
when it's
then I'm
us,
valid.
when it's us, and I tell you I have a degree and I'm working towards a master's, that's not good enough. But you can be doing your GCSEs and you get to have an opinion and I don't. Do you understand how ridiculous this is?
Okay, what's your degree in?
I've already told you this.
A degree.
I've already told you this. I told you what my degree was and what I'm working towards yesterday.
I haven't heard
I'm
that.
not going to keep on telling you.
Music and creation, but it's got nothing to do with.
The point is that your logic doesn't make any sense. If you're invalidating our opinion based on lack of degree, then you don't get to have an opinion either.
Correct.
Oh my god, this makes no sense.
Then this whole thing is nullified, and
you are actually insane.
Let's go to.
No, I'm just using your
you
logic
guys
against you.
Yeah, you're not even PlayStation players, professional ones. Not even that.
What?
Well,
you're not even a professional PlayStation player.
Wow, maybe now they'll start to realize how ridiculous their degree argument is. guys.
What we talk about
I know what you're trying to do. They're trying to say this, bro. You need a degree to play PlayStation, and you need to go pro. I know that.
Yeah.
Now you realize how ridiculous that is.
And you guys dare to play on PlayStation.
What is cycle learn?
With your greasy fingers. Oh my god.
Here's another question. I've actually just had Fusilli Jerry give me a really good example, right? So you are the owner of an airline, Merciless. Lucky you. You run Merciless Airlines. You have one spot for a pilot. Person A has just graduated flight school after 5 years, so all they have experience on is flight simulator. And person B has actually been flying real planes in the real world for 5 years. Who do you hire?
And is a flat earther.
He's a flat. Who do you hire?
You got a flat earther, experienced pilot, or flight simulator.
I came out of school.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's why you're never going to make it in business.
I have a degree, 98.6.
Oh, very good, very good.
Spicy.
Sorry, Australia. If you don't have a degree, then you don't get to have an opinion. So if you don't have a degree, according to these guys, can you put yourself on mute, please?
Yeah.
Well, she's got 98 degrees, so she's more qualified than anyone to speak on the topic.
And a bitch ain't one.
Don't forget.
You know what's funny? You can actually buy these degrees online, man. Like, there's so many fake degrees, and a lot of them sound professional too.
The irony as well is that it takes having done a degree to realize how like over-talked they are.
By the way,
Like,
having
now that I've done
a degree or faking a degree isn't against the law. By the way, in the EU or in the UK.
And you're also just as qualified.
That doesn't work for your point at all.
Indians do it all
No,
the time,
it's not for my point at all. It's just well, I mean, I guess I'm pointing it out. It's not for my point or justifying anything about global earth or anything. I just think it's
Well,
fun.
yeah, telling chicks at the bar that you're a doctor is a great way to pick them up.
I told you I'm an ex-hacker. I made such degrees.
Wait, so
if
what do
you
you
want
hack it then?
one,
What,
contact me in DM.
You used to take kids' passwords and stuff.
Any degrees you want from any university in the world, I make it for you.
Would you make one for me? I'll pay you Bitcoin or Monero.
course. Yeah.
I'd like a COVID passport.
He only accepts degrees as
Then you
currency.
can. Then you'll have authority.
All right, sweet.
You can have an opinion.
Imagine if you turned up to like a programming job, and they're like, "What degrees have you got?" And then you just gave them like 30 degrees that you'd like literally
So
have.
are you part of the EDL?
No, actually.
Come on, mate.
Well, we just left, so no, officially not.
Man, trust me, man. No programmer is gonna
No,
get
but the
fired.
battle it's still not over, man.
We left on the 1st of January, bro. Where have you been?
The war only begun. What's your opinion on the refugee crisis?
What's that got to do with the flat Earth?
Yeah, let's stay on topic.
What do you mean? What on earth is bloody degree to have to do
We
with
don't
that?
have any refugees.
Qualification, flight simulator. It's literally.
Sorry, I just want to hear a different
Yeah,
opinion.
you brought that up.
Conversation.
Yeah, and he's brought up another topic about refugees. It's still not on topic, but we spoke about the first one. Why we spoke about this one? Speak about this one.
Because it was your silly rebuttal to our practical demonstration we were dealing with.
Well, we don't have to speak like
and now you've fallen flat on your face.
we don't have to speak like we're in the courtroom, right? I simply want to know what is your opinion on the refugee crisis, because it's a crucial It's a
this is
2.83.
not relevant to the
It's not
topic.
crucial.
It's not the refugee Discord.
Okay, right. Well,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Go to BBC channel.
You guys pick and
That's
choose what you want to talk
matters.
about. I swear.
No.
I thought you was talking about apple cider.
Flat Earth.
How is apple
Yeah,
cider?
we do. We talk about the flat Earth. We've picked.
We don't always have to talk about flat Earth. How about, can we not just talk about other topics and just get to know one each other, be a little bit more friendly, other than having this constant?
Yeah, not in this,
Literally, bro.
not in this VC though. There's other voice channels for that.
It's only one that's doing that. People want that.
We don't entertain clowns in here.
Yeah,
Trolls.
you have chill VC, you have all sort of VCs, but over here,
Yeah.
man, it's the live stream. You talk about, you stay on topic.
We've been off topic for like half an hour.
To get VC verified, you had to read the rules.
Oh god.
How were we off
Seems
topic?
you
We were
forgot
addressing
them.
a fallacy. How were we off topic? We were addressing an authority.
How are you doing, Mus? Let's anyway. Like, if they don't want to talk about it, let's talk. How are you doing, Mus? Mate?
So
Wait,
let's
we're
talk
gonna
about
be talking about-
mathematics.
We're going to be talking about
Probably ban
Let's
us,
talk
bro.
about globe mathematics,
how's Fortnite,
spherical math. What's the radius of your globe?
Radius of a globe.
Yeah, of the globe you live on.
6,371 kilometers.
Okay, and what's the curvature drop rate?
I don't know. I haven't researched that.
Calculate it. Do you know the formula?
Yeah.
Tell
Yeah,
me.
right. Well, say from a 10 kilometer distance, the curvature would
No,
be
that's no, 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 that's not the
0.00785
formula.
kilometers.
That's not the formula for the calculus of the curvature of
it's
the
not.
sphere.
It's not, but it's still a result.
That's not the formula. I asked the formula. It's something with pi. You remember?
Formula. That's why it's calculated. Well, okay, right. The Earth's radius is 6,000. Based on
The calculator, any handicap, you
C
can use it.
equals 2 multiplied pi multiplied by r equals.
Show your work. Drop it in the chat.
That gives the circumference. The circumference is 40,030 kilometers. Use the height, 360 degrees divided by 40,030 kilometers equals 0.009.
Type it in the chat.
Is the angle.
How are you going to measure degrees with anything at all?
Degrees? Why are you still bringing up degrees? We're still past that. And I'm bringing up, we're bringing up the curvature, and I'm talking to you, and I'm explaining it to you right now.
Show your work.
To know what
Put it
the
in the
actual
chat.
curvature would be over
It's not my work. It's simply a Google search.
She's a Google Earther.
Classic. Google. Nice.
Okay. So none of you use Google, right? You don't use Google.
No, I just don't need to Google my worldview.
Flat Earth theory. You use Google, right?
I just don't need to Google my worldview.
You use Google, and you used top 5 topics against globers, etc.
No.
I mean,
no, we just
You
measure
couldn't even find that if you look.
I mean, you take such a high pedestal when you argue.
Bro, you couldn't even find that if you looked for it. What are you talking about?
Look for what?
Well, I don't need to Google my worldview.
Top 5 reasons that the Earth is flat. You would just. If you googled
flat Earth, fam.
Right, fam. If you googled top 5 reasons the Earth is flat, all you would get.
Right.
Is, well, whatever. If you did that,
there you go. I'll do you better. 10 reasons the Earth is flat. There you go, mate.
Don't talk over
Okay, go
him.
on then.
Go
on then. Post it.
Like,
crypto.
Go ahead. I guarantee it's a flat Earth society.
Yeah.
Dragons8mycats.com. Right, so if I
This
Google
isn't.
that,
Yeah,
I
this
can
isn't
get
a. He didn't even read it.
No, of course I didn't read it. But I mean, that's where you get all your topics, right? Off these like dodgy websites.
No, dude.
do we think for ourselves?
To check if they have that to find the Earth, they go.
It's a dodgy theory, man.
Yeah, bro.
This is a globe earther.
Okay, guys. Can I, crypto and all the other flat earthers in here? Can I just make this some? Okay, you're
No. You're not going to change the. No, you're not going to change the subject because this other kid just said that this is a dodgy theory based on dodgy websites. Right? That is fundamentally
It's what I look. It's that whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to listen to 10 minutes to you explaining it. Let's hear what Master
Okay,
says.
no, I'm not going to spend 10 minutes. I'm going to spend about 30 seconds. Yeah, that is.
Why would I have to listen?
That's what's called a baseless assertion. Yeah, based on nothing.
You
So I
guys
don't want you
normally
to say that again because it's not based on anything. You've said it because it makes you feel comfortable, but it's not true.
Bro, if you think it's true, then there's no need for this, bro.
And if you keep deflecting from the conversation, it won't be good for you guys.
Why won't it be good? What are you going to do? Are you going to hire? Are you going to hire an assassin on the dark web or what?
If you keep speaking over moderators, they will kick you.
I'm not speaking over anybody. It's just simply a rebuttal.
You did.
Yeah, but do you not think it's slightly unfair when you try to prove your point, you just get kicked?
It is. That always happens.
Only trolls get kicked.
They've heard it over. I'm not trolling. It's a genuine argument between
people that tried to prove a point. Even last night, all the guys that came in, they tried to prove a point, and guess what happened? They got kicked.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously not what happened. So
as I said yesterday,
with Cardo, it's funny because when I talk and I'm talked over, you don't have a problem with this. But when you talk and no one talks over you, you're pissing and moaning. Now, you've got two options here. We're either going to stick to the subject matter, or we can talk about what happened last night. But we're not going to have your version of events from last night not addressed, and then also not address the subject matter. What would you like to do?
Can we hear what happened last night? I wasn't there.
Okay. So a guy called Cardo came in, didn't understand any of the arguments, strawmanned everywhere for about 2 hours, and was then muted when he was so painfully slow to understand any of the points that no one could be bothered with him anymore. It's not the same as him trying to prove his point and being silenced for doing so, because that never happened.
Wait, yeah, but then when you try to wait, he's speaking. Do you want to speak or?
Go on.
No, I'll let you guys.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So yesterday when I was on the chat, when Cardo obviously may fail to point, you tried to let him acknowledge that you was right. You can't do that to no human being. I'm sorry. And then when I tried to tell you the same thing, you had this flipping Stephen Hawking motherfucker, come out nowhere and get on to me.
Is this a white knight? Are we white knighting for this guy?
I'm not white knight. No, I'm not saying I'm a white knight, but it's just wrong. It's wrong.
Sound like a white
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Crusader.
Who the fuck is the Stephen Hawking mother? Who is that?
Well, this get fam, whatever his name is, but they're mocking me of my flipping voice, because you don't know who I am, but you don't know that I'm fucking autistic. You don't know that.
It's okay.
But then you're mocking me, and then
no one cares if you're autistic. It's not the subject.
Okay, I understand. But then when Pro Slammer, if you remember him, tried to speak over him and he was slow and you was mocking him. So we don't mock.
I heard Pro Slammer on the mic plenty, so I don't think. I think he had plenty of time on the mic.
When they speak darkness things and fallacies, I point them out. Yes.
Okay, but there was no need to mock him. He was trying to.
I didn't mock him.
Him down.
I didn't
is
mock
the feelings
him.
of Globers
the fallacies?
Yeah, is the feelings of Globers the subject of the server, or is it the flat Earth?
No, but sometimes they do intertwine.
When you speak,
we don't care about your feelings.
Right. Actually, I'm gonna put an end to this now. Your feelings do not matter. The end.
Yeah.
Talking about the shape of the Earth.
Might I just
arguments on the subject matter, or just put yourself on mute. That's the end of it.
Might I make an observation? What I've seen.
Tell you this again. I'm going to tell you this one more time. You interrupt one more person, and you're getting kicked.
I'm not interrupting anybody.
Yes, you did. You just talked right over Crypto, right in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah.
So you either gain some social ineptness and ability to conversate correctly with manners, or you're out of here. That's it.
But you haven't given us manners.
So anyway, I'm going to say
you're
this
in
again.
our house.
Your feelings don't matter. Yeah. We're not talking about feelings.
Okay. Yes. We're not talking about.
I swear, man. What World D just told you not to talk over me, and here you are talking over
another
me.
one.
Do you want to be kicked?
I'm sorry, Crypto. What?
Right. Everyone, shut up, so I can finish a sentence. This isn't about your feelings. This is about the subject matter. If you make any arguments based on feelings, you are gone. The end. No more warnings. No more excuses. Let's talk about the subject.
Yeah. Curvature.
They're all silent because feelings cannot be talked about. Come on, guys.
Proof for
Curvature.
curvature.
Okay, so Crypto said just earlier that he didn't like that Carter took ages to understand.
No, we do
No,
mathematics
we're not going to
now.
go back to your feelings, your
Math.
controlling, or your white knighting. We're going to talk about curvature.
Hold up. We can still talk about curvature, but I just want to quickly say this. He fails to understand.
We don't care anything else. Curvature, mathematics, formula.
We need like a counseling
Drop rate.
channel, subgroup.
Geometric horizon.
Yeah,
Definition.
globe counselor.
Tell us something.
Yeah, like emotional
Yeah,
support.
tell us how you calculate
It's
the
okay,
curvature
guys.
drop.
Yeah.
Simple.
Tell us where the flat smacker touched you.
Did he have a degree?
Is it quiet for anybody else, or is that just me?
No, it's quiet.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah, it's just gone quiet because he's muted himself or left.
Yeah, as soon as I said we couldn't talk about feelings, suddenly no one wants to talk. Go figure.
Sentimentalist.
Anything but talk about the globe, right?
That's why they got banned yesterday, and now they're back
Yeah.
doing the same thing.
Mm.
Yeah, these kids these days, a bunch of snowflakes. You hit my feelings.
Yeah, that's all that it is for them. Internet is, is not real people. You can throw anything, any laundry. Deprivation.
Wow, inspirational.
Are you a globe head, Australia?
I don't know what I am.
Oh, you're on the fence, I see. Right.
Mm.
Can we shove you off the fence?
What?
Gosh.
You're still on the
Yeah,
fence?
pick a side, yo.
I haven't spent enough time in the VCs as of late. Unfortunately, I've been so busy, so I just woke up, so this is like my one time before having to do shit today that I can actually come in here. Ugh.
Nice to have you.
Yes, sorry. Sorry to hear that. Our overlords do like to keep us busy, don't they?
Last night there was a lot of trolls.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were here, but holy fuck.
Australia, I have a question. I asked somebody the other day if I had a cup full of water that was 50 miles big, would the water in the cup be curved?
Probably not.
Okay. If we showed you like a 30-mile observation where it's also flat, would you say the Earth is curved underneath it?
I don't know, because I don't know. I like that scenario with the cup. That's a good one. I never thought about that.
Yeah, I asked this to someone who is like a pretty strong globe believer, but also hasn't really thought about it very much. They said, well, yeah, they said the water would curve due to gravity. Right.
And
so, like, I agree with you, right? If you had the cup full of water, and it wouldn't be curved; it would just lay flat. So then we just look at a big lake or a big body of water, and we see the same thing happening, right?
Right.
Right.
Their minds must be curving due to gravity.
Spinning. I mean, yeah, that's what this is about, right? So we look at long distance observations and we see that it's flat for at least, multiples of miles. And then we're left here. Okay, so it's flat. There's no curvature anywhere. If water lays flat in a cup that's 50 miles big and the earth is 70% water,
is the cup half full or half empty?
Draw up a diagram.
How's the rest of the water outside?
With a circle is representing the globe, and then the length of the cup, and where it and how it relates to the shape of the Earth. It's like, is it a straight cup or is it a bent around the Earth?
Well, that's a good question, right? But think about it. If I give you, that's a good question. But if I give you 3 different size containers to put the water in, I'll give you a globe-sized cup and put the water in. Regardless of the shape of the container, the water still lays flat on top. So that's the point. You can have things in the container. You can have rocks in the bottom of the cup.
Do you want to draw a sketch and post it to live stream voice text, and we can talk about it there? Because I'm not getting the picture you're trying to send.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Just having a stimulating conversation. Given that Earth is a globe and gravity does exist and all blah, 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 just having a bit of a mind thought.
Well, let me ask you this, Bobby. Say I had a cup double the size or triple it. I mean, how big does it need to be where you start seeing the water not lay flat? That's the question.
Well, I don't really understand the premise of how the cup is shaped.
It's got to be beyond the horizon.
Well, I addressed that, right? Regardless of the size of the cup and the shape of the cup or the container at all. I mean, you can have a triangle-sized cone cup and the water still sits level on top. It doesn't matter the shape of the container, the water still lays flat. So the question is, like, how big does it need to be where it's not flat? You're saying, well, 50 miles isn't that big compared to the size of the Earth. Well, okay, let's make it even bigger. How big does it need to be where you start seeing a curvature?
Sorry, I just got a DM from Ronnie. Question, sorry, I was replying to Ronnie.
Yeah, I'm trying to just draw it up for you real quick, but
easy.
I'm assuming you're saying that, well, the shape of the Earth is big and 50 miles is small, so I'm asking you to increase the size of the cup to whatever size you feel is necessary, and then let's talk about the surface of the water. Is that water curving or is the water laying flat?
15 miles. Sorry, I'm from Australia. I'm not that empirical. Give me a second. Hold on. I'll get a pen and paper.
Oh, he's not a flat earther.
Do kangaroos hop around upside down in Australia?
I just got back to hear that question. I can confirm not.
I can confirm they do.
They actually crawl on all fours.
Drop bears fly up from down below.
What do the panda bears eat in Australia?
The koalas, they just eat. Don't even get me started. They're gonna go extinct. They're that stupid.
Will they?
All right, I posted a really bad drawing at 23 minutes after the hour, Bobby.
Let's.
Wait, so what's what in that picture? So you
upside down cup.
Right, so it's just a big cup, and it's split. It's split in the middle. On the left side, you have what I would represent as water in a container, and then on the right side would be what's supposed to be happening around our geometrical Earth. Curving around. That's what we're supposed to see.
Yeah.
So, like, how big does the water? I mean, I'm talking about you can take any cup, any size water, and it's always going to do what's on the left. But you're saying, or whoever, any globe believer is saying that the water needs to be doing what's on the right.
From a globe perspective, if it's long enough, you'll start to see the curve, and you'll start to see the water as it further gets around. Drop off, and you won't be able to see it even if you go very high.
Okay, so the original question. Let's go back to the cup, right? The original question is about the cup. So I asked somebody if I have a cup 50 miles big, or I'm not sure what that is in kilometers, but 50 miles big, would the water curve in the cup? They said yes. Australia said no. What would you say?
I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm just drawing up a little diagram. Give me a second. I like diagram. All right, so it's 80 kilometers. So that's essentially 80 kilometers in kilometers. Yeah, so 80,000. I've not done math in a while because I do IT stuff. So give me a second. I'm bad at math.
Sure, that's fine. I know when I originally asked this question to that person, they were like, well, what about the bottom of the cup being in relation to the curve of the Earth? I'm like, well, just take that away. Put it up in the air. It's just in a cup. Don't think about the shape of the cup. But if you really need
just
to...
have the cup laying what I'm thinking you're saying is a cup that's just 5 foot wide by 30 miles, just that direction, and then you can just look straight down from a one-dimensional or from a two-dimensional point of view.
I mean, you can think of it that way. I guess I was thinking of just take any cup in your cabinet and just make it huge,
like 5 mile
50,
radius cup.
80, 5 miles, 50 miles, whatever, however big you want.
But make it a circular radius cup. It's not a square cup. It's not a rectangle cup. Make it a circle cup.
What's a good number to go with 80 kilometers? 600. No. Fuck.
We're just taking a small cup and expanding it mentally to 5 mile radius. It's still a cup, right? Water is still water. It's just a mental thought exercise on what does the water do. Doesn't take any calculation. Just some common sense and reasoning. What does the water do?
All right, I just posted at 27 minutes after the hour 3 different containers with water. You can see the one on the left is like a globe-shaped container, and regardless of the shape of the container, the water still lays flat on top. So I know the person I was asking had a big problem. They're like, "Well, if the container is curving with the curve of the Earth, then the water, what would the water?" You know, they had a
Well,
hard time
they're
thinking
clearly
about
just
that.
not good enough to think about it from both perspectives. And from your perspective, I mean, they're stuck in their own perspective of mind.
Mm-hmm. I just got a DM from Doris who wants to be VC verified. If you want to jump up in the VC check-in 1, someone can follow you up there. Nice. Yeah, Bobby, like once you're ready, the point of this is just to make sure that we agree on terms. So if we can agree that the water is laying flat regardless of the size of the container, then we can move on to our real life observations. But if you're saying like, nope, it's curving in the cup regardless of the shape, then I think we should discuss that.
So in my little example I'm writing, I've made the water cup length of 80,000 meters with the radius of the Earth, or with the circumference of the Earth is 400,000 meters. So just give me a second. So I'll be posting. I'll try to take a photo of this and send it to the live stream voice chat in a second.
You can also DM it to me. If you don't have image perms, you can just send it to my DMs and I'll post it.
Yeah, I think I'll have to DM it to you.
Did you just invite him to slide into your DM?
Okay. Yesterday was gorgeous. Huh? Well, heck yeah, I'm down.
Hey, person, you got a hot mic?
Oh, my bad.
Hello. I am back. Sorry, my power cut out. I believe a moderator was speaking to me. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Was that you? Was that you who spoke to me?
Maybe. We were speaking earlier, but I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
No. Because I was talking over you, which I'm sorry if I was. I tend to do that a lot when I'm kind of in a heated argument.
Oh, good. It's no problem. Yeah, whatever. So what do you want to discuss?
I don't know, man. Let me just relax for a minute about arguing. Does somebody else want to talk about other points for like globals or something? Be nice.
Possible. Maybe I can shout a few people out. Purple Aki, how you doing, mate? Nut. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yo, Purple Aki.
Yeah. Hi.
Good username.
Hello, Purple Aki. How are you?
I'm new to this server, so I don't know if this question's too general or not, and I don't want to come off as rude because I personally believe the Earth is round, but I don't want to come off as insulting or anything. But if the Earth is flat and we're being lied to, what's the reason for that lie being spread?
Yeah, that is a fair question, but I would always say to you that you have to, if you want to ask
May
it.
I answer this one?
Yeah, can I just very, very quickly, and then please go ahead, Bobby. If you're going to ask the question earnestly, you also have to ask who it is that's lying, because if you're talking about several groups, they may have different reasons. Anyway, Bobby, go.
A lot of people just say control, and that's it. It's just the ability to control someone and be able to do that.
I always go with this one. Like, I have a little brother who's 10 years younger than me, and when I was really young and playing like video games and stuff, he would want to play, but what I would do is I would just give him an unplugged controller and let him think that he was playing. So that's the way I see it too. Like, imagine if you were in control of the world and you had all the resources, you were in full control, but you got all these other people. Well, what if you just gave them an unplugged controller and let them think they're playing? Well, there's your globe reality. Like, you guys aren't even in the same reality.
In the same reality?
Right. Like, if they're saying you're on a globe and that globe doesn't exist, they're saying you're in space and space doesn't exist, then you're literally not playing the same game that we're playing, yo.
Okay, right. So, all right. Let me just say that people that say that the flat Earth is real and whatnot, please keep in mind it's a theory. It's a theory for a reason because it's not a theory.
It's not a theory.
So maybe we can talk to Purple Aki for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So Purple Aki, what do you think about the answers you've been presented?
I mean, yeah, that sort of makes sense to me. Do keep in mind, I have no idea what I'm talking about most of the time, so...
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're being respectful. So, yeah, don't worry about that at all.
Yeah, thanks.
One thing I would say, though, is I'll kind of expand on my previous answer. Like, it depends on the group that you're talking about, right? So let's just talk about NASA just as in a narrow sense. Why would NASA lie, even if NASA as an institution knew that the Earth was flat? Why would hundreds of people at NASA lie to you? Well, that's a very simple answer. Their careers are on the line. They all have careers, they have qualifications, they have experience in this thing. If this thing doesn't exist, they have no careers. Do you know many people who are keen to throw away lucrative careers?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, that makes sense.
And just to address the whole theory thing, if you measure the ground and it's flat, what theory do you need to come up with? It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you'd either have to question the methodology of the measurement or the idea of measurement itself at this point. So, I mean, questioning measurement itself is obviously stupid. But questioning the methodology is fair. But if you could come up with competent criticisms, we would address them. But right now, we're not dealing with competent criticisms. We're dealing with light bends, bro, and stuff like that. It just doesn't mean anything. Like competent criticisms is what we're looking for. If we don't have any, then the Earth is measurably flat. I mean, there's not really anything else to say.
About this thing about this perceivable curvature. I mean, the Earth is so vast that you would be able to perceive the curvature because it is so minute.
You don't know that, though.
As I said, it can be proved by the formula, and
but boats go over a curve, right?
Sorry.
But boats go over a curve, right? Boats disappear bottom up over a curve.
Bullets.
Boats.
Yeah, boats.
Oh, boats. Oh. Boats disappear over a curve, did you say?
I mean, wouldn't you say that boats disappear over a curve?
It depends on the distance.
So, do they or do they not?
I mean, maybe. I'm not inclined to.
Wow, this is like day one globe proof here. We throwing that under the bus already? So yeah, boats don't disappear over a curve. Welcome to flat Earth.
That's why I said maybe, because again, I'm not sure. Like on all these points, like
Jesus.
I'm only in college.
I mean, most people who believe in a globe say boat goes out, disappears bottom up, therefore globe. So you're saying that's not the case?
Well, I mean, it can disappear for other reasons too.
Wow.
Such as?
Look at that.
Well, I mean, such as the just general weather, right? I mean, if it's a bit foggy, of course we'll be able to see it.
Someone start to slow clap now.
I agree. Yeah, you're getting it. Yeah, it's not. So we've been told for hundreds, if not thousands of years, that the best proof that the Earth is a globe is that boats disappear bottom up as they leave, right? And now you're coming to the realization that that's not necessarily the case.
Well, I mean, there can be other factors into it.
Yeah, of course. That's what we've been saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, forever.
The problem is that the geometry of the circumference of the Earth explains that the boat should leave our visual view from bottom up right around what, 3.5 miles?
Yeah.
And we don't see this consistently. And so now we're being met with the argument that light bends, or maybe there's other things that come in the way, like atmosphere. Talk about the slow walk right back to right back.
Yep.
I mean, say if a boat was.
It's either you can. Either the Earth is much bigger than we're being told, and therefore we have a problem, or the Earth is flat, and therefore we have a problem. So, which problem do you want to address?
Oh, I mean, I was saying if a boat was like 4 miles out or something, you wouldn't be able to see it regardless. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see it, so you wouldn't be perceivable to you.
Are you sure about that?
How could that's where you're wrong.
The maximum perceivable distance by the eye is 3 miles.
Oh, it's like
no. The maximum perceivable distance by the eye is 3 miles. You've never seen anything further than 3 miles away.
Well,
from a mathematical standpoint, no, of course he hasn't.
No, that's patently false. What are you guys talking about? Of course you can see further than 3 miles.
Of course you can.
No, I mean, yeah, from an airplane or something, yeah, but I mean,
no, from the ground.
From the ground, like
standing on the coast of a large body of water. Say you're a 6 foot tall person, so your eyes are right around 6 foot or 5
yeah, but I mean, looking for like small objects like a boat that would be like 4 miles out.
Like a car.
I mean, like a car,
the size of a small boat.
I wouldn't say you'd be able to see it from 4 miles away, but that's just my opinion.
Is that due to the Earth curvature, the physicality of the Earth curving? Is that why you can't see it?
I mean, yeah, that would be.
Roll the tape. Roll the tape, somebody.
Well, I just posted a photo
I just posted a photo of, you can see up to 10 miles, 10, 11 miles.
In detail?
And the horizon's way beyond that too, if you look.
Well, what is your argument against that the Earth curves about like 8 inches per mile? Then I've just seen that.
That picture at 42 minutes after the hour pretty much sums up that there isn't any curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. And look at, there's miles between these things, so you don't see any curvature.
But not only that, yeah,
first and the last.
The horizon should be 2 to 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. But as you can see in the photo, we can see past 11 miles. So there's a big problem here.
And also,
wait, what did you say? Just with about 10 miles and not seeing. What formula are you using for that one?
I'll give you a calculator, an Earth curve calculator, Bobby. I'll send it to you in DMs.
I just do everything by hand.
Or I can drop it here too. Well, there you'll see that same 1.22 number that we'll be referencing here probably more often. So.
And that's it. Are you familiar with the Black Swan Requiem?
Black Swan? I don't think so.
He's not going to understand. He needs to understand. First, he needs to understand what curvature is, and how do you go about figuring it out. Let him figure out how to do Earth curvature before he goes on to that, because he.
All right.
For me personally, it's not really relevant for me to learn because I'm not big into physics. I'm not going into physics. But chemistry is more my thing.
It's just geometry, bro. Not that hard.
It's all there. Like, we've got calculators to calculate everything, and it's not too much work.
Why are you here if you're already copping out? You don't want to learn anything.
Why am I here?
And you're copping out already. I'm chemistry, not physics, so I don't want to know anything. I can't figure it out, even if you should. That's basically what you're saying.
I've just come here to understand your points. That's all.
How can you understand it if you don't understand the material? That's crazy.
Material? I just like listening. Like, is that an issue?
That's fine. We'll just make sure you leave here with a good understanding. We'll present the argument and don't misrepresent it.
Of course, I'll definitely keep your points in mind. I'll try and not forget it, hopefully.
So, Requiem, just before you go, I did want to address the article you linked earlier. Got a chance.
I'm going to go.
I have actually looked through it, and as predicted, it is a rebuttal of a straw man. So points 7 and 8 I'll address because you don't have time for everything else. But point 7, gravity doesn't exist. While that is what we say, it's not for the stupid reason they give.
May I add on to that as well?
Yeah, can I finish though, Bobby? Instead, the Earth is constantly accelerating upwards, so the force of gravity is like being pushed into your car seat. There is not a single flat earther that says that. Yeah, so that's a straw man. Number 8, Earth is accelerating upwards due to dark energy. Most flat earthers don't believe that the Earth is accelerating upwards, and they don't believe in dark energy. So when you read these stupid articles, they are intending to mislead you from what we actually think and what our position is into a straw man position that's easily debunked.
Right. That's fair. It doesn't point out your points. I guess it's only one-sided.
No, it's worse than that. It misrepresents our point.
Oh, right.
So no flat earther that I've ever met thinks that the Earth is moving. Yet in that article, it's like the flat earthers think that the Earth is moving, which isn't the position any flat earther I know holds.
Are you referencing the, what is it called? Electromagnetic force of attraction for the...
Is there like divisions in the flat Earth community, like with different theories, like obviously based off the Earth being flat, but I mean, with different understandings?
Yeah, for sure, but it's like there's no flat earther I've met in doing this for like 5 years who has that idea.
Doing it for 5 years?
While there are different conceptions, of the flat Earth, and some people might say, yeah, it's infinite. Other people might say it's finite and there's a dome. Whatever. All of these things are legitimate points of view, and maybe people can argue for them. Nobody I've met says that the Earth is actually accelerating upwards. No one honestly holds that view.
If you've been doing this for 5 years, aren't you tired of saying the same points to everybody?
Yeah, I am, but I wish people would get it.
I mean, it's more tiring hearing you guys come back with the same arguments, but we've got our feet up, man.
Also, could I add to the gravity thing? If we take a look from like someone who believes like in the science community and all that, and someone who's a globe earther, gravity doesn't really exist. It's a theory, and what does really prove gravity in a what would you say in a globe Earth's point of view would be the existence of a gravitron, which has never been found, never been proven to exist. Henceforth, it's just a theory.
Wait, so you said there's gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying, from a globe Earther point of view, gravity is just a theory, and that is all it has been ever since it was foundations. If the Earth is a globe by some miraculous measure and not flat, then it is. Then what was I about to say? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I got it taken off by the people outside at 1 a.m. in the morning, starting their car. Jesus. But no. But yeah, gravitrons have never been proven to exist. Unlike, if you want to say mass exists, go ahead. If you want to say something is mass to another globe Earther,
no, mass
because they say that they've
Bobby, listen, this mass also doesn't exist.
I'm just saying from a globe Earth's point of view.
No, I'm saying for the human opinion, mass doesn't exist. No, man, it's true. You cannot define mass. Nobody can.
Mass.
Yeah, nobody can define mass. Nobody did it in human history.
What he means is that math is not something tangible. Like if
mass.
You will get a definition for mole or inertia, but for mass you will not get anything.
Yeah, and it's often incorrectly identified with matter, and it isn't the same thing. And to be honest, if that's the meaning you're trying to convey, you should have just said matter in the first place.
Well, no, I mean, like, but all I'm getting at is that gravitrons haven't been proven to exist, hence gravity is a theory, and there's no definitive proof apart from the fundamental experience of people.
Yeah, sorry, let me just address that. Gravity is not even a scientific theory. Gravity is a colloquial theory. It's just an idea. It exists in maths. It doesn't exist in experiment, and it doesn't exist in the scientific method.
Aren't just like Neil deGrasse Tyson don't say gravity, but they mean the curvature of quote unquote space time.
Do you know what other also doesn't exist?
I don't know.
What do they mean by when they say gravity?
Gas pressure without container also doesn't exist.
I'm just saying what they're talking about.
No, I'm saying like in nature I want to find, and I was looking for, and I didn't ever find gas pressure without container.
And also, wait, who was talking before? Who was the Requiem? Requiem, can you explain to me why? Oh no, you don't do physics. Never mind.
Well, I do physics, but like I'm not big into physics. It doesn't really interest me.
Okay, why does general relativity and Newton's laws not mix well?
Newton's laws and
why is science that flawed that these two fundamental physics that we're taught in high school cannot actually merge together?
Give an example of relativity, of like something of relativity, please.
Of general or special?
Meaning?
Okay, let's just go with general. Something super, super small that starts to accelerate at the speed of light. But excuse me 2 seconds, I'm going to go beat the shit out of someone.
Okay.
Do you know the difference between Newtonian and Einstein gravity?
Well, I would imagine Newtonian, in quotations, would be a more basic definition rather than of.
Sorry. Someone just came up to my room and decided to tell me the prince was dead. Old news. Anyway,
let's celebrate everyone. Prince Philip passed away.
Why can't Newton describe what happens when a very tiny particle or very large particle interacts with something? Whilst Einstein can. Why do their models conflict?
Because it's two different theories from two different time periods.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson states that both of these are correct, but how can they be correct if they contradict each other? And why is science that flawed?
Well, because both can be right, but giving a different definition. I mean, laws, theories, etc. They're always changing all the time as more and more research is put into.
But that's because nothing's been proved. That's because nothing's been proved. That's why they keep changing theories. You can't. Why would you change a fact? If something's a fact, you can't change it, right?
But you are saying that till 1915 was mass attracting mass, and then somehow that was not happening. All the time was bending of space time.
But it doesn't just happen just because somebody discovered it. It's always there. Furthermore,
what was always there? Mass attracts mass, or bending of space time?
Furthermore, look, what
was 100 years ago? 200 years ago? It was bending space of time, or it was mass attacks mass?
Man, I don't know because I don't look into these things.
Do you know how it's contradictory? How to say? How you can have one thing and then after 200 years you have another thing?
I've never looked into it. Like, I'm just saying.
No. Think like a human.
Speak, man. Stop speaking over me. I'm getting really pissed off. Right? I'm really being patient, but you're talking over me over and over. Right? Let me just say, a theory is a theory because it's not exactly proven, but there's evidence to support it. And if there's so much evidence to support it, then it's then popular, and then it's pretty much like a law.
No.
Okay. Which one of these one is proven?
Hold on. You're wrong on that because scientific theories are statements of facts. A general theory is just an idea.
Yeah, it can be a fact, but a theory, like, it's the difference between a theory and a law. Okay.
No, a scientific theory does not become a law, and a law is derived from a theory. There's two different things.
I don't think so, but
I don't care what you think.
Yeah,
your opinion is irrelevant. Look it up.
You should have looked this stuff up before you came in here. You know, that's something you've done. Your due diligence.
I don't bother. I'm not going to come in here with the same things that you've all heard. I'm just simply trying to listen and then giving what I understand and what I know, rather than looking this stuff up and from other sources and then regurgitating it from my mouth. What's the point?
That would be better. That would be better because at least you know the subject matter. When you come and you don't know the subject matter, that makes you look stupid. You understand? When you come in here, you claim the Earth is round, it's a ball, but you don't have the evidence to support it. How does that sound, bro? I mean, come on, man.
Come on, man.
Look, regardless of any answers that I get, I know it's always going to be looked down because look, it's everybody. Well, nearly everybody here is the opposing theory.
No. Yeah, but that's based because we all looked at it and yeah. We're all opposing because we've done the research and we've looked and we found out it doesn't add up. That's the reason why. When you actually take the research and you dig deep, you see the anomalies that don't add up. So maybe you should actually research the deep stuff and find out that, hold on, a lot of stuff doesn't add up. And then maybe you'll think differently instead of just blindly accepting everything.
Because I'm too busy.
Doesn't it bother you that a lot of flat earthers know more about the globe than the globe?
There's another cop out. I'm too busy. Why are you here then if you're so fucking busy? That's so stupid. I'm too busy to do all that, but you can come here and
I don't know why you're being so rude. Like, I'm just
really, dude.
To be fair, though, if he came in and did the research, would he really change anything? Like, you guys have already made up your mind. Like, just because he read a couple books, you guys would be like, oh yeah,
anybody's minds.
Guys, we just agreed we're not going to talk about feelings, right? Oh, you're so rude.
So,
yeah, but just because of feelings,
stop it, right?
Because
you just copped out and told us you didn't care. So let's talk to another.
About what?
You didn't care about the flat Earth, right? You don't want to do some research.
I never said that.
What you didn't want? You have no time. You don't want to do it. So let's talk to another guy.
I understand points.
You want to understand the points. So this server has one of the most
comprehensive
the channels I into it in my own time. However,
if you scroll down this server, there are tons of videos, documents, PDFs for you to research, right? Research takes time. Everybody believes that they can be informed by the news in 5 minutes, but that's not true, right? You know this. It takes time to do your due diligence.
Yeah, I'm not going to absorb all the knowledge in one day. That's impossible. Nobody can do that.
Okay.
With the comment about the news, there's this famous Australian comedian. His name's Isaac Butterfield. He's a globe earther, but he does have some good. He thinks that all flat earthers are absolute idiots. It doesn't really, but his comments on the media are very, very true. They're always in it for the money, and they'll always post stuff that divide or gain the most views just to get that bit of money that they want.
Of course it is. I mean, that's just basic journalism. I mean, of course, that's always going to happen.
Right.
A Glober comedian, so he must not be that funny.
Just trust the news, right? Trust media, news.
I
think they bring you. Everything they bring you, right? Just eat it up.
No, I don't really look at the news because it's always from one side.
You don't look at a lot of stuff. You don't look at a lot of stuff, bro.
Can we go back? Okay, we're talking about nonsense right now. Can we go back to what he was saying about a theory and a scientific theory? Can you go look that up right now?
A scientific theory
and a theory. Actually, look for science. Go for a theory. Look for scientific theory and laws. Scientific laws. Or actually, natural laws. Sorry.
Laws. What law do you want me to look up?
No, not any. Just look for the definitions or
the definition.
Yeah.
Well, I have an understanding of it, but why?
But just to clarify,
you don't have an understanding of it. Look it up.
Yeah, take deep sighs. It's going to take a lot of studying, buddy.
Okay.
We're giving you the tools, right?
Hello?
Yeah, look for theory versus scientific theory.
Okay, so while he takes the phone call, Purple Aki, you were saying something earlier?
No, I was just asking a question, but that's answered now, so I'm good.
Okay. Just making sure everybody's voice was heard, that's all. That's good to know.
Did Nuts had any questions? Nut? No?
It was funny, man, that my sister teaches science, and she told me the same shitty answer. A theory is just a theory, and it becomes a law when it has more. I was like, hold up, you teach science? No wonder the kids are being idiots.
That's hilarious, man. Actually,
I know about it, man. I was like, yeah, they'll do it. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, man. So okay, a theory becomes a fact when it's provable, right? So how is a scientific theory a fact when you still can't prove it?
That's the thing. By definition, scientific theories can never be fact.
Yeah, man.
What?
They've set themselves up to fail.
Scientific theories have gone through the scientific method and have been proven. So yes, they are facts.
No. By that point, there'll be a scientific fact. You can no longer call them a theory because if they've been proven, they become a fact.
Incorrect.
No,
scientific theories are just observations that they think's what's happened. But
those are just theories. Those are not scientific theories. Those are colloquial theories.
You have to prove it to be factual.
Give me a second. A scientific theory is the explanations of the experiments. In other words, of the facts. That's all it is. In other words, they're not opinions, they're not ideas. They're explanations of the experiments.
You're getting scientific theory, or you may be getting scientific theory mixed up with the colloquial theory.
Yes.
It's a common mistake. It's a common misconception about the two. They are completely different. A scientific theory has been established through the scientific method and a validated experiment, which can be replicated. A colloquial theory is just an idea of why something's happening or what's going on. That's just any old plain old theory. Hasn't gone through the scientific method. It's completely different.
So
I got a question. What would it take?
Oh, here comes the what will it take for a flat earther to get to convert back to the globe, right?
Yes. I mean,
I was saying, what would it take for a scientific theory to then prove to be a fact? What would it take?
Scientific theories are facts that are validated through hypothesis testing of the experiment.
Yeah, you can only have a scientific theory after you have a hypothesis, an experiment, a test of the hypothesis, and that's when it could be a bunch of hypotheses. In other words,
you also before that you have to have a naturally observed phenomenon, and then a hypothesis, and then an experiment.
Right. So you have to go through the scientific method first of all. After you go through the scientific method and tested your and validated your the hypothesis, whether it be true or false, yada yada yada, then you have a scientific theory. In other words, you have the facts to go on.
Oh, I see.
So I think the confusion happened when we compared the mainstream definition with the actual definition.
This is from dictionary.com, and I'll just read it. But it says a scientific theory is a well-tested, broad explanation of a natural phenomena. In everyday life, we often use the word theory to mean hypothesis or educated guess. But a theory in the context of science is not simply a guess. It is an explanation based on extensive and repeated experimentation.
So
the job of theories to become facts. They use available facts to make sense of a broad concept. Scientific theories explain some of the most familiar and complex phenomena. A few of the best-known scientific theories are the theory of gravity, the theory of evolution, and the theory of relativity.
I was going to ask
you. Say gravity is a theory or gravity is a scientific theory? There's two different ones.
It's just.
Are we saying gravity is a theory or are we saying gravity is a scientific theory?
It's
a theory.
Yeah, they have no valid natural phenomena. They have no hypothesis.
Thing falls down in gravity.
Exactly. You can't prove it.
My doctor on the phone.
See, this is what I was saying earlier, man. We're confusing the actual definition with the mainstream definition. It's like gravity. Where does that fall? You know.
Can I ask a question? To the flat earthers.
You're a flat earther too, Bobby.
I never said I was.
Yeah, you live on the same flat and level plane. Or did you find any curvature, Bobby?
Well, as in the people who support the
Well,
flat
hang on. You
Earth
can't just label everyone as a flat earther. So go ahead, Bobby.
But everyone lives on the flat Earth, obviously. But why do things fall down? I never got my head around that concept. With the flat Earth model,
everything doesn't fall down.
No, it's to do with buoyancy and density. Those are the two forces that basically describe what's going on.
It's not.
Yeah, the why, I would say, is fundamentally unanswerable. So they give you a silly explanation that matter itself is attracting other matter, which can't possibly be proven. I could give you a silly answer as well. I could say that magic is causing it, or that the ground likes things and dislikes other things. You know, there's lots of silly explanations you can give, but there's no actual, experimental validation for.
it's like water in a bathtub.
So let me ask you this:
all of your ducks.
Well, can you explain to me?
I'm just asking, why do some things go down while other things go up?
Well, we can answer that experimentally, and it's simply an object interacting with its medium. But why does it do that? No idea.
Oh, sorry, someone else had a question. What do you want to ask?
Let me try, because this is very
there's a relationship
on any idea of any shape or the nature of Earth in general, right? In order to intelligently traverse and navigate the space you're in, no matter the shape of the space, there needs to be objective directions. For things to go up and down, there first has to be an up and down. Things are ordered or designed in a way so we can interact with our reality coherently. So why do things go up and down? Well, that could just be because of their density relative to the medium they're in. Why is there an up and down? Well, because it is. It's like a law of nature. And you're never going to figure out why it's like that or how it's like that, but that's the way it is. And people have just been coming up with stories to explain why, when really they should just say, I don't know, that's the way it is.
I mean, the only reason you need gravity is to stick something to a ball.
If we're talking about scientific facts, right? Since in the sense or the definition or the scientific definition of gravity, there is no science behind that term, right? It's all just ideas and concepts and unproven theories, right? We can take back that word for it to just mean weight. Take all the math, take all the science out of it, take it back to its etymological and also current definition of weight.
Yeah, you do have a point, yeah. There's no need to add extra stuff.
If everyone's on the same ground, right? If we all have the same common orientation with our feet on the ground, like the ground is below the air, right? Then there's an objective up-down. Things have weight, and other things are lighter than air, and they go up.
Makes sense.
I mean,
does that answer the question? There's someone that asked how about it.
Oh, yeah, it answers it perfectly. Thank you. This is another question. Does anyone have a Netflix account?
How does that?
Yeah, I do.
How does that prove the shape of the Earth?
Oh, this is just leading to another question. Just a general conversation. Has anyone watched the Flat Earth documentary on Netflix?
Behind the Curve, yes. Yeah.
I thought it was lacking substance with the actual theories behind Flat Earth.
Right.
And it was Netflix kind of portraying the actual people inside it. I thought it was more about Netflix pulling a fast one on flat earthers and trying to make them look like idiots.
But you gotta understand, that's the mainstream narrative to make flat Earth look like idiots. You'll never see these good quality videos. If you only knew the plethora of good high definition videos that actually show the science, like the people behind flat Earth that are really knowledgeable, that would never be pushed in the mainstream. They always block and censor it. So anything you do see in the mainstream involving flat Earth, it's gonna clown us. They've got no choice but to, because if they did, well then they've got a problem, because then they don't want the main public asking a lot of questions, and that leads you to where we are now.
Yes, like how Facebook and YouTube did a massive ban wave of all anything related to flat Earth.
And on the same topic is the Flat Earth Society, right? It's a controlled opposition put in place to ridicule, basically divert you from looking into flat Earth. Even Obama mentioned them in a speech.
Oh yeah, they clearly have no idea what they're talking about.
Obama and all the other presidents most definitely do not know what they're talking about.
It's about...
I meant the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I remember Obama made that comment.
The Twitter
we don't have
account.
time for the Flat Earth Society, which is very stupid. It wasn't even targeted to us. It was the controlled opposition. That's what they want people to do. The moment someone finds out about Flat Earth, they bring them to the Flat Earth Society, and they just think that's what everyone else is, but it's not like that. You have to do really, really deep research to actually get to the core of the knowledge that actually exposes it. It was actually easier back in 2016 and 15, but now the censorship is just so absurd. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, well, it's also, the term flat earther is used as a pejorative, to connotate whoever you're throwing it at as being like archaic, outmoded, like not up to, the current thinking and understanding of, reality.
Yeah, it's almost labeled as an idiot.
So,
yeah. Sad. I don't.
It should be much like the term conspiracy theorist, where it's designed to immediately dismiss the other person, their point of view, or what they're trying to say or give as an idea.
Well, some conspiracy theories turn out to be true, and it's hilarious when with the American government, whenever they have like a conspiracy theory blow up in their face and proven to be true, it's just the most funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I don't know how MK Ultra is funny.
No, it's not funny. It's really sad.
It's really sad, but it's just hilarious of how they tried like the CIA tried to hide it up so much. It's like you force like drugs into people, like LSD and all that. How you going to expect it to turn out?
How could the average person think every single conspiracy is wrong? A few of them have to be correct.
A few of them have to be correct.
Exactly, they can't all be wrong. But there are people out there that believe every single conspiracy is false.
Yeah, there was a good comedian who had a good joke. He's like, "Yeah, I don't believe in any conspiracies, not even one." He's like, "Man, I got a little kid, and I lie to that kid all the time." So I thought that was perfect.
It's stupid because they admit they'll come out decades later and say, "All right, yeah, we slipped this one by you, but now we've cleaned up our act." But then you could ask.
It's like.
Go ahead.
It's like when you misbehave as a little kid, and then years later to your parents, you like say, "Yeah, that I actually did that."
Yeah. So they outwardly.
Because you can't get in shit for it.
They'll admit, okay, we did this, but then the program ended at this year, it ended at that. But then you could ask people, okay, point to a point in history to where there wasn't any shit going on. Like it's been nothing. Human history has been nothing but conspiracy. There's always been spy networks. There's been information agencies at any point in time. They're all conspiring for the security of their nation or for to grow their nation.
Conspiracy theory
is about information.
CIA.
You have information. If you have control of information, and this is why another reason that when someone says the flat Earth theory is like it's not only just saying that the Earth is flat, it's also saying that governments are trying to control information and just have more power. Information is power, as I like to say.
It's just funny that you can see any point in time to where there's nothing but constant conspiracy and thoughts and information gathering. But then now that we're in a special time in history to where none of that's going on, we fixed it all and figured it all out. We got full transparency and everybody's got all your best interests in mind and absolutely nothing's going on. All that shit's done for. It's in the past.
Well, it's because the average person, they don't get involved in that kind of stuff.
The ship between Australia and China right now is like not really friendly right now, is it?
Nah.
Now look at all the governments.
And then you've got the Kanzuk agreement that's also trying to rail China because they're doing sanctions on Australia. So the Kanzuk group are trying to sanction China even more, which is only going to drive shit up.
But yeah, like
what was the lady trying to say? The lady tried to say something there. She got cut.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Okay. I mean, look at governments. They have official secrets that they keep, and they write laws to enforce those secret keeping. You know, and then when people make freedom of information requests, they will often get information that's been so heavily redacted that you can't really glean from it. So if you want to talk about conspiracy theories and you're in denial about what government organizations and big corporations are up to, that absolutely squat about, delude yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if I speak for the other Australians, but from where I come from, there's a saying that really describes like governments and people like that. We call them scummy cunts. Because they just are so scummy.
I mean, another good term you can call them is parasites.
But yeah, like the girl that mentioned the Freedom of Information Act, like for my personal standards, if somebody has lied repeatedly and I catch them lying, but then they also even admit to lying all the time, even the information that they're releasing, I'm not going to trust that at all. It's a known liar that's consistently lying. I'm just going to assume that they're lying, and the way that they operate, I'm going to assume that there's probably it's either innocuous, the information or reason they're releasing, or more likely it's got a negative effect for me. There's some angle they're working that's not going to be in my benefit.
Well, think about this. At one point in time, the government has had to go and do an investigation because some corporation was poisoning a town's water supply, or they were using chemicals in agriculture that was actually causing people to get cancer, or in some.
Or they were selling seeds that were infertile, and then you had to buy more seeds.
Please don't cut the lady off. She was in the middle of saying something.
And I mean, in every government department, and look at medicine, the huge secrets that have been outed by people who had to put up a massive struggle, to get the information and to get things resolved, where the damage that they caused was actually, loss of human life. So I don't know how people in this day and age can still turn around and think that, we live in a lovely world. There are no psychopaths. Nobody's got any secrets. Anybody who says differently must be a whack job. It's a conspiracy. Silence them. Yeet them off of YouTube. Don't let them use Twitter.
Yeah, soon they'll have a social credit and everything all tied into that. And once all of our economics are digital, they'll be able to yeet you out of the monetary systems easier, which they already do to some people.
Yeah, it's already like that.
Yeah, some people's banks won't bank with them or loan them, and then they even overtly admitted that they're collecting they were collecting Trump supporters and even potential Trump supporters, much like our credit reporting agencies gather information and sell it to people so they can base business decisions on it. They actually not only gathered up all the Trumpies, they calculated based on your county, your demographics, and everything else if you were likely to be a supporter. And so this is something they've admitted. Companies did this, and they gathered up all this information, and now it's people can trade based on that. So that's why with all these digital currencies, all that to me, it starts looking like the farmer added up more fencing around the land. We're slowly getting corralled in here, and it's going to be a lot harder to get out once the fencing and the barriers and boundaries are all complete.
Yeah, and like those algorithms that can maybe predict if you're going to be a Trump supporter, take that to its completion, right? You have algorithms that may say whether you're going to commit a crime, so they might just arrest you before you do it. So it's a horrible.
I mean, it even goes deeper than that. They've got like the subconscious programming and different shows and whatnot. They can actually program you into doing stuff you wouldn't normally have done. You add that to the.
Oh yeah, I mean, just look at
they've got us like a chess.
Look at the email, Gmail. You open up a Gmail and it's already got 3 responses you can say, right? It's like the marionette syndrome, right? They've got different avenues for you ready to go.
Yeah, that's nuts. I swear I get ads sometimes of shit that I think. Like, I know people like you have your phone in your pocket and you're like, man, I said something, but how did it hear me? That's ridiculous. But there's some shit I don't even like say. I'll be thinking like one time I'll be thinking of a specific component for something I'm going to repair or make, and shit will pop up for the size that I need. And it is an obscure
But
thing.
isn't that scary though? Like, what if?
Yeah.
I don't know. Clearly, they've got some type of technology that can tap into like the thought waves. But even speaking about that, you will sound crazy, but it's not really crazy if you're not speaking anything into existence. You're merely thinking about it, and your phone is able to bring it up. Well, what does that say? Clearly, there's a device in there that's capable of tracking it.
Yeah,
they will never release that to the mainstream, or not now anyway. Maybe later on when they've got us all, but.
Yeah, nobody has the context of my life, but for me, it's even funnier because I was like I didn't believe in ghosts or psychic readers or demons or any of this shit. It was laughable to me. There's always some scientific explanation. There's some way to build the universe with nuts and bolts. There's a way that everything is constructed from just material things. So it's and I don't know, even regular shit, you roll your eyes like, yeah, whatever. Your fucking shit may happen, but it's always far and away and somewhere else and not in this time or not in this place. But then you see shit like that, it's like, how the fuck does that happen? Like, that's incredibly odd, a really odd occurrence to see it happen.
I think it's hilarious when you use words and meaning to try to debunk meaning. That's always funny. Like that was one of the like contradictions as an atheist I would never acknowledge.
Yeah.
Well, most people don't even acknowledge that words have meaning to begin with.
And it's a lot of it. What made me realize how heavy the programming and shit is I was like a staunch anti everything but I had actually seen shit when I was a kid. Like I'd seen shit that's not explainable, but then you go to school and through life and everything, and you get so heavily programmed. I was denying my own reality, and I'm like, you're trying to fit that in to your worldview, and that definitely causes cognitive dissonance because I couldn't explore how does this fit into the current world model I'm believing in? How do these otherworldly, unexplainable things, how do they fit into that? And it doesn't mash together. It doesn't explain it, and it causes a lot of issues.
That's is that they say that for something to exist in this world, it has to be physical. But everybody sees the horizon, you know? And then they'll turn around and deny that it's physical too, you know, like it's just hilarious.
I've noticed how that works. Whenever it says globe, then it's real. And whenever it says flat, then it's not real. It's kind of it switches to whatever supports the argument. And it's easy to see in modern day scientism how all the systems work. They do the same thing. And it's astounding that people just believe it. When you deal with people enough and you see how manipulative people are, and you see how manipulative systems are that they're capable of being manipulated, you would think you would have a heavy amount of skepticism, because I see people bullshitting all the time, like constantly. So until you can like get down to it, why just assume that this person that's saying it is not bullshitting just because they're wearing a stupid white coat, and all of a sudden they're not bullshitting like everybody else.
Yeah, back when I thought I was sorry.
It's all good. I was just gonna share. I don't know if anyone was listening last night, and it's a little bit upsetting. We had a troll suggesting some very mean things to us, and it's interesting because I don't care if they want to hold on to their lie of the globe. They can go ahead and keep reproducing or living, but it's like they want us to harm ourselves and all this other crap. It's like, why all the hate and anger from that side? I don't know.
NPCs. That's really all it is.
True.
I mean, that's their programming. They've been programmed to be like triggered at flat earthers and flat earth.
I guess what I was saying is I can't see myself telling them to harm themselves, you know?
What's across the board, right? You look at just the mask thing. They're like, oh, you don't want to wear your mask? Well, I hope you die. You know, it's like, isn't that kind of that, like going against what you...
Good.
The whole reason why you're wearing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're supposed to be wearing the mask to protect me and yourself. So why would you wish death? You know what I mean?
We've
you're not
all
doing
been
what I want you to do,
conditioned.
so fuck you.
That's the NPC.
That's what I think.
Oh, well, you do want to wear your mask, so I hope you suffocate.
Yeah, that's a good comeback.
Yeah, I used to call myself a skeptic until, Flat Earth landed on me like a ton of bricks. It seemed like the only thing I was skeptical about were facts, but I accepted the pseudoscience preachings as truth. Go figure.
Once I started understanding Flat Earth better, it was like a warm blanket for me. It was like, oh, finally some things are starting to make better sense.
Yes. I mean, Flat Earth is not the end goal. It's the door that opens to you many other doors, man. It helps you understand the world better. It helps you, understand the reality that we live in.
And it's what that line is, that quote, truth is stranger than fiction. That's never been more true.
Absolutely. That's why so many people come here asking questions. Oh, how does the moon work? How does the sun work? Well, little do you know, those are some of the greatest mysteries known to man.
Yeah, and it's all the things we accept as truth it turns out to be fiction. It's just a truth that's been constructed. It's just a story that's made up and repeated. And then anything that says otherwise is dismissed, and things that might support it in some way are propped up, and they're just shoved into everyone's face.
But which would be stranger, the Earth being flat or the Earth being a ball?
Yeah, the Earth being a ball is way stranger. We're spinning around and flipping millions of miles every day.
Yes, that is a fiction. You know what fiction is? What's a fiction?
It's in your mind.
Something that you have in your mind, but it's not real. Fiction.
Yeah, it is. It is absurd because if you think about it, how is everything there? I mean, usually stuff that's very complex or ordered, it's usually not there unless somebody made it and put it there. So that seems like a way more logical explanation. You see all the stuff around us, it's way more logical when you see like a computer to assume that it was created instead of just naturally occurred. So you see the complexity of people and stuff is way more logical to assume that it was created. So it's all the bullshit, spinning, flipping shit with vacuums next to pressurized systems and random bullshit on top of bullshit that can't be proven and is just dismissed with like magical words like gravity and refraction. But it's I don't know, it's just you're definitely right.
Can I say they are moving the globe post all the time?
Yeah.
Well, they have to, don't they? That's how they.
I think that's
how they
definitely one of their main tools is to move that around as much as possible.
Yeah,
They can't take a position on anything.
Yeah, because then once you defeat it, then they can't be wrong. They can't go, oh, well, maybe you're right. Oh, ain't that life's a bitch? Ain't that something?
That's why you get so many of them coming in here going, well, I'm just asking questions. You know, I'm not making any claims while they're making claims.
It's a cliffhanger all the time. Cliffhanger.
They'll come in to ask something they'll come in to ask a question, then they'll be like, after you answer, they'll be like, well, what about boats disappearing bottom up? And you're like, I just.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All.
Two things I noticed when a Clover's getting their ass kicked is they're like, well, why would they lie? Then if they get their ass kicked on something else, it's well, why does it even matter? Like, would it? So if you defeat them on a point, I've noticed they like to fall back to those two.
It doesn't affect my daily life. Blah blah blah.
Actually, it does. Actually, it matters the most.
We need to get in the habit of when people say they coming in saying, "Oh, I just want to learn. I'm just here to ask questions," and then they have all.
I hate that guy.
Right. But we need to have so if you were to go to a professor or a teacher and ask a bunch of questions, would you immediately start interrupting them and telling them how they're wrong and having all these other ideas that you're bringing forward instead of listening to what they're saying?
Wow. But
It's always that guy that jumps in every time.
I think everybody have to do that. Everybody have to interrupt the professors today. Yes. Because the whole academia is going down.
I think we should also pre-qualify these guys when they come in, because a lot of them are playing in the middle of a game or like has their attention distracted. And like we're like telling them our life story here, and they're like, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. We need to check them right there, because that's some bullshit in the front, right in the beginning.
Yeah, but it does help out just getting the information across to them. Because I never even considered any flat Earth like thing at all. Like I would even look at the meme. It was like any of the memes. But the second I did, it's like I seen one. It was like way high up or showing different elevations where it's flat. And then just as a joke, I'm like, all right, let me look to see what these stupid motherfuckers are saying. And then just as a thought experiment, I'm like, okay, yeah, it does look flat. And that opened up to something that I never did before. So I'll look at the next one.
I'm sorry. I think we have to learn to relax and just take it very easy now. I think we are on the winner. We're on the winning side just now. So just relax and like you were talking with children. We have to talk with them like our children and let them understand.
I definitely agree with that. Like I've tried to shift my approach from more of a like Nathan Oakley to more of like a Mimas Aurelius here. Like it's a better approach to kind of ask questions and be a little softer.
But we need Nathan Oakley. That's one post for that. But for us other, we can post. We can be kind and take them over.
Don't get me wrong. I'm still going off on ballers in the lobby. So
of course, they are fucking shit. We know that. So.
If I may add, one of the things that helped me come around was during my research into stuff. I found out that when a general public individual has a great idea that'll help everyone, when they file to patent that idea before showing it to people, the government will classify it non-patentable, and then they will give the military that patent, and the military will have that tech. And it'll be up to the military to reveal it if they so choose. So if you have something like a free energy machine or something, you just share it. Don't even try to patent that. Just share it with people. That's how the information gets out.
Really, what would happen if someone did try to patent something like that? It would just...
Hold on. I think what you mean to say is duplicate it and get it to trusted people and then have them all try to bring it to the public's attention at once, because they can silence one person, they can silence a few people, but they can't silence lots of separate people all at once.
Yeah, what I'm saying is circumvent the government process altogether, give the information to the people to use for their benefit, because when you're patenting it in a way, you're saying you kind of want to make money off it. But if it's a free energy thing, why would you want to make money? Just information, right?
Give the people the free energy and they will be killed. There's no way
unless it costs to make such a device, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you didn't, like, how else would someone go about it if someone did have something like that? And they wanted to,
I guess if you're trying to sell,
you see what I mean? Because it's difficult. You would want to patent things like that in order to get a financial gain, and then maybe later on be like, okay, I'm able to produce these devices and whatnot. And then,
excuse me, guys. I don't mean to interrupt, but can a mod come to the VC check-in real quick?
Absolutely.
Thank
you.
you.
Like what I was saying is, like, if someone did discover something like that, how would they bring it to the public? Because if it requires a lot of materials and they're expensive and they don't have the financial capital to actually reproduce them on a large scale, what other ways could someone go about that?
Yeah, I'm just saying by sharing the information with others, they can go take it upon themselves to give that information out. When you go to the government for approval and the patenting, they take it and hide it. They don't let you do it, you know?
Yeah.
If you go around them, like I could show my neighbor, look, this works. Maybe my neighbor has the money to buy the parts and do it. But when I go to the government first, they just take the idea and hide it. They'll classify it military intelligence or whatever. Let the military can utilize it, but the general public won't.
Yeah, imagine how many like brilliant ideas that have been patented and then we don't see the daylight of them.
Yeah, hidden from us, like under the
Tesla.
pile.
He was allegedly able to power stuff 100 miles away with wireless electricity. So just think about the implications that could have been used now in today's technology. And that's just, it was so much stuff that he wasn't allowed to share. It's just sad how they just hide stuff.
I just have to say, it's the first time everybody knows that he's not the legitimate president of the United States. That's a president today. It's a phony. Everything is phony. And people know that, and the people that is behind him know it also. So everything is phony just now in the world, and we are trying to understand something. Everything is corrupt. Everything. FBI is corrupt.
Unfortunately, that's not new, though, right?
But it never. Okay, maybe because we know more than before, but it looks like everything is falling over them now. It's like Rome is falling. You know what I mean? I don't think I have no places to hide anymore. It's open. You know, FBI is corrupt. Everybody knows that we have to take FBI down. I reconstruct everything from the beginning. They are making money off criminals that is not criminals. It's people that poor people smoking marijuana. They're in jail. They're making money because they have got money in the States to big federal jail. They are making money of it. You know what I mean? And the real gangsters, like Clinton, they are working all over us. About kill people and everything, and nobody is doing nothing about it. That's the fucking truth. What can we do about it?
I had myself on mute. People go into shock when they see the police overstepping their boundaries, and that's why people will stand there and record it, but not step in. Like me, I'd rather save that person's life and face criminal charges by the cops for interfering than to just stand there and watch the person get harmed.
That is wrong. The U.S. police, they are not woke or are not with the Democrats. Absolutely not. I hate Democrats. And this fucking shit that's happening. So don't take me there. But I am saying the American police dismissed all over America are the highest in the world.
Yeah, I find hate's a very powerful word. I like to use dislike. Like there was a OPP chief somewhere in Ontario, I think near Ottawa, that was arrested for buying crack and shit. Like, why even be a cop if that's the piece of shit you are,
It's so wrong because everything is corrupt and the police is corrupt. Nobody will face it. They just want to live in the paradise it was before. It is.
See, everyone wants to live in a bubble and they don't want their bubble burst. And they'll fight.
He needed the crack. His coffee wasn't powerful enough.
He was passing out.
But I think it's falling over them. I think they are shooting themselves in food all over the place. So they will take them down by themselves. I don't think we have to do so much. Just put it in the right place and talk about it, and it will be. They will fail, and I will have a real police and real everything. We have to reconstruct everything. And I don't think that it has to be so difficult. I think that it can be just, yes, we have to do that, and we do that. Just like we are building buildings, everything we are doing. We are fantastic people. And I think I will make it and take it over and we change it. I think I will need the fourth state to keep call of what they are doing. We are the people that's working for us. We need the fourth state. The fourth state is the people that's coming in, just like the army, just working there, come in, go out, go in and go out, and get paid for it to take care of what the people that's working for us is doing the right thing. That is the fourth state. Before I always talk about three states, but it's not working. The first state was the media. Just now it's not working. I don't think our media is reliable anymore. We need the first state. And first state is people come in and what they're doing here, we have the infantry over the president, authoritet over the FBI and everything, and said, "Hey, come here. What are you doing? Give me the puppies and everything. What are you doing? Note everything. Do report and everything, so everybody knows what they are doing."
I'm going to share a meme in the live stream that helps explain law enforcement pretty clearly. Hold on.
I think I am right. Fourth Step is the name of it.
You'll like it. Everyone should like this. They'll get a kick out of it. Hold on.
Okay.
When seconds count, the police are minutes away.
The minutes shall be a minute away and doing a work, yes.
That's why it's always important to have the ability to effectively defend yourself.
We need a real police, not corrupt police that we are talking about. And we need people that's looking over what the police is doing to get rid of it. All corruption. So we need the first step. Number 4.
All right, here it comes. Hold on. There it is.
What's that? Did you say 1 ton of marijuana? No, it's not that.
Sir, we've seized 3 tons of marijuana. Did you say 1 ton of marijuana? Yes, sir. 8 grams of marijuana.
It's a big business. You have always been, yes. I can tell you everything about that, but the big company take over the business from the small farmers. So the criminals in the federal business is taking over the business of marijuana, yes. It's a shame. It's a big company behind it, like a McDonald's or so.
They pull someone over and find 10 pounds of weed in the trunk. They're like, okay, we're going to have to destroy this in a series of small fires. Like bowls and joints, you know? They're going to roll it and smoke it all.
People like marijuana, let them smoke it. Doesn't matter. Let people
So
do what they
annoyed
want.
by my friends who became cops. Anybody have a friend that became a cop? They were such a good friend, and you thought they were understanding and great, and then they became a cop. Ugh.
Or worse, the friends that are like, yeah, he's selling native smokes.
Yeah, I have a friend.
You know, they're rats.
Into that school, in the same room, we were in the same room. He got a cops. He took me in the car one time. I said, "What the fuck are you for friends taking me? I am a police. I have to do what I should do. But let somebody else do it. What the fuck are you doing?" We are never friends after that. It was over.
Cops are dumb, dude.
He was very dumb. He was so dumb. We called him Zero in the school. Of course, he'd be the police.
See,
kind of like women, you can't.
A lot.
Kind of like women, you can't live with them or without them.
I don't know. I can defend myself, defend those who need to be defended. I don't need to wait for cops to show up. And I had an epiphany about my purpose. My purpose is to live the rest of my life very well because the first half wasn't so good. My youth, my childhood was had a lot of random violence in it, and the cops did nothing. Like, they could have done their job, but they didn't. You know,
They never got the job.
and
It's
so
over.
from a very young age, I had a very skewed view of authority figures and cops. You know, in school they're telling me they're the good people, and at home they're not helping me save my mom and shit. You know, like so.
The police is out. They have to restructure the police also. That's it.
If the police was really what they claim to be, then it would be a good thing, because then they would have policed the congressman who wrote the unjust laws, right? But they don't do that. They don't
There
police
wouldn't
them.
be
They
as much
protect them.
domestic.
They protect the bankers. They come after us.
Yes.
But they protect those other motherfuckers.
If you do something wrong, just a little bit, then they trick you down immediately.
But what I was trying to say is, like, even if they did better as far as the domestic violence front, you know, like, you can't take the threat away from the home for 12 hours and then let it go back. You know,
Right. Yeah,
like
it's
now the
you're
family's
right.
still
They're
being
set up to protect the structure, but the secondary component where people believe that they're there to help you, it doesn't work practically. When you call them and they take 2 hours to show up, and then if they do show up and then they release the person back in 24 hours, yes,
unbelievable.
You've agitated the situation because you have a society where maybe your child was ignorant and thought, oh, I went to school and I saw this really cool commercial where or there was like a career day where the cop came and it's my hero, and so I called the cops on my abusive father, and now my mother's dead and my father's in jail and I'm an orphan. You know what I mean? Like,
or worse, like I'm saying, they kept calling and saying, Dad's tearing up the house, and they kept letting Dad come back to tear up the house. They didn't, like, you know what I mean?
They didn't
do the proper thing. They didn't hold him long enough for Mom and the kids to make a better life.
It's a fucking shit. Listen to his story. It's a terrible story. Did you hear what he was saying?
Yeah.
It's terrible. Think about it, everybody. His mother and his father in the jail. He was young. He was afraid. He was calling to the police. They don't care. Nobody in the system was taking care of him. It's a fucking shit.
Yeah. With my situation, I was going to take action into my own hands, and my mom found out what I was going to do, and she saw how it was affecting us, and she finally left him and moved on.
Of course. Move on,
you know what I mean? But if she wouldn't have found out what was going on, I would have done something at a very young age that, you know what I mean? Had to be done, but could have been avoided if the police had done their job properly.
It's a terrible situation. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. My epiphany is my future, the rest of my life is going to be a lot smoother than how the first half of it went,
But you're great. You're fine, and you're great.
My sister, Mom, and I didn't go through all that to have the rest of our life be crap, right?
Yeah. It's not easy, I know. And your father is in jail.
No, sorry, I should clarify. My biological father passed away in 2013. He left when I was 6. It was a boyfriend. It was like a stepfather. And every other weekend, he would get his kids, and we would do amazing things. Go to fairs, go to beautiful restaurants, have lots of fun. And then when it was just my sister, my mom, and him, he'd get drunk and then come home and tear up the place, accusing her of cheating and this and that. And
I understand. Okay.
And I was like, what the fuck? One night I had to call the cops twice because he hid on the garage roof when they showed up the first time and they couldn't find him.
I think I was right. I think mother was doing something wrong, and
No, my mom wasn't doing anything wrong, but he would accuse her of it, right? She would leave and come home early from the bar, and then he'd show up hours later, who knows what he was doing, and he'd accuse her of stuff, you know?
Oh, so they were crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was very jealous, you know, when he was drinking, and he would only drink when his kids weren't around. So the one night I called the cops and he hid on the roof of the garage. The cops came, they couldn't find him, they left. And then he came down and started terrorizing us again. I had to sneak out of the house and call them again. And then when they came the second time, they found him again. But I had already called like 15, 20 times before at other addresses we had lived at.
It sounds like an alcoholism.
Yeah, the only good thing I can say is after we left and stuff, like I found out the gentleman, he ended up quitting drinking and getting some help. And so he did change himself, but, you know, I don't know.
Too late. It's too late. It was too late. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I just feel bad because I don't stand for any of that. If my neighbor's doing something wrong, I will step up and say something. I can't stand by and watch an injustice, and it's just who I become, right?
I think I cannot think about it so much anymore. You have to take care of your own life and just ride on straight away.
Thank you. That's some good advice, yes.
I think so. I think I still thought it's okay. It's not so bad. It was just the alcohol, and he was jealous, and he lost his temper and everything. And everything's also well. It's a bad thing, you know. Like if something starts rolling, like it's rolling all the way, you know, like domino effect. It's a bad thing for people.
The snowball effect.
Yes, the same thing. Yes.
I think I'm still a well-rounded person, you know, like I don't have complete disrespect for them. When they get it right, they get it right, you know, but my problem is when they get it wrong. Like we have somebody up here, I don't know if you're familiar with the story, it's Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, and she's walking around free, and she did unspeakable things. She shouldn't be walking around free. I'd love to see her rearrested and thrown back in our prison system.
Nobody should be in the prison system.
Her and that other guy, they killed 3 young girls.
Yeah.
And he's still in prison, but she's walking free. To me, that's wrong. To me, that's wrong.
The girls is walking free all the time.
Yeah, I guess so.
And the guys is going and taking all the hard things on their shoulder. And the girls can do what the fuck they want. Something is wrong because it's not balance, you know, balance there. Everything needs balance. If there's no balance, everything gets wrong.
Yeah.
So the girls is going free, but the young boys and the man is taking the whole shit on the shoulder.
Yeah. Anyways, these 2 did atrocious things, and they should both be in prison, not just the one. But she cut some sort of a deal, and they stuck to it. And I'm like, this is effed up, man. Like, don't cops make deals with scumbags all the time and go back on their word anyways? Like, I don't know. Just wrong. It sends the wrong message to other potential nut bars too, you know? They see and hear that, and they're like, well...
Yeah, I know.
It's scary. Scary.
I understand. Everything is out of balance. The whole system is out of balance. So if the system is out of balance, it can through everything, like your story, our stories, all around, and everything, and between people and the business and everything. Everything. gets wrong. Everything is wrong in the end. You know what I mean? So because they're not doing the right thing in the top, and and everything, the shit is going down. You know what I mean? If the reality and the truth is not there, everything will fail. Like the people don't know they are living on a flat plane. They think they are on a spinning ball.
Yeah.
So you can tell the people whatsoever, and they are laughing of it. Yes, everybody is laughing of it, but it's not funny anymore. It's over. The problem is that we have no media to tell the people, because the media is corrupt and owned of the same guys. So how can we take over the media? That's the biggest question. That is the next step.
Did you say take over the mafia?
No, media. Yeah, it's the same thing. Mafia, media is.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. Usually when the lights come on in the room, they're still the last one standing, right? Like, and then there's some things you could look at, like, sometimes with that sort of side of things, a lot of things are missaid and people are painted in a certain light by a certain group, and there's some interesting things out there to watch. I'm not trying to promote or glorify anything. I don't know what side of the law anybody out there belongs, but not everybody that's got a side hustle to make a few extra dollars is hurting people to do it. You know what I mean?
I think there's a pedophilia that's coming up.
Yeah. Oh, well, yes, kill them all.
Maybe the people will go out to the street and do something. Because everybody cares about that. So thanks for the pedophilia, maybe people will go out to the street and run over them. Everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And do it for all the children. They are limitless, you know. So people have to do something. They have to be people, not the robots.
Yeah.
Do something.
Yeah.
And just roll over. Think about it. 5 minutes in America, or the cartels, but you kill them just in a second. Nobody in the army will do anything, because everybody in the army has a family, and in the end, the army will. If there's a top is trying to say anything to the army, then the under will take over, and the real American army will take over. So and help the people in the end.
Yeah. Warrior Poet Society is a great channel when it comes to defending your home and your family and being of upright standing and doing the right thing when it's time, you know.
The real soldiers, the real army, the patriots will never kill people of America. Never.
Yeah, or innocent people. Yeah, like I'd take a bullet for an innocent person before I'd harm an innocent.
It's a real people. It's wonderful people. They will never go down. So they cannot. Nobody in an officer in the army can say do that to an American soldier. No.
Yeah.
Kill your neighbor. No. Fuck you.
Yeah.
It will kill him.
We've had some of our military get in trouble because they spoke out against putting that VAX thing out for the Cerveza bug. You know what I mean?
Oh,
They're like, don't follow orders. Don't put that stuff out there. And they got dishonorably discharged for speaking out against it.
Yeah, follow orders is okay if the old orders that everybody know about. If it's a new order that nobody knows about and it's crazy, don't follow it.
Yes.
Yeah, real patriot, a real soldier, everybody can be proud of. Don't be a criminal.
Well, I just take her one day at a time. Somebody needs help, I do my best to help them and then move on. Some days I don't have to help nobody. Everyone's doing fine.
Nobody's doing fine. It's a fucking crazy. All of this fucking corona bullshit.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is sometimes people don't come to me with a problem to fix.
Nobody's doing fine. Nobody.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is I fix problems a lot, and the odd time a day or two goes by, I don't have any problems I need to fix for anyone. You know? But mostly I'm doing what I can to help out every day, you know?
Yeah. I think people will also, start buy food and think about how they can take care of themselves and maybe make some own energy and because it can happen something in the very, very close future. It can be war between states. America can fall. It's a very, very sensitive times.
I like to teach people how to garden and shit, and then people can share tomatoes and whatever they're growing.
Just take everything like given. You have to prepare for things can happen just now because everything is upside down now.
Yeah.
And there are different powers trying to control, and there are other powers that are trying to do it for themselves. And then there's people who's trying to just carry on.
Yeah.
So the bubble can explode, and it can be war. Like Texas, they say, we don't need the United States anymore. We will be their own country. Texas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing about it. They are talking about the area. So they are saying they will go out from the United States.
I have a lot of respect for Texas. They don't put up with bullshit. Like in Texas, those two pieces of shit up here would have fried in the electric chair. She wouldn't be walking around free with kids right now. They both would have been executed in Texas. So, you know,
okay,
I have respect for
Texas before. I didn't like Texas before, but I understand Texas now. And Florida also. Florida's okay.
I've got a friend that moved down to Texas. He's been down there for a while now. He was my roommate.
Florida. I've been in Florida.
Pardon me?
I've been in Florida. Florida.
I probably have some people in Florida too, but no, definitely.
Okay, but they are doing great stuff there.
Oh yeah.
It's a great governor, and it's okay.
I just wanted to add something to what you guys were saying earlier about that, doing something good for people. Effectively, you derive meaning in your life through responsibility. And when you can find a responsibility that both benefits you and the community in general, it gives you like this greater sense of fulfillment. So if you can find a way that helps others and also you can financially profit from it, it generally allows you to sleep so well at night.
Of course.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I don't need to make more money. I just like to, how do you say, pay it forward. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I do what I can and move on. I don't sit there like to take a photo op and sometimes it's just even chatting with them and spending time with them. It's not even helping them in a financial way.
It's being present. It's looking them in their eyes and listening to them, truly listening. Not just waiting for your chance to speak, but really responding to what it is that they've just told you. As though it's an actually interesting. It's like Jordan Peterson always says, behave as though the person you're speaking to actually has something to teach you. And when you stop thinking of your engagements with other people as what you can teach them, and if they'd only shut up and listen, they could just learn so much. If you start to think about it the other way and actually listen to someone else as though they're about to teach you a life lesson, that's how you get that real, like in the zone moment with that type of person. Not what you can get out, is what you can give, is what you can pay forward.
Most definitely. The other thing I like that he said, if it's cool, is be the most dangerous person you can and then control that.
Absolutely. You must listen to Jordan Peterson. He's really a wealth of wisdom, and he preaches responsibility. He's like, it's not about entitlement and how I've been a minority or I've been oppressed or whatever. It's get your own shit in order, get your own life in order. Then you can start giving advice to others. It's a very introspective way of dealing with your problems by starting with yourself first.
It's a great philosophy, and Jordan Peterson, I've heard his name a lot, but I just can't help but think that guy is controlled opposition. I've been in this thing for a while. Anybody that's famous out there, even on the YouTube stars, you have to think maybe they're controlled opposition.
Yeah,
That's all I gotta say.
He's infamous. So in other words, the entire narrative is against Jordan Peterson. They're trying to make him against transgenderism. They were trying to pin him for all these fictitious things. And when you have the eyes to see, you need to look at the information and judge the information based on its merits. And when you listen to this man speak, you'll very quickly see that what he's saying is
genuine,
not what the mainstream wants you to know.
Yeah, he's very genuine.
And yes, he's got a YouTube channel. Yes, he's been in trouble and he's been sued more times than we can imagine. But I think he's also very good at dancing on the fringe.
I used to feel the same way about a guy named Ron Paul. That guy was my main hero until I figured out that he is also one of them. And that was very heartbreaking. So now whenever I look at someone that's very famous that everybody likes all of a sudden, I have...
Wait, what do you mean by one of them? How did you find that out?
Ron Paul?
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about Ron Paul, who I gave... This is the only guy I ever gave money to, right? I never gave money to any candidate. I was so...
Yeah. I never gave money to him, but I campaigned for him.
Oh, yeah? I gave money and I campaigned for him. All right. So
Can I jump in and ask you a question?
Hey, now let him finish. I want to hear this. Let him finish.
Ron Paul goes through, he unites everybody under his base. Everybody's united under his base. All different kinds of people are united under the freedom base. And then one day his son comes in, Rand Paul, and we all think that he's going to be the next Ron Paul and he's going to, he's going to do it. But what happens? Rand Paul comes out and starts endorsing Mitt Romney, obviously
nothing
establishment types, right? he starts and Ron Paul is sitting quietly in the back. And now most people might be fooled by this, but I'm looking at this whole thing.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's put this into context. You said he endorsed Mitt Romney. What year are you referring to? What year did he do
2012.
This? In 2012, Rand Paul endorsed Mitt Romney?
Hello?
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying that's news to me. I mean,
why don't you go look it up then? Yes, you campaigned for him. You should know this. 2012. This is the second time Ron Paul's running. 2008 was the first time, 2007. But 2012 was the second time he was running. And go look it up, dude. Rand Paul endorsed Mitt Romney. And just in 1 second, the whole base got divided and conquered. There was no more united base under Ron Paul. Everything is trash. I mean, some of them went to Donald Trump. Unbelievable. Some of them are like me.
Wait, hold on. You're just talking about 2012, right?
Kind of just doing other things. He erected this whole society of homeschooling materials and all that.
Yes, he did
very
do that.
Busy. You know, but he's
wait. Hold on. Your story just got a little mixed up there. You just mixed two facts between 2016 and 2012. Donald Trump wasn't running in 2012.
Hold the fuck up, dude. A lot of people that supported Donald Trump used to be Ron Paul supporters.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, so a bunch of people went and what I'm trying to tell you is he divided the base. He united it, and then he divided. That was his whole point. And they have people like that, and I can't help it if you can't see it.
Who?
I'm not saying I'm saying you're a liar. I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm just saying, give some details about it.
It's ridiculous. Ron Paul has not divided anybody.
Yes, he has. The whole base is divided.
He is more about integrity than he is about freaking political tactics. Okay? He's been doing his best. Rand Paul is more of a politician.
Oh, okay. Yeah, separate them.
And Ron Paul doesn't really like that, but there's nothing he can do about it. His time is growing short. He's getting old. Right? He knows this. And Rand Paul is just trying to adapt to the new system and kind of siding with the Republicans, however messy that is turning out to be, I don't know if Ron Paul or Rand Paul expected all that to happen.
Oh, they expected it. They're part of it. You better recognize.
What are you blabbering about?
Dude, you're an idiot.
Proof for this?
Dude, seriously, the proof is right in your face. Look at the party. Look at everything. Everything's messed up. Who's a Ron Paul supporter?
What does that have to do with
He
Ron
used to
Paul
have
and Rand
more
Paul?
people at his rallies than any other candidate. I mean, Obama, yes, had many people, but he had more people at his rallies than the other candidates. And they gave him zero attention on the news, right? And these are things that I saw, and I started to think like, oh yeah, Ron Paul, he's the real deal. But it was a game. It was just a show. The whole thing was a show.
What? Based on what?
Dude, do you not see the results of what's going on today?
Oh, and how is that to blame on Rand Paul or Ron Paul?
You didn't even know that he endorsed Mitt Romney, did you?
Yeah, I did. I saw that live, and he was very ashamed about it. You can tell it.
He was ashamed? Yeah, right. He's ashamed that he's fooling
right.
you.
Oh, did you actually see that live when it happened?
I did. I was there for the whole thing.
Oh, right. So then you don't remember. I remember.
Glenn,
I remember.
Look, I'm just telling you that he is. If you can't figure it out, that's your problem. All right? I'm done with this conversation.
Bet you are, but I'm just saying he's played politics. He's not really built for that.
Yeah, but we're not playing politics.
But that's what he chose, right? That's not because he did that. That's why Ron Paul lost in politics and then Trump took over. And you're blaming it on them.
He was never meant to win. He was meant to unite us and then divide and conquer us, which is exactly what he did. He divided us for sure.
How?
And you and I can argue about this, but that's what they want.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, this does not make any sense, what you're saying.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm a globe earther. I was told to come in here.
someone in the live stream is telling me they personally have proof we went to the moon. I guess their grandpa brought them back a moon rock or something.
All right, get him in here. I'd love to hear about that.
Maybe some space cakes that are past due.
Maybe he has some petrified wood. He wants to pass off as moon rocks.
What's
That's always a good one.
Horiza or something like this in the live stream chat. They're telling me I personally have some links that can prove we went to the moon. I'm like, me too. Hold on, and then I showed them the GIF there.
Hey guys, my name is Cancer. I'm a Globe Earther. I was someone told me to come in here to get the Globe Earther roll. That would give me image permissions. Is this the right place for that?
I didn't know we gave Globe Earthers roles in here.
Okay.
You can DM it to me. I'll post it for you.
Yeah. I was in a debate yesterday, and I was having to do that, DMing somebody, and I was like, "Is there any way for me to get like a role that would let me do that?" And they said, "Oh, you have to go in the live stream and talk to them, and they'll give you a role." Is that wrong? Did they tell me wrong?
I'm not sure.
What have you learned here in the server so far?
You mean like about flat Earth beliefs and all that?
Yep.
I mean, when I joined, I was in voice chat. I was in this voice stream last night, so I talked to them for a while about it. But I mean, it's all very interesting and new. When I first joined, I didn't think it was real. People were just joking about being flat earthers. So yeah, it's a whole.
Can you give us one thing you've learned so far?
Let's see. That flat earthers believe that the sun and moon go in a circle.
No. Something that you have learned yourself.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd like to ask him a question.
You already started off wrong saying that flat earther belief. What about the sun and moon? Can you continue with what do you think that the flat earth believe in the sun and moon? What?
It's just stupid. It's just the same as a flat earther would say that, oh, so you're a heliocentrist? That means you believe we were visited by aliens, right? Just because that is also as an extension in the narrative. You're just outright assuming it, super overgeneralizing, right? You're going to say all flat earthers believe a sun and a moon is immediately... Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
There was one clip I saw.
Very divided about that.
I saw a clip once, 10 things every flat earther says. I'm like, I don't say those things. Fuck. You're right.
So, Cantor, what have you learned about the Earth?
What have I learned about the Earth? I mean, like I was saying, okay, sure, not all flat earthers believe this. I was just saying that what a lot of flat earthers told me about, like, what they think about the Earth and, like, how they think the sun moves and the moon moves in a circle. And
so the Discers, then.
What's that?
A Discer. Somebody who's very specific in their belief about the flat Earth, that it is a disc over which the sun and the moon hover like a circle.
Well, they were like offended. They were like, "No, we don't believe in it's a disc." Some people believe that, but most of us don't believe in any shape. So I learned.
Well, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. We're here trying to figure out the lies that we've been told and speak truth to one another. We don't believe we're floating in space like they've been telling us, flat disc or otherwise. May I ask you, how has the new drone and rover on Mars helped your life since they've landed there? Since you believe what they're telling you about what they're doing?
It has not helped my life.
So why do you continue to buy their ice cream?
Is that like a metaphor?
Absolutely. If they were to tell you tomorrow they're planning a mission to go to Pluto and put a friggin' Wi-Fi antenna up there so we can get internet on Pluto, why would you believe that and support it and give your tax money to it, or tell your kids, hey, we're going to have Wi-Fi on Pluto, kids?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I follow.
How did they install it?
How do they install Wi-Fi on Pluto?
If what you're believing they're telling you about being a spinning ball in space and that they've gone to Mars and there's a flying drone on Mars and everything, if you believe all that lie, then and it doesn't help you in any way, it hasn't changed your life for the better, why continue to believe it? If they were to tell you tomorrow, we need 3.4 trillion to put a Wi-Fi signal on Pluto so we can get internet on Pluto, why would you tell your kids, oh yeah, daddy's going to pay more taxes out of his paycheck so there's Wi-Fi on Pluto, kids?
But it's going to take like 10 or 20 years before the installment unit even arrives there, and then has to dramatically slow down and somehow do
I mean, I would.
Is that a good use of your money?
I would not. You're right. I would not support Wi-Fi on Pluto. I would be against.
And while we're waiting 20 years for them to do that, there's going to be homeless people, and they're going to bomb countries. And
I agree. I would not support.
And how about in 20 years when it's finally installed, Wi-Fi is going to be completely outdated? How about that?
I agree. Hey guys, sorry, I wasn't here to like come in and like.
That's the cherry on top, eh? It's outdated tech now.
Okay, well, I wasn't really coming here to like, doing a whole deep dive debate. Someone just told me to come in here for that role, and sounds like they told me wrong. So,
I've got you, Kant.
Why would you want the role?
Like I said, I was debating someone yesterday, and we were talking back and forth, and I had this image to post, and they were like, okay, DM it to me, and I was like, okay, cool. And then we kept going, and I was like, I have another image, and I was like, can I just get a role so I don't have to DM? And they were like, well, you have to go to live stream. And anyway, I guess they told me wrong. So sorry.
No. You're okay, Cantor. You're okay, mate. Basically, yeah, we do expect people to come in and defend their model. If you want the Globe Earth role tag, you can get that, no problem, sir. But basically, do you know your Earth model, or which Earth model do you subscribe to? Are you heliocentrist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the dimensions of Earth?
Like the radius. I hear that question a lot.
Yeah.
The radius is something like 6,300 something kilometers.
Okay. Are you basically aware of how they say, what causes air to stay on Earth as opposed to getting into the vacuum? What's your standpoint on that?
What causes Earth to stay on Earth?
Sorry, air. Yeah.
Oh,
oxygen.
air. I guess gravity.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're a globe earther. You believed everything that we once believed. I can't give you the terms. It would need to be a mod or an admin. Yeah, you can. As far as I'm concerned, you can have the terms to be a globe earther, sir. You know your model, and you should have the right to post pics. Until you get the role to post pics, if you want to post any pictures that you want to talk about to a gold or an admin or a mod, and we'll post them for you, buddy. And as soon as one comes along, we'll get you the Globe Earther role, and you'll be able to post pics. It's purely troll containment, so as people don't, pretend to get in here and then start spamming porn all over it.
No, I understand. All right, well, thanks, man. You're old.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy.
I guess
I'll let the guys try and devour you a little bit more if you want to stand up for your model, mate.
No, I feel like in a river of piranhas about to get devoured.
Yeah, we get passionate, brother. We do get passionate, but it helps if we set the ground rules and we all know where we stand in the. Yeah. Guys, if you want to show them the Black Swan and the ethos of how we know the math doesn't work, that might help them. I'll post the pics for you.
Do you know of any way that anyone has ever measured or detected axial rotation of the Earth?
Axial rotation. I guess not off the top of my head.
Do you know of any way that anyone has ever directly measured the shape of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth?
I just remember something to answer that first question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't like hurricanes rotate one way in the north hemisphere and another way in the south hemisphere?
Well, that may be true, but that doesn't necessarily prove that the Earth is rotating.
How do you guys explain that?
Well, we say it's not rotating. We say it's stationary.
No, I mean, how do you guys explain the hurricane rotating thing?
What we don't say is because hurricane rotates, therefore globe.
Yeah, so wind blows because at one point above the ground there's hot air, and above another point a few hundred miles away there's cold air, and this causes wind to happen.
And there's a very simple principle: if you push a dish plate through water, you'll create two counter-rotating vortices on either side of where that plate moved through the water. And effectively, the sun that moves over the equatorial region acts like that sort of something that's stirring up the atmosphere or exciting the atmosphere. And therefore, it would make sense with the same demonstration that you would get counter clockwise rotation in the south and you'd get clockwise rotation in the north.
Okay.
There's a woman who does it in a swimming pool, and she shows how using any object, you just push your hand through water even. And on the right-hand side of your hand, it'll be clockwise, and on the left side of your hand, it'll be anti-clockwise. And it's exactly where that sun and moon, the sun and moon are always between the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. So it's a very central zone that they're in. And therefore, you will see a slight bias, but what you can also find is counter-rotating and clockwise rotation in the same body of water, sometimes in the same storm system. So it's not the steadfast rule that you could say, look, every storm system in the north is a clockwise storm system because it's in the north. So once again, correlation is not causation. So if you find data that does seem to correlate quite well, there would still be this little thing called the scientific method that you could go and test it and do rigorous experimentation to then prove that it is the cause of the effect. Otherwise, it's just correlation.
Right.
So when someone asks for, do you know of a way that it's been measured? Generally speaking, there's only ways that it can be correlated or calculated. But there's never been a physical measurement done to prove that. And you're supposed to be rotating at over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which is faster than the speed of sound. So if you've ever watched a plane break the sound barrier and you see how quickly that thing moves across the sky, you are presently moving faster than that. And there's no way to tell. That's crazy.
I remember the thing I was wanting to post an image about yesterday. If I can ask you about that, it was about the sun setting. So here was another thing I was wanting to post. It was like okay, so they were saying that we were talking about the sun setting and whether they were, like I was saying, well, why is the sun set? And they were saying, well, it doesn't set. It really just gets farther away. And I was wanting to post like an image of like a road. And they were talking about vanishing points, right? And how like something can go along a road and it just gets kind of further and further away and goes into a vanishing point. And they were saying that's kind of what happens with the sun. It's just getting further and further away. But I was saying, like, if you were, gosh, it's kind of a pain. I'm on mobile, so whatever. if the car is driving along that road and getting close to the vanishing points, at first when it's nearer to you, it like moves from your perception. It moves a greater distance, and then as time goes on, it's getting close to the vanishing point. It looks like it's just barely moving, right? It's just like barely moving, getting tinier and tinier. Of course, it's still moving the same speed. You'll follow what I'm saying about the like. At first, it's like making a bigger movements from your perspective, and then as it gets further and tinier, it's like looks like it's moving just a tiny amount.
Yeah, it's called angular perspective or angular resolution limits. So as it gets further away, the angle gets smaller, and then you are less able to discern the distances or the movements between the object. Whereas when it's closer and the angular resolution is larger, you can identify those movements. Yeah,
exactly. So I was saying, if that's what's going on with the sun, then we would see the sun as it's going down at as it's going towards setting or whatever. We would see it like kind of slow down. But what we actually see is that the sun just goes kind of at a constant rate down towards, if we're like looking over the ocean at a sunset, it just goes at a constant rate down towards the surface, and then it disappears. It doesn't like slow down in that same way.
Yeah. So if you go and look at the data, you'll see that the sun moves steadily till about 10 degrees above the horizon. And from 10 degrees above the horizon, it does decelerate.
It's a constant angular rate, to be more precise. Right?
Yeah, so it's rate of angular movement. So there is a deceleration just before the horizon. Maybe Arwen can...
A deceleration before the horizon?
So, for example, when you watch the sun... is he gone? When they talk about the hockey puck, where the sun it looks like it's going down towards the horizon, and then it starts moving towards the right-hand side or the left-hand side, creating that little bit of a tail off into one of those directions, whether you're in the north or the south. If you're talking about its angle of descension, so for each 5 degrees is roughly the diameter of the sun that we observe. So when it moves down another diameter of the sun, it's moved down, or it's 1 degree, or whatever that degree is, that amount of movement through that degree decelerates as it goes into that movement, that wrapping around motion. It's no longer just moving downward, it's moving at an angle. So it's not moving towards the horizon at the same speed it was when it was higher in the sky.
So it's not moving into the distance, because it's not an object hovering over a flat disk. It's just a light apparition.
What were those time lapses that I'm talking about specifically almost show that the sun's moving in a circular path. It doesn't, like you say, it doesn't just fade infinitely into that single spot. It kind of hooks to the right or hooks to the left, like it's moving on a circular path, and then decelerates in its rate of sinking, or angular rate of sinking.
I guess what I'm saying is that's not what I see when I see the sunset. It looks like it's just going at a constant linear rate down until it disappears.
Exactly. No, that's actually the same point the other guy was making. So, yes, it moves like a sphere at the edge of our vision, like all the celestial bodies do, with unceasing angular speed rates and all that.
Yeah, so, but doesn't that counter what? Doesn't the fact that it goes at that same speed, doesn't that counter the idea that it's going towards the vanishing point, since it's not doing that slower and slower thing?
It absolutely is. No, none of the celestial bodies do slow down when they approach the horizon, and
right? Isn't that counter to your?
The moon don't even go under; they just mid-air disappear.
But that's different than what I've observed.
So one thing I want to also explain is that that's just talking about light in its very simplistic property. but we've got this thing called atmosphere. And the best way to understand atmosphere is like in the ocean. As you're at the surface of the ocean, you can see the sun rays penetrating the water level. And then as you descend the first kilometer, second kilometer, by the third kilometer, it's pitch black. No more light is penetrating into that water because there's been enough optical occlusion or enough refraction properties or distortion of the light so that the light cannot penetrate any further than that depth. And we've got a lot of moisture in our atmosphere, so therefore the sun light in our atmosphere also gets cut off the same way that the light gets cut off when you're descending in the ocean. It's that same limiting effect. Light doesn't travel infinitely. It depends on the medium that it's traveling through for either the deceleration in its speed or various distorting properties that it can do to light.
How about distorting? How about just absorption? There's only so much light that can be simultaneously absorbed. And if it is absorbed or deflected, then yeah, it will not go any further than that. Does that make sense?
I was just trying to think if light actually gets absorbed or whether it's reflected. But
of course it gets absorbed.
It has to heat up that surface, so therefore there will be some level of excitation in the surface, but I don't know whether it's absorbing
Doesn't
per se.
necessarily have to be all heat though. But partially, yes, especially where it's the most concentrated.
It seems to me if you can see fog or see a cloud, then that's the light getting absorbed and you can see it because it's reflecting off of it as well.
Well, you can't really see light being absorbed because it's being absorbed. It's only when it's reflected that you can actually see anything. But yes, over distance, even just with light we make, physical man-made light, over distance it's just absorbed, even though there's no real medium change or anything. So yeah, inverse square law, light over distance just gets absorbed. And the more material it has to pass through, the more it is absorbed over distance.
Square law of light. Alvin?
Sorry?
Square law of light.
What?
Square law of light.
String law of light? What? Sorry, man. I can't make out what...
Square law. Square law.
I think he's trying to say light doesn't travel forever through the air.
Right, well, that's the inverse square law, but, to what is that applied?
But you're right, I'm just pointing out, you never say it in the end, square law of light. You just say square law.
Okay. I always say inverse square law, because it is that. But I don't know, man. I think that theoretically...
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying...
Okay.
Then the name is the inverse square law of light because the inverse square law is applied to very many other topics. And it's usually got to do with signal attenuation or radar loss or whenever it's light related, then there is this inverse squaring. But our 8 inches per mile squared is also a squaring, an inverse squaring. So this inverse squared thing is something that occurs in various topics, and you should use the light when you're talking about that per se. But Owen, I've heard you and QE discuss the whole argument of photon versus wave, and effectively, that light. They always say it's a photon, it's a packet, and there are wave-like properties which tend to make that topic. I kind of agree on with what you say. Sometimes wanting to kind of just at least let the guys elaborate. If it has wave-like properties, it can't be certainly a photon. But if you're talking about absorbing light, that's normally absorbing light packets or light photons, whereas a wave, you don't necessarily absorb the wave.
What? Well, light isn't a wave, but light is still absorbed. It's just that in order to absorb the more subtle light packets, as you call it, I would call them beams, split off beams. At a certain point, the beams will be so weak that even though they might theoretically reach everywhere, the amount of energy output of them is simply going to be so weak that no matter can actually use its influence to transform in order to register it. Right? Doesn't mean it's not there. It's just too weak for matter of the used type to actually absorb it.
But Arvin, are you agreed light is not a photon?
Well, it's not an indivisible unit.
No, it's absolutely not, because it's a constant energy, and it's about the energy behind the power source. So it cannot be that.
Well, I think it's a beam. It's an infinitely divisible beam. That's what I think light is.
But that means it's a wave. A beam is a wave that's just got a type.
No, beam can be constant also. So no, you have to relax there. It can be beam, yes.
I chose carefully.
Well,
but
light is just something else. It doesn't
heat.
fall under normal classifications.
It's heat. You know it's heat. That's what you do know. You know for sure that it's heat. That it has energy. That it warms things up. That's what you know light does.
Yeah,
you know that,
not necessarily.
Show me.
There is cold light also.
Now, what defines light is that when it is there is an interaction with matter, and there can be several types of interactions, and they're all measurable. Whether there's some kind of electron exchange, or whether the molecule is heated up.
Now you are right.
Ways it's registered.
Now you are right. You are right now.
Anything that gets hot gives off light, whether you like it or not. Right?
It's a cold energy and a hot energy.
No, but we're talking about light. What we're saying is anything that's hot gives off light.
Yeah, but light can be cold also.
What? I don't know anything that's cold to the touch that's giving off light.
They call it the blue light. Blue light is cold.
Blue light. What kind of energy is being applied to it? Is there some kind of energy being applied to it?
Yeah, we have. It's very, very.
Is it plugged in somewhere, or something? Is it a battery, or is there something giving it something? Anything to give off light, it has to have energy applied, right?
Well, how about moonlight? How about that one, right?
No one knows what the fuck that is.
It's light, right? We see the light, right? It has light.
No one knows what the moon is.
Yeah, proving it.
We know it's light. We know it's light, though. It's light.
You don't know it's cold.
Oh, so isn't it light? The moonlight isn't light.
That experiment is flawed. What
are you talking about? Isn't moonlight light? I thought moonlight is light.
It's not cold.
And there's no manipulation of a variable, so it's not an experiment, it's an observation. One which I've actually done myself with thermometers.
No, it's a measurement.
I've registered.
Moonlight is cold. You just have to stand into it. Freaking cold.
I've registered at least a 3 to 4 degree, at least a 3 to 4 degrees Celsius drop.
I've done it, and I haven't had that happen. I'm sorry. You guys might
you don't have to be sorry. It's just wrong.
You're wrong, and you're driving also.
And it was quite instant and very noticeable. So if you've done the experiment, you should actually see, at least to be questioning the topic of can light be cold? Because there are cold laser lights that are used for surgical operations. And there's various other applications where they use a cold laser light, a focused light, a blue light.
Because they don't want to have a burning effect.
What's being applied to the laser? Energy, right? You can't just have a laser without energy applied. Okay, you can't. It's not going to happen.
No, look.
And no one's arguing that. We're just arguing how it affects matter.
Light and heat are not.
He's wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying you cannot have light without heat. I'm just saying.
You're wrong.
You can say that. You can't prove it.
Stop over talking, Arwen.
Can somebody stop him?
Prove it. Prove it's wrong.
Moonlight. Cold.
You don't know what the fuck the moon is.
Oh, take it easy, man.
I know it's light. We don't have to know what the moon is. We know it's light, it's measurable light.
Yes, you fucking do. You have to know what the moon is.
Well, measure it.
Are you saying that the moonlight is not light? Right? You're saying it's not light because
you
don't know where it came from.
I don't know where it's getting its energy from. I don't know what's producing the light from the moon. Neither do you.
Neither do I, but
is it light? But is it light?
What is light?
What's your point? Can you reproduce it?
The question is it light?
No. The question is it heat? That's the question, not about light.
Again, my question.
Yeah, you're reifying.
Yeah.
You're reifying.
We're talking about the source of the light, right?
No,
we're not. No, we're talking about
you just said that only heat produces light.
Man, I gotta turn this guy down.
Yeah, do that. I'm quite loud.
Oh, he is against. He doesn't understand what he said in the beginning. He was talking about the temperature, the heat of the light, not talking about the source of the light. So I told him, oh, there is called source of light. For example, from the moon. Then everybody gets crazy. Yes, there is.
I didn't even know about the cold laser thing. That's really fascinating.
Yeah, but it's still heat to it, though. Yeah.
Yeah. But the light itself, though, is cold. Yeah. Oh, you might have needed some heat to make it. Sure. But the light itself is cold.
Yes.
Have you experienced this? Have you experienced this? Is this what you do?
Yes, there's a lot of measurement in live video and streaming.
Have you experienced the cold?
I know my experience is you don't have to gaslight us.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a serious question.
I'm just saying, yes.
Moonlight is cold.
Yes.
We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the laser now. Have you experienced this cold light laser? Have you experienced this?
Cold laser. Laser.
Or is it just something that you've heard? I didn't think so.
No, but I understand what you're talking about.
Moonlight is still cold, buddy, so it doesn't really
That's
matter.
great. Yeah, we'll agree to disagree on that one, but I'm talking about the laser. Talk to me about the laser.
You're going from the moonlight to the laser now. It's another topic.
Can we get back to my question about the sun?
And you're misinterpreting energy transfer. You're misinterpreting energy transfer, that all energy transferred equals heat. And energy transfer does not necessarily mean that there's always heat as an outcome. And there's energy applied to the laser to generate the laser. There's not heat. I don't put a fire underneath something and then a laser beam comes out of it. I have to apply energy, which is work, yes.
It's energy is not even really a thing. It's a overbridging concept. It's a conceptual mechanism to try and tie in a lot of functions that are happening out there. Energy isn't actually a thing. It's an overgeneralization, right? To then reify it anyway and even start to tie into things into it as a concept, like energy means heat. That's just completely wrong because energy isn't even a thing.
Can I say also a light is not a thing before it's hitting something? Maybe a light can do something and it's hitting something, but before it's meeting some other material or whatsoever, it is nothing. You cannot see the light if there's no material.
Right. That's correct. Light needs matter as a medium. and as you need matter to receive it. So light really is a conditional thing to matter. No matter, no light.
Flat Earth Solar, I pinged you
No
that
one's disagreeing with that. I mean, that's okay.
I agree. It's just the truth.
Right.
There's nothing I agree about. It's just
right. I also say that because light doesn't require any kind of additional medium for it to presupposedly being a wave, because the medium of light is matter.
Yeah, and you need the matter to propagate light.
Right.
You need what to propagate light?
Stop gatekeeping, Arwen.
Gatekeeping what?
Yeah, I need ether to propagate light. But maybe people don't like to call it ether, but I think that it's okay to call it ether. You need a placeholder for the propagation of the light. It's going through the ocean of the atmosphere, just like the ocean on the ground. Everything is going through. There's different media. There's analog media and there's a digital media. Digital media is not a computer. It's also in life, but in other ways. Like you can think ether is like a digital punch. 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 all over the place.
Binary code.
That is ether. Nobody. You cannot send anything if you don't have the binary code and have the field. Therefore, everybody says, we send it through the ether, through the field, through straight line.
You guys want to talk about that sunset thing I was talking about earlier? Kind of got sidetracked.
Sure. It's just like boat going over the ocean from New York from UK. It's just the same thing. It's just everything is going very slow from UK to New York. But if you are using the light, it can happen just like that.
It's quick. So, or we're gonna hop back on his question.
Yeah. So I found that an image to kind of illustrate what I was talking about. I think it was Flat Earth Solar that I was talking to. I don't know who was it that I was mainly talking to about the sunset, about angular.
John. I don't know.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay. Hey, yeah. Let me. I don't know if you saw my ping that I just sent you. I'll ping you again. It's in live stream voice text. I'm replying to the comment that has the image that kind of illustrates what I'm talking about. If you guys want to go to live stream voice text and see that, my last statement there, I replied to an image. Anyway, it shows kind of what I'm trying to talk about, where like whether the sun is setting or the sun is rising, it moves up or down at like a linear rate, like at a constant rate, rather than like slowly getting like closer and closer and closer and getting slower and slower and slower and slower to the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems to like contradict what you guys were saying about it, like going toward the finishing point. Like we were talking about the car example, as a car drives away from you, at first it's, it seems to be moving further angular wise, it's angular motion, but then as it gets further and further away and tinier and tinier and tinier, the amount of angular degrees it's moving is smaller and smaller, even though it hasn't changed speed. Whereas with the sun, when it goes up and down, its angular speed is the same. Like the number of angular degrees it moves every minute or whatever, it doesn't.
So it was a great experiment. It's a good point you've raised. There was an experiment that's done with a tennis ball, where if I move the tennis ball from my first person's perspective, and that ball goes further away from me, it shrinks into a dot. But if I put that ball at a distance away from me, say I'm filming from above and I put the ball on the floor, so it's already shrunk due to its angular size, and then I move it away from me, there's a lot less reduction in size and there's more consistency in the movement based on the distance the object is already away from you. Therefore, that optical effect of shrinking has already been implemented because it's already at such a distance. It's not moving 1,000 miles away out of your eyesight is not, it's not like, you know, it's less significant but once again, it's a light phenomenon. We each see the sun differently. So there's a lot of reasons to your question. But if the object's already at a distance, then there won't be such a, like looking down the corridor, you're looking from first person view. Whereas when you're looking at the sun, it's not staying in your eye line like a first person view. You're looking at it from a third person view, watching it move down its own corridor.
But I mean, like, over the course of the day.
Hang on a sec. Flat Earth Solar, are you my perspective?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah. No,
but like over the course, over the course of the day, you know, the sun like comes up and goes, you know, appears to, I'll say, I know we disagree on this, you know, it appears to come up and then go overhead. It's like moving at this constant angular speed. Like, don't you all say that like around noontime, you know, more or less is when the sun would be closest to us, you know, on kind of where we're at on the flat Earth. And then when it's, you know, close to sunset or close to sunrise is when it's way far away. What I'm saying is like, it always seems to be going at that same angular speed, even when it's supposedly really close or when it's really far, the angular speed doesn't change.
What the hell's going on?
Just trying to find.
Like, it's a good point.
So there's instances where it doesn't, and there's instances where it does. I've got a GIF that I'll try and find that I can post for you as well.
Yeah.
It seems to be due to the moisture. There's already something called atmospheric lensing. So what Rob Skiba's shown already is that if there's a lens between, so that if the air is acting like a lens between us and the sun is enlarged in size. And therefore, when it's moving away from you, the image actually descends into the ground or gets occluded from the bottom up, just simply due to the lensing effect. And it's a very simple demonstration. I don't know if one of the guys here has the GIF of that as well. But effectively, the sun is enlarged, which is why the size remains the same. And as it moves further away, the atmosphere between us and the object actually lenses it, which as it enlarges, it sinks and the bottom half gets cut off.
Yeah, I'm looking at something someone just posted me. Merlin Beauregard posted me this little video of the sun. It looks like it's kind of fading away. I've seen a couple of those so far being posted, but it seems like the ones where it looks like the sun is fading away like this, that it's all going into thick cloud cover, but like the ones that look more like what I'm saying, it's more clear days.
So it's got to do with humidity levels. The ones where the sun disappears is very low humidity. And the ones that you're doing is over water. Generally, it's over water when the sun stays the same size and sets like that. But once again, it's got to do with your latitude. Where you are positioned will also be the angle and orientation of your sunrise and sunset. And as you go further north and further south, you'll notice a very visible hockey puck or hockey club shape that the sun goes in one trajectory and then actually starts to curl off in a different trajectory.
Yeah, it seems like when this question comes up, people can fail to imagine that the sun is. You have to imagine that the sun is where it is. It's within this atmosphere type deal. You can't imagine that it's somewhere else. So when you look at the sun, it is where it is, right? You have to somehow take your mind out of the fact that it's in outer space and say, hey, well, it's in the upper atmosphere somewhere. So if it's going out of view, it's just going out of view. It's not going over a curve. And I don't know if a lot of people are able to do that, because it took me a while to figure that out. That, hey, it's within the atmosphere. So somewhere
that's kind of begging the question. I mean, you're asking me to like assume that you're right in order to show me that you're right.
Right.
That's called begging the question.
You have to, because we have to do the same thing for the Earth to be round. We would have to do the same thing. We would have to assume that it is. That's how we are where we are today when it comes to the globe Earth theory. A lot of assumptions. So in order for you to understand the model, not the model, what we're presenting to you, you have to think of a local sun, something within the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere. So if it's just like a big light that's moving above your head, it's just going out of view. But for someone else, it's coming into view, right? So therefore, like say Australia, right? So like when it's morning here, it's night there, right? Like when the sun's going down here, it's coming up there. So on a local sun, basically it's just going out of view. So in order for you to bring it back into view, you would have to elevate yourself to a certain height in order for you to see the sun again. You know, there's ways to prove it mathematically, but I don't have the time to work it out. But you could learn the actual height of the sun in Australia from the place that you are in America if you elevated yourself to a certain level, a height, if you could, given that we can reach that height. You know what I'm saying? So
navigators have the sun at 3,200 miles up and 32 miles nautical across. You do 3, 4, 5 triangles. It sort of works.
Well, anyway, this is an interesting convo. I'll have to jump back into it. Thanks for talking with me, guys.
Yeah, cool.
Kanto.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, yeah.
That's you've got Globe Earther, mate, and you've now got image perms to embed images.
Come back
cool.
anytime.
Thank you, man.
Come back anytime,
Cool,
Kanto.
cool.
You seem like an honest guy, and it seems like you do want to learn. So
Cool. It was good talking to you guys. I'll catch y'all later.
Next.
Anybody can drop some Beats by Chocolate saying that'd be mint.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Come on.
It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like your on these copper bleeds. with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line or scientific, all the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius, you thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress, you never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons, the globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality, independent variable, no physicality, factually you're dealing with no type of reality, a tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy, sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. No need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you all has never ceased to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
That was sweet. Thanks.
It was rap by 10th, the Tionde Mannen. What's about the 10th man? What's about? It's from the Bible or something?
morning, everybody.
Good morning, young lady.
Good morning. No problem. It was the 10th. It was the man rapping, singing. It was not singing, but I don't know what he was doing. The 10th man in the history. What is the history of the 10th man?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
The man that was rapping in the song.
His name is Chocolate Sane.
Yes, chocolate, yeah. Not the 10th. The 10th. Okay, but everybody knows what chocolate is.
Yeah, he comes around often.
Yeah, he's great.
Mm-hmm.
But his friend is the 10th man. What's that's his friend, 10, number 10. What's that?
10, I don't know. Not sure who you're talking about.
His friend on the Nathan show.
Oh,
the 10th.
QE?
Yeah.
There's QE, there's Arwen, there's
QE,
the Adam Macon.
Number 10, you know.
I don't know number 10. I'm sorry.
Ask somebody and everybody know.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like you are very young. But I'm not saying it against you. The 10th man and chocolate is a big character in Nathan's show.
The 10th one? Do you know the name? I don't know.
Ask somebody. Wait.
Oh, okay. If anybody knows, please speak up.
Everybody knows. You have to know. Wait. Somebody that can forward and talk about the 10th man on the Nathan show.
The 10th man on the Nathan Oakley show.
Yes. He talks about many things like I'm waiting. I'm hoping somebody's coming in, but nobody's coming in. So, you know, if you have something, you have to navigate.
He's talking about a person named the 10th man that's on Nathan's show a lot. Is that right, John?
I don't say that myself. I'm fishing. I'm waiting. I'll come in and say something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
A person, a panelist on Nathan's show is what he said, I think.
What?
You were talking about the 10th man, a guy, right?
That's
I could be way off base, so I'll shut up.
You're not so clear.
PC check-in right now. I'm driving.
Yeah, sure.
That's
let me see. There's a whole bunch of people up there. I wonder what they're doing. All right, I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna go check out what they're talking about.
No problem. So we have a show. There is a Nathan show. We have a star in the show, and we are waiting for. They will come up and say something, or somebody will say against it. I will not say everything. I will not give you all the names and everything. I just give a hit to start to talk about. But if you don't want to talk about that, we can talk about the other things. If you understand the light, we can talk about light. If you don't understand light, we can talk about the curvature. If you don't understand the curvature, you can get out here or fuck off.
Johnny, how do these guys postulate they live on a sphere with no sphericity?
And if you can tell us all about the spirit in the fantasy world you have been in, yes, that's open also. If you have an experience of fantasy of everything, I ever going to master, tell us about it. Maybe not. Maybe you understand.
I guess there's no heliocentric enthusiasts on here right now, right?
It's over.
The globe is dead.
Why do you think it's so? Hey, hello. Who's there? Nobody. Hello. Oh, there you are. There you are. No. This is there you are.
I was giggling at my gifts.
Yeah, finished. There's nothing left. It's just a joke. But it's the same. We have to take over the media.
I like the one with the girls. Teleport us to Mars. What the F?
Teleport to Mars.
or the in outer space.
Shall we go to outer space together? How can we do that? I have a boyfriend that says it can do that 2055. But how old are you then? Oh, I think I cannot live so long. So, no, maybe he was lying. Maybe. Of course he was lying to you. You fucking bitch. It's over. Be real. Be beautiful and green if you want to. Be green. Like a mass family. No, don't do anything I was saying. I was just fooling you. Don't listen to me. Not now. Listen to me, I'm saying now. Get out of here. Fuck you. Get out of here. It's it's not the great place to be. Go. It's a fucking crazy world, you know.
This one chap I know that I've known for a long time, when I started dropping FE truth on him, he just couldn't come to grips with that he couldn't leave. What do you mean we can't go where they say we can?
Please take me with you. Please take me with you.
And I'm like, you got 3 beautiful kids. I introduced you to your wife, I don't know how long ago. Why do you want to leave? Where do you want to go?
Leave what?
Put him on a rocket, send him to Uranus or something, I guess.
Can we have a moment of silence for Prince Philip and type S in the chat to spit on his grave?
Absolutely.
Is that long enough? What happened to Prince Philip?
Yeah, that's long enough. He died too young, only 140.
He really died, and he was that freaking crusty.
No, he was like 90 or something like that.
He was one of those POSs caught up in that Jeffrey stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, he also said he wanted to come back as a virus. Which nowadays I almost agree with him.
Do reptiles eat each other when they die?
No, but he's more proof positive that they don't have life extension technologies. It's just a big lie.
So Prince Philip died on a flat Earth. Okay.
Just had to carry a piano up 10, 12 steps. Freaking. He's got a lake house with 12 big ass steps to go up. He told me it was 4. Fucking 12. Yeah, fortunately it was a smaller size upright. If it was like a grand upright grand, dude, that would have been a fucking nightmare, man.
Yeah, fraud. If it hadn't been for gravity trying to hold you down, that would have been easier. Carry that piano up 12 steps.
But don't you know the rule? Don't you know the staircase rule? If someone is trying to hide the stairs, they'll say, "Oh, it's about 3 or 4 steps." But if someone wants to try and embellish their steps, then they say it's upstairs.
Right. Yeah, I wish he would have tried to embellish it. That would have been better, right?
It was like 5 or 6 people up in BC Chicken a minute ago. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm driving shit over.
I'm listening, kind of doing my own thing, reading, posting the odd GIF, answering if somebody wants me to talk.
It's a mod party in VC Check-In. They're keeping all the trolls up there.
I figured out 5 or 6 people, at least one of them would be a sincere inquisitor about the nature of their reality, but I guess not.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I do enjoy when somebody is genuinely wanting to understand things better.
Yeah, the few people that are able to either ignore or kind of shed their indoctrination even temporarily just to listen to what we got to say, that's refreshing, I got to say. Doesn't happen very often.
I'm gonna dip for a little while, guys. I'm gonna get ready, run mum for some errands, and I'll be back after, lads and ladies.
Have a great day in Canada. That's where you're at, right?
Yeah, I'll be out there with no mask fighting for our rights. Cheers.
Are you from Canada? I saw the funniest little little thing I'm going to post in live stream before you go.
So, what's up?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, post that. I'll watch it.
Is Arvin live? Arvin, are you there? Arvin. From Holland.
I mean, he's on deaf, and right now he must be doing something. He's got himself deaf.
Okay. I'll talk with him later then.
Yep, we just need some curvature, earth motion, and proof of vacuum of space. Anybody got any of that?
That is the ground foundation, is the curvature. And,
curvature, yeah, you got to start there. If it's a ball, it's got to be curving somewhere, right? Like everywhere.
If you are living on a ball, we need curvature, but it cannot necessarily anywhere. So
that's true.
So that's a big problem.
Yeah, that's the number one globe issue about having a globe is the globe not being real. That's a problem for them.
So we are not living on a globe then?
Correct. Not of the size that we were told to fill all of our spaceship with. We can't do because it's taking off thermodynamics. That's
so I said this about fantasy. And everybody is working for bullshit and doing things for some other reasons. And everybody in the industry is telling they are always using straight lines and in all material in the flight, they are flying. Simulation program they are doing are absolutely propagated by flat earth propagation. So they are doing that all over the place, and the military is doing that, and the NASA is doing that also. It's funny. But
yeah, if you're actually going to fly an aircraft, no matter what it is in reality, you got to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, or you're going to be quickly in trouble.
So everybody they have to say Yeah, but the Earth is round, but we have to correlate to the flat Earth. Wow, that was strange. Why to correlate?
Ball, except when you have to practically use something, then it's flat. But it's really a ball, believe us. It's on TV.
Why do they have to do that if he was on a globe and all this technology, and they are telling us that they are simulating like a flat Earth.
Hello.
It's over.
Yo, any flat earthers in here, bro?
Hello, who said is there any flat earthers in here?
Is there any flat earthers in here, bro?
We have to simulate everything like a flat Earth. We have to take in all linear. What is linear? Yeah, linear is straight line of sight.
Johnny, I don't think.
Hold on, Johnny. We got somebody asking a question here. Go ahead. There's no guy.
Can I say something real quick, bro? Can I say something real quick? The Earth is a globe and gravity exists. All right? Does anyone disagree?
Yes, we disagree.
Okay, so-
Yes, we disagree.
can I-
All right, tell me why you disagree, because there's footage of the Earth from 1969.
All right, Draco.
Calm
I'm just
down.
gonna mute you for a second. Yeah, you're coming in hot. I know you were just in a heated discussion with Crypto. Just chill. Okay, take a few seconds. So these guys came in together. They're, I don't know, friends or something. They just got checked in. If anybody, can we do it one at a time so we're not going to be talking over each other? Thank you. I'll unmute you now, Draco. Just chill.
I don't think nobody's talking over. We're just discussing.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying it for the new people that came through. Thank you.
All right, let's try that again.
Yeah,
welcome to Starboard, Draco. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing bad because I found out flat earthers are here, bro. Priest.
Well, reality is what it is. Reality's not going to be what you want it to be. It just is what it is. Somebody else go ahead.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat, though? What proof do you have?
It's a measurement.
Can we do the 3 points with you? Can anybody do it with him? I don't think you'll be able to answer any of it, but let's try.
I'm just saying it's about a measurement, not a belief. There's a big differences. Do you know?
Well, the evidence is right in front of you. If you go outside and look at the sky, everything on there, apart from the flipping, there's literally nothing in the sky that's flat. I don't know where you got this idea the Earth is flat from.
What in the sky looks like a sphere to you?
The sun and the moon, quite obvious.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I said no. You want to see what the sun looks like?
So when you see the bottom of the clouds, they bend and curve like your globe? Weird. I always see them flat.
Me too. And it's like a layer of clouds, perfectly flat when you're flying.
Whoever said that, do you not realize the pure size of the Earth? Anything on the Earth will look flat because of how big it is.
I know, but you guys say
it doesn't matter if the Earth was a flipping triangle, bro.
It's so big you can see the boats going over the curve. You guys are burnt.
So the Earth is flat. I believe you, bro. My friend the other day, he fell off the edge of the Earth. You're correct, bro. I believe you.
Of course.
I guess we must have been out of Globers today.
Oh shit! Believe it's not.
So how about?
So do you not believe in gravity?
No.
How about Ducklet and Lith? You guys have anything to say?
Yes, I have. So you're saying the pictures from, let's say, 50, 60 years ago are fake. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you say it again? Nobody heard what you were saying.
Very low.
The pictures of Earth from the first moon landing and stuff were faked. Can you prove that to me?
Of course they were.
I'm not prove. I mean, elaborate your point on that.
We didn't have the technology to fake the Earth in 1969. There's literally video footage of the Earth from. I don't know how you guys believe this stuff, man.
How can you verify that?
How can you verify
there's this thing called the internet, bro.
Not just
it's existed
so
for a while.
You're verifying something. I see a lot of unicorns and dinosaurs and a lot of freaking.
Well, you're right, man.
Just came out on the internet as well.
Do you have visual proof of your said unicorns existing? That's not CGI. You don't.
Same thing with your argument, though.
No, because you're trying to say that CGI was this well developed as it is today, 70 years ago.
Okay, they told you up in VC Check-in to check out the movies back in 68, 69 that were very well made that still hold up today for CGI wise. You know what I mean? So
2010: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, you're assuming that they didn't have the technology to do anything back then.
I know they had technology, but it's not even
okay. So then, what is your
as advanced today? If I was to use CGI today, it would be much easier and much.
Nobody disagrees. Nobody disagrees. But you're saying they couldn't have faked it because they didn't have the technology to fake it.
I never said that. I said they could. They had the they had the technology.
Okay, then what?
They didn't have the ability to do it this well over 70 years ago.
Have you seen the moon landing from back in the days? Have you seen the moon landing videos from back in the days?
I have.
They look crappy as.
Yes, because it's a bad.
Right.
It's old technology. No. Technology from 10 years ago does not keep up with today's technology.
Here's the thing. We can argue whether they could have done it or they couldn't have faked it or whatnot, right? That's going to be, unfortunately, like a subjective thing for both sides. So what we can do is to see whether you could even go to the moon. Why don't we use, it's like scientifically, right? Can we go to the moon? Is that even possible? How about we discuss that?
We've done it last year.
I was going to categorically state
we went to the moon last year. I'm sorry, I must have missed the memo.
Me too.
Wait, let me get the name of the rocket.
I want to know the name of the guy who went to the moon.
I'll give you that. Let me just get the names.
I'm willing to,
take your
to categorically state that they did actually indeed fake it.
Why not just say, have you looked at the photos?
Purely because of the fact that
elaborate your point.
It's not like a technology. It was just a joke. Have you seen a close-up photo of the lunar motor?
Of the what?
Lunar motor.
But the problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
That's what NASA says right now. It's a painful process to go to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have this, we don't use.
And we have
the same wasteful resource.
And we have photos of this so-called.
Wait a minute, Ducklet. I'm sorry, but you said they went last year, and now you're saying it's a wasteful resource.
I wasn't mistaken. Which one? I was mistaken.
Okay.
You read that
okay, no problem.
I'll take that back.
Okay, no problem. All right, cool.
Most people are mistaken when they come in here. That's why we try to straighten them out.
Yes, of course.
And by the way, Ducklet, is there a way you can speak up because it's kind of hard to hear you?
Yeah. One sec.
Or put the mic in front of your mouth or something.
Oh, he does that a lot.
Maybe after shut off.
Yeah, it's like you're in the other room.
So we won't be able to hear you, and you'll get muted.
We did go there, and
that's the way it happened. But it just happened. No, I did see the stars. Did you see the stars? No, I see any.
No way possible. You could compare technology to 10 years ago to today.
You're still listening.
It's not.
Did you see this?
I'll just put you up to
It's gonna
200
have to
because
stay
I
like
can't.
this. It's gonna stay have this. It's
Yeah.
gonna have to stay this way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'll put you
You
up to
cannot-
200. Go ahead.
You cannot possibly compare technology that we have today to 70 years ago. You're using today's
Why?
technology to disprove something that happened 70 years ago, because we didn't have the
technology.
I don't know what you call it.
You want to see the movies?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Let's live stream.
Yeah, but dude,
because it looks so fake.
but Ducklet, we had the technology to go
quality
to the moon.
was obviously bad because this was the first,
I
this was
will
like the
react.
first 50 years of cameras. Like, it's not possible to have good quality.
How long
back
does
then.
he think cameras have
Have
been
you
around?
seen any old movies? Have you seen any old movies at all?
No, I haven't.
Back to
Never watched an old movie?
the future.
Okay, then.
There's a difference.
That
there's
might
a
be the
difference
problem,
between
bro.
Filming something in a studio and filming something outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
You
It wasn't
clearly
a
don't
studio.
understand.
It wasn't a studio. It
okay.
simply wasn't.
Like I said, let's not argue about this because it's gonna be a subjective thing. Can we
So, let me ask you this.
discuss
What-
if is it even possible? Hold up, bro. Can we discuss is it even possible to go to the moon? How about we discuss that? Because this clearly you're gonna stick to they couldn't, and we're gonna stick to they could have.
My answer is no. My answer is no. You cannot go to the moon.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do
Let's
that
ask
anymore.
the Globers that.
You can keep saying
Yeah,
that
John.
same video instead of
Alright,
talking.
bro, I gotta
instead
go.
of not
See ya.
talking. you should shut the fuck up,
Okay.
It's
Oh, man,
possible.
you're about to
just
get
gonna
muted,
replay
Ducklet.
that same video. I don't care if I'm getting
I'm not saying.
He's just being annoying and
Okay.
coughing. He's scared to show us his real voice. That's really simple.
Dude,
Ducklet.
relax.
Can I
Don't
ask this guy a
spiral. Don't
question?
spiral,
Hold on.
bro.
They asked him a question
Gonna get
already.
Please ask me this question. Yes.
Go ahead. Who was it was speaking?
John,
We cannot go to the moon.
Nah, it was a lady.
Your mics don't work.
Okay, that was me. Ducklet, I'll ask again. Can we even go to the moon? I don't mean as in can we get in a rocket and go, but the medium the moon is, right? Space as a vacuum. Can we go there? Is that do you know about the law of second law of thermodynamics?
No.
How gas behaves and stuff like that.
But
That's
the moon is inside our atmosphere. And they are saying that
Okay, so let me
the moon is
Johnny
inside our
doesn't need
atmosphere.
to answer
Johnny.
for us.
One at a time, please.
No. They have to have
so so the thing is that they say I don't know how far into physics or whatever you guys have gone into school, but the claim is that we live right next to the vacuum of space, right? Which means there's no barrier in between Earth. It's just there's a pressurized gas that we live on Earth, and then right after that there is a vacuum of space.
It's a gas physics.
So if you guys know anything about gas and how the nature of gas is, it goes from high pressure to low pressure. So the way you contain gas is obviously you need a physical container.
It can be
And there's nothing, according to the heliocentric model, there is no container on Earth. So if you have a pressurized, that means you cannot have a pressurized system on Earth right next to the vacuum of space without a container. So there is no way they could have gone to the moon. That would
No
be
chance.
a violation of natural law.
Great.
Do you
I
understand?
fucking love you saying that. You are so great. I love you.
You're explaining that to
Ducklet.
another flat earther. Apparently.
Your rebuttal.
Hey, Johnny, can you please be quiet? They're talking to somebody. What is it? This
Yes. Please.
Yeah, Ducklet.
Ducklet.
It's chocolate here.
He might have like.
I'm just gonna mute
I
him.
don't know.
Yeah. I heard him crack the next beer, so it's only going to get worse.
Oh, that was just a gas pressure going out of the.
It was.
container.
Actually, it was.
Ducklet, did we lose you at second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, these guys are just done.
was gonna ask him, can he explain when 2001 Odyssey came out? A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's it, chocolate. That's
Too much truth.
He blue screened.
We have way better CGI.
He laughed.
Too many big words there, Lulu. You fried his mind.
Luca.
I mean, come on.
Luca, you should have put the 10th ma'am.
The 10th man. You know what?
Ma'am.
It was Johnny that was talking about the 10th man. I have no idea what he was talking about earlier. There we go.
Yeah, that's perfect. Now you have to come up with all the puns today, Lulu.
Oh no, I'm gonna actually be quiet. There's ladies' night later on, so I'll save all my big words for later.
Yeah, let us get it out before y'all take over.
Yeah. You have what time is it? You have like 3 hours or so. Have fun.
You underestimate my power.
We got a new guy called the Law. Hey, what's up?
Probably
The Law?
afraid now.
Huh? What's up?
Probably afraid now.
What's up, yo?
What's going on, man? What
Hey,
brings you to
buddy.
our server?
How are you?
I had some friends tell me about it, so I was just sitting and listening.
And
It's interesting because I've grown up learning that Earth is round, and it's interesting hearing all the different theories.
Oh,
Well,
theory though.
welcome to the club,
Or
buddy. Welcome
different
to the
beliefs,
club.
rather. Sorry.
Well, round can be. You mean spherical because round.
He does.
The point is round.
spherical. My bad. Yeah.
Common
we were
common
brought,
mistake.
We're brought up the
All good.
same way.
Yeah. I was just listening to you guys in the background.
school.
What's up?
Went to the same school.
Oh yeah, you went to Purdue?
I went to the same school that taught that we live on a spinning monkey ball in a vacuum of space.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's most schools, isn't it?
Yeah,
Did
unfortunately.
you learn at Purdue?
Actually, I haven't learned much astronomy wise, so mainly math crap. Nothing too
More pseudoscience.
out there. What's
Do
that?
you do
More
a lot of
pseudoscience?
experiments in math?
No, not usually. It's all online since COVID's going on.
So do you learn about like those planets that rain diamonds and stuff?
I have not. No, I haven't learned anything about planets here.
I think that's.
Do you know your anus smells like farts, according to NASA?
But what smells like farts?
Uranus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say.
How would they know that? What?
NASA says that.
They probed Uranus
because they're fucking with you. That's why they say that.
Yeah, I have seen some funky things though on video. There's one time I was watching some people that were supposedly in the space station, and they definitely grabbed a wire and pulled them as they're like doing flips and stuff.
Yeah, thank you for
What the heck?
acknowledging that. I can't get my buddy to acknowledge that, even though he told me don't fuck that.
Because my dad mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, and I looked, I'm like, bro, what the heck? They very obviously just like grabbed the cable or whatever he was hanging on.
Well, none of that is filmed anywhere except in a green screen studio.
It's almost like and I'm not going to say everyone, but most people go to the theater, watch Gravity, and they come out like that was real.
Wasn't it?
Are you one of those morons who believe the Earth is flat? Little moron.
He's Draco. He's back.
Yeah, I'm pretty set on Earth being round or spherical right now. But
Listen, this guy's probably going to be a flat earther, so it'll just be all by himself here in a couple of
How do you feel being the imbecile?
Draco.
Hey, are we gonna allow this guy to talk like that?
Yeah, Draco, you're about to get muted if you don't chill.
I'll be chill. I'll be chill.
All right, so let's ask you a few questions. Since you're not an imbecile, right? So, you think? Do you know or you believe that the Earth is a ball?
No, I know the Earth is round.
All right, so let's go through the 3 questions. We have 3 questions we usually ask people, and it determines whether you know or believe the Earth is a ball. So there's no right or wrong answer. So the first question is usually do you know of anyone that has in the past or just in current times measured the curvature of Earth? The second one, the rotation, right? They say that the Earth spin 1,000 miles an hour. Whoever detected it in the past, or when, or how they did it, and gas pressure without a container. They say we are adjacent to a vacuum of space, and we have gas pressure. So the first question: when did they measure the curvature of Earth?
How would you need to measure the curvature of Earth if you have rockets to go outside and see for yourself?
Gravity requires G.
Just mute him. He's just gonna be a pain.
That's okay. I mean,
We good.
Right. So in order for them to launch out of here, they need to know the distance. Right? So they just can't launch a rocket and all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, we went around something we don't know the distance, the length of. So you have to know the distance that you had to travel.
In 1969, there was footage of us
Okay, can you verify
going to the moon, and we saw a good view of the planet. And unless they use some sort of technology, I can verify this straight away. Check your direct messages, I'll send you a video footage of the actual
I'll
thing
give you one even better. In 1968, they filmed 2001 Space Odyssey, where they were actually floating in space. They float a pen, actually, as well.
Pardon?
They floated a pen in space in 2001's A Space Odyssey.
Sure did.
And that was a 1968 film. So, yeah, you have to do.
You go ahead and show me
you have to do a little better than that and actually measure the curvature of the Earth. This is where you're standing at. So, do you know of somebody that ever did that? Yes or no?
We can make. No, the answer is no.
Okay, great. So you believe that it's curved, but you have no measurement of it. Let's go to the second question. Like I said, there's only 3 questions. Hold on, there's only 3 questions.
Hey, don't stop him.
There's only 3 questions. Okay. We just want to know, what do you know? All right. So the spin of the Earth, they say it spins about 1,000 miles an hour. Do you know if anybody detected that now, in the past?
Do school teachers count?
I don't know. You got to ask them.
Sure.
Then yes, I do.
So, who detected the spin of the Earth and how did they do it?
It's not that they detected it themselves. They know the information, though.
No. I mean, I know I have a unicorn in my backyard.
Your attempt at being funny is failing. I'll just tell you that. No one's laughing.
I know I have a unicorn in my backyard, though.
I don't care.
So this is what I'm saying. So it's a story. Now, how do you know that I have a unicorn in my backyard? Do I have to prove myself to you, right?
You're all sick right now.
I can just give you a story and say, yeah, that's the truth.
Okay.
Albert. Just drop your computer, drop your phone, go outside, and show me one of the flat planets orbiting the Earth. Can you show me a flat sun?
I'm asking you about the Earth, man. You're trying to avoid the question about the Earth, and you're trying to go to the sky. I want you to tell me about the Earth. Where did the detective
say, I don't know if you don't know, okay? Say, I don't know if you don't know. He deafened himself.
He actually is a waste of time. Even though
I know, okay. but we gotta try. We gotta shove some facts into them.
One,
I know.
I was rooting for you. Don't worry, I was all for it.
Is the end? Something happened.
We got to make sure these guys are watching live stream voice text.
I don't need my phone anymore. I'm like, what?
He said something happened. I guess he's self-deafened maybe somehow.
It's fine now.
He stubbed his toe.
Realized the Earth is flat, maybe.
Hello.
Okay, here we go.
Hello.
So the spin of the Earth. You know when they detected that?
You're bringing up irrelevant facts that have nothing to do with the argument. There's a lot more facts.
What do you mean? It has to do 100% about the argument. It has to do 100% about the argument of the Earth being a spinning ball in space.
Why do I have to know about the technical degrees about the spin of the Earth to tell the Earth is flat?
It's what you're asserting.
We get to the flatness of it.
My nigga, go outside and look at the sky.
Because guess what? Guess what? Let me tell you something, Draco. Because other than if you don't actually have the information and know how they did it and when they did it, that means all you have is a belief system that you think they did it, but you have no evidence of it.
So essentially,
you're an imbecile. You're an imbecile.
Draco.
I understand you're an imbecile. You're projecting. That's okay.
No. You're the one projecting because
I'm projecting. I'm asking you legitimate questions, and you can't even answer them.
Why has there never been any footage of a flat planet orbiting our skies?
You're asking about, again, you haven't even gone to a planet. You haven't even been there, and nobody has.
Wait,
but
you do realize the sun is big enough to be viewed from our planet where we're standing.
Again, you are begging a question. We're asking you to prove that the Earth is a spinning ball, and yet you have no measurement of the curve.
What am I meant to do?
You have no detection of the spin. Now, the third question is this. This is the third question.
Wait, don't be a hypocrite. Do these questions apply to you?
Yes, definitely.
So you know this information?
Yes, definitely.
And you've studied it yourself?
Yes, definitely.
All right, where did you get this information from? Wikipedia.
We looked for it, but we were trying to figure out what you know.
Okay.
They gave us a certain radius. They gave us a certain radius. We went out to look for actual curvature. None detected. We went to look for spin. None detected. Now the third one is gas pressure without a container. They're saying we're adjacent. Again, you're trying to obfuscate, and I'm asking you a question about gas pressure without a container. Has anybody ever shown you gas pressure without a container?
But you're asking all these questions, but I haven't seen a single shred of evidence.
Are you watching the live stream text chat?
Oh my lord, man!
Go in there. If you don't go in there, we'll just get you banned. You have to be able to see what we're typing.
Do you want me to look at the live stream? Wait.
The voice text, yes.
Every Glober that's in here, make sure you're doing that.
Oh, voice text.
It's right on top of the live stream, BC. Little hash.
Red dot.
At the top, wait.
Right above the room you're in right now.
Oh, live stream voice text. Is this meant to prove the Earth is flat?
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro. Showing me a bunch of numbers to fit your ideals. That's gonna show me that.
No, that's flat, actually your idea. That's your heliocentric model.
No. Elbow, you've got it wrong. Elbow, my favorite. You're my favorite man. You know. Yeah, I love you, Elbow, but you're wrong. You know what I mean?
So this is not your heliocentric model.
What?
The little ball where the old dude posted.
Does your country even have a space program, Draco?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure England has a space program. I'm pretty sure.
Where is it?
Prince Philip's on it.
Where is it? Where's the logo?
Oh, sure. Hey. Why are you making fun of a dead person, bro? Have you gone that low?
Because I think it's funny.
I've never seen a brick in fucking outer space. So tell me where this damn this facility is. I've never even heard of it.
Mr. Fraud, can you go ahead and provide me a footage of the flat Earth before we get into anything, bro?
I want to know why the hell you believe the Earth is round, because you obviously
because there's footage of it. It's really simple.
Because Americans showed you footage. You trust us Americans?
No. It's not just that. But if you go outside and look for yourself,
see what? You can see the spaceship from outside.
No. I can see the sun and the moon from outside, and they're visibly, they're literally a globe.
They're that basic. And the sun is a globe.
Yes.
Posting a picture of the sun right now, okay?
The sun is circular.
This is a picture of the sun. That is
Why do you think the Earth is special? What?
Posted a picture of the sun that is not a sphere.
I'll post a picture of the sun right now.
So have you seen a 3-dimensional sun? Where have you seen this 3D sun? I mean, I've always seen, well, as far as I see it, a circle.
Outside.
I see a circle in the sky. I can't see.
Outside of the 3D.
If the sun is circular, why would the Earth now be flat? Why is the Earth special? Do you think
you can't really
physics not apply to the planet? You know what I mean?
You can't really believe what you're saying right now. Honestly, you cannot really believe what you're saying.
Why can't I believe what's in the sky? The sky's existed for many years prior to humans. Are you saying it's some sort of projection?
This is the thing, though, man. You're looking up in the sky, and we're asking you to measure the ground you're standing on. In other words, if
I'm not going to measure the ground I'm standing on, because it's really not that serious.
Hold on, let me ask you this: if I go to your house and you want me to do the floor for you, you want me to look at your light bulb and tell you, okay, well, it's a spherical shaped light bulb.
I'm sorry, you can't go to my house because my house is imbecile proof.
Regardless, it's just an analogy, man. You know, get it to your thick brain.
You're very stupid, you know.
I know
you're very stupid.
Wow.
You're so
I know you are, but what am I?
You're so emotionally invested in outer space, bro.
He wanted to go to Mars, I think.
He signed up for the first mission to go.
He was Ethan Hawke in Gattaca.
Hey, I heard in 2051 we're going to be going to Mars with people. Just announced that last week.
Are you signed up, Draco?
You know, drink coffee, right?
I'm not going to Mars. It's really not that serious. Whether the Earth is flat or not,
it's sinking in. It's sinking in. That's why I said whether or not it's flat or not.
Wait, what would the government or anything gain from telling you that the Earth is round?
Why would they lie?
Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me. I want to know. I'm curious.
Mr.
Elwood, what was the government gain?
We're just letting you enjoy it right now.
What do you mean? Wait, just tell me what they'd have to gain from telling you the Earth is round. Why not say the truth? What would they lose from telling you that the Earth is flat if it is
control? Control
over what?
What you believe. What you believe. That's what they have control over.
Please tell me what they could use with control over what you believe. Go ahead and tell me.
Oh my gosh, bro! It's so many things, man.
They get feeble-minded.
So what you're saying is, by deceiving people that the Earth is indeed round, apparently.
You believe ridiculous stuff.
I posted a picture of the new globe Earth model.
Please may I have picture permissions.
How many masks do you wear? So they can get you to believe retarded stuff like a globe Earth. They can get you to wear masks and take vaccines.
You do realize you have to wear masks.
Oh, you don't.
Oh my god! You guys are anti-maskers too, are you?
You just used their point.
No.
Two. Which vaccine are you getting?
You do realize I've had COVID-19 before. It's not a fraud. I don't know what you guys are on about.
We've all had a cold before.
No, I've had COVID-19. I've been tested and I had it positive. It's not a fraud.
Yeah, my uncle died from COVID-19. They figured you were a candidate for the shot. They figured you were a candidate for the shot.
You guys are stupid. You guys are stupid.
Spectrum too. So you test positive for being retarded, for being a globe believer, a mask wearer, news.
How are you gonna call me retarded, but you believe the Earth is flat? It just doesn't add up.
You don't believe you're brainwashed. You are brainwashed.
I'm not brainwashed. I'm just not stupid.
Yeah,
you don't believe you're this Patrick.
Are you wearing a mask right now?
Okay.
Are the COVID in the room with you now?
My uncle literally died of COVID. What are you on about? Wait. Do you guys think the cold packed my uncle, bro? Do you guys think the cold killed my uncle? Or was it COVID-19?
When did COVID come out?
We're not getting into this.
Pardon?
We're not going down that rabbit hole, bro. We're gonna stick to the subject matter.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you're stupid. I don't want to talk anyways. You know what I mean? Well, actually, I do want to.
No, because you realize you're wrong and we're right. So that's why you're getting all defensive. We know how it goes. We do this every single day, 24 hours a day, all year long.
Why do you believe COVID-19 is fake?
Think about this, Draco. We live in America where space travel was invented, and we're telling you it's fucking fake. Who the fuck are you to tell us otherwise? You don't see the shit we see.
Come on, you boy. I've had the cold and I've had COVID-19, and I can tell you there's a big difference between them, bro. I can tell you there's a big difference between COVID-19.
I don't want to hear about it. Everybody, nobody. Yeah, you had the flu like everybody else gets.
Every time I get the flu,
You think COVID-19 is a common flu?
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I bet you believe.
How am I the idiot? You're the one who says
in the Middle East too. Right?
I can't comprehend you guys.
The mass destruction too, right?
Back to the earth. Back to the earth. Have you ever experienced the earth as a globe?
No.
Oh, he answered something right. Wow.
Okay, so he's becoming a little genuine.
More genuine.
Genuine. Yes, thank you. So let's talk about water. Have you ever seen water curve into like large bodies of water, at rest? Have you ever seen it shape into?
Can you not comprehend how big the planet is? Oh my lord!
Just answer his question.
No, why would the sea curve?
Have you ever?
The Earth is hundreds of millions miles big. It would not be visibly curving.
What's the radius of the Earth?
Anything stretched out looks flat because it's stretched out.
The Earth. You don't know?
Need a radius to have a ball. Need a radius of the Earth to have a ball. Okay.
You believe in Santa too? Okay. You're taking the mic now.
Yeah, we're going to take your word for it. Give us the radius of the ball.
Actually, thanks.
Radius of what?
That space is Santa Claus.
Google it if you have.
The radius of the Earth is, according to Google, your mother.
What's the radius? Tell us, please.
He's scared to answer because he realizes he's believed a bunch of
6,371 kilometers.
All right, now do you know how to measure?
Okay, so that's 3,959 miles.
What?
So in miles, it's 3,959. About.
It's breaking up, so we'll try to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know how to measure a radius, young fella?
No. Or what do you think? Do you think I'm some sort of a scientist, bro? Dr. New, I don't know how to do this stuff, bro. I just went through school.
Math, right?
I had education.
Geometry, right?
We want to help you learn this stuff. Seriously. We learn this stuff.
Wait. You still haven't answered my questions. You still haven't answered my questions. How come nothing in the sky is visibly flat that we see?
All flat.
Pardon?
All flat looking.
What's that got?
All two-dimensional to us.
What's it got to do with the ground?
Bro, what? Wait.
We cannot verify anything in the sky, so go back to the Earth.
So
yes, you can. You have these things called eyeballs, bro. They're very useful.
You could see something.
Let's say I never saw a mirror before, and I saw birds flying around all the time. Would I consider myself a fucking bird?
What?
I said, what if mirrors didn't exist? You couldn't see your reflection, and you saw birds flying around all the time. Would I consider myself a fucking bird now?
No.
So why the fuck is it?
You cut off at the point.
You cut off here.
Why does the Earth have to be the shape of the sun if I'm not a fucking bird?
Because that's how everything else has been seen. through a telescope.
Ever.
What, do you think the Earth is a special child, like Harry Potter? He was the chosen one to be flat.
Planet? Would you like to see a picture of?
If you look at everything they say about every other quote unquote planet, Earth is special. Holy shit!
Earth is not special. It just has the abundance of life.
It has gas. It has water. It has trees. It has.
Does Mars not have water too?
Does have life into Mars?
The Earth is not special. It didn't just change shape because organisms existed in it.
No, you asked me a question. I'm asking you the same question. Have you been to Mars?
I've not been to Mars. No.
Okay, you can't tell me shit about Mars, can you?
Have you?
Oh, we've never been there. Nobody
exactly. That applies to you as well. So why are you telling me that? Why are you trying to tell me the Earth is flat, bro?
You're the one saying that doesn't Mars has water too? Have you been there?
You're a donut. You're stupid. You're a donut. I don't want to hear it. You're a donut.
He's spiraling again.
You got
It's Mars. I posted a picture of Mars for you. What do you see there?
Go watch the footage.
See the face of Mars on that?
Go watch
See the face of Mars on that ball?
How come you're not watching the Perseverance? How come he's not there just sitting there watching all of that stuff, right? These guys love to believe in this shit, but they don't pay any attention to any of the shit that's actually going on. I watch that shit more than they do to laugh at it.
You have to watch it. You have to know your enemy.
Exactly.
You have to know your enemy.
They don't watch it because it doesn't take much to convince them. You can see how retarded they are because they just believe it based on.
I posted a picture of the helicopter. I posted a picture of the helicopter landing on Mars. This image that I posted was featured on CNBC for tonight's story.
Listen, when I used to watch that shit and believe in it,
oh my God,
would make me question shit more. I'm like, why the fuck aren't they? Why am I just looking at sand dunes? Well, and all they do is make it worse for me when I believed in that shit. So I mean, I can't imagine.
Draco, go watch that helicopter gif he just posted. Watch that and tell us. Come back and report how stupid you are for believing that. I want to hear your reaction after you watch that.
How come you're not watching it all the time, 24/7, Draco? It's on all the time. Mars, we're there, bro. We're hanging out.
Yeah, I think they're building a hotel right now with robots.
You should have popcorn, your girlfriend's over, everything, bro. The lights are dim. It's a good time.
He lost.
He ran up. Bag.
Oh, he got his little globe.
That's how it works.
That's too bad. I was hoping that a little glimmer of hope for that young man, but I guess not.
He'll be back. Watch.
Yeah, it's obviously affecting him. It's obviously affecting him, or else he wouldn't stay as long as he does. He's being affected by all the information.
Oh, he's back.
You see the law. That's the strongest arguments they have.
He had to go check with BBC and CNN to make sure that he was still right. He's like, oh shit, they're saying some stuff. I got to go check my news anchor to make sure I'm right again.
We have another person called Yasa.
Oh, Matt Lauer said I'm right.
Draco.
Wait, do you mind unbanning my friends? Because
no, we want to leave them banned. We don't need you with any friends talking over us, so you can just
one of my friends. He has a degree in science, so I think he can talk.
Doesn't matter
more than me. All right.
So do most of us.
If he's banned for a reason. So no.
They weren't banned for a reason. It's just that they were the loudest in the VC, so they got banned.
It's hard to imagine somebody that's more of a jackass than you are, but they definitely.
No. You're the jackass.
You made it through. You should be happy. You made it through.
You're a fool. You're a fool. Just plain and simple. You're a fool.
That's what we're looking for.
Think about it, Draco. You're still here and you're calling us names. Can you imagine what they must have done?
Yeah, go watch that Mars footage and come back and tell us how real it is. Real genius, man.
You do realize they flown a rover onto Mars?
And he doesn't even know what we're talking about. He doesn't even know what we're talking.
Why are you showing me a zoomed out image of Mars when there's people there's been a robot who's literally been to it, bro?
You can't be that stupid. Post that GIF again. Watch that little.
I do not have picture. I would be destroying you evidence right now, but I do not have picture permission.
You religiously defend stuff you're not even watching. So let's have you watch it, and then I want to see your comments of this little rover helicopter bouncing off the surface.
Post it again. I'm going to post this again. This is a featured story on CNBC with Shepard Smith tonight, and this is the image they use, and there it is. Watch it. See it? What's going on with that?
This is what you're religiously defending. You're in here like a zealot, a globe acolyte, attacking fervently your beliefs.
Dude, is it in the live stream voice text?
Oh, he's not paying attention again.
That can't. That's not.
No, I'm trying to look through it.
Listen, that's not supposed to be real.
He just posted it in 23
Don't spam it off the screen. Don't spam it off the screen.
No, seriously, that's supposed to be real. Seriously.
Yeah, 23 after the hour.
No,
this is what you're in here.
Is that supposed to be real? I'm looking at it. Is that supposed to be real for real? Seriously.
Wait, I have to go. I'll see you guys later, but I think you'll still feel this. No. No.
Look at the clouds.
You guys, you guys don't get to them. You guys don't get to them. I win. Sure.
Take some time to cope. You're gonna need it, man. That cog disc is gonna hit you hard after watching that. Take all the time you need, though.
Okay, YouTubers, that's what we call when a Uber spirals out of control. I gotta go.
Yeah, that's called.
All right. Hold on. Question though, is that really supposed to be a real image of what video footage? Are you serious that's supposed to be real?
This is what they showed tonight, or just a few minutes ago. Well, probably a half hour ago, when they say, what's coming up tonight. And tonight on Shepard Smith, they showed that, and they're talking about there's the rainbow that they also had on Mars. They're going to show they're going to talk about the helicopter tonight that's on Mars.
Yeah, at less than 1% of our atmospheric pressure, that helicopter is flying around.
Listen, that thing's. You know what? I couldn't put one of those in my backyard and probably make it work for more than a couple of days without giving it some maintenance. So, what are they thinking? That we don't watch this stuff?
No, but
it looks like most people don't.
The GIF of the chopper landing, was that real? That's what I'm asking about, though.
No, that's not real. No,
that's not real. But they're showing that on television now. That same one.
Right, Webron, they showed a 2-framed image. You see, I posted it like 1 hour ago. Wait a second, maybe I can find it. They have 2 frames, and you see the blades changing from position. 1 second.
You talking about little things on the bottom of the blades?
No.
What are you talking about?
Let me find it. 1 sec.
All right.
But yeah, that GIF, that was a knockout blow there. That fucking knocked his ass out. We'll have to keep that handy.
The helicopter moved to the top of my favorites list because of that coming up.
Yeah, it's good to have shit like that, because that was one of the more aggressive globers. And then they don't even watch the shit. Whoever said that's exactly right. They're not even watching the shit. They're in here battling for hours over. They're not even looking at it.
So I've posted
Watch this.
Yeah, I've posted it. It's literally 2 frames where you see the blades moving from position. It's ridiculous.
I need the sound on?
No.
Okay. All right, so we're zooming in on a drone. That's all completely CGI.
Yeah, why was the
Watching it.
Why?
Overlaying.
Yeah, you see the rock.
Overlaying CGI with real pictures. That's why we got those fucked up rainbows and shit.
Not to measure 1%.
Looks legit to me. What's the problem, Red?
Looks like a lot of dust got on the solar panel too.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
What's
It doesn't have an atmosphere, so it goes right through that dust.
What's with all the theatrical music they have to play to try and make it seem real, right? It's like fucking ridiculous.
So apparently the 10th or the 11th, they're gonna fly it, something like that.
So have they tried to test this out in our 1% atmosphere?
Yeah.
I thought the weather on Mars was fucking erratic and hectic over there. Well, how is it always so placid?
Because it's actually Earth. That's why.
That is crazy. It's near vacuum atmospheric conditions, and a helicopter is just flying away.
I mean, think about it. How does dust devils form? And they're showing us dust devils on there. It hasn't got the correct temperatures to create a dust devil. It doesn't have the amount of atmosphere to create it, but yet they show it to us.
Yes, it does. See it right there.
No, it doesn't.
You can see it right in the images. It's there. So the helicopter flies. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
All right, I took a picture. Hey, can you guys tell me what this is a picture of? Here's one for you. I took a picture of a UFO.
Nah.
That's you on Mars.
It's an airplane
Really?
with the shutter open. See the two blinks, then a blink longer, and then another blink. So it's like it was heading from the right to the left, top right to bottom left. I took that picture. It was going down towards the ground, everybody, Globers. That plane was about to hit the ground.
I'm not seeing the picture.
30 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, and why would someone have a spacesuit on a plane?
I think I got some more here. Playing with the camera. This is on the 4th of July. I was getting the fireworks settings ready.
I think
So I picked.
you're posting it in the wrong room or something.
You're in the
Oh
lobby.
shit!
You're in the lobby.
Wait, are you and Jim?
At least they're getting cool. They're getting cool pictures in the lobby.
Yeah, because I'm talking about some astronaut. That's what I was trying to wonder. What is he on a
Right
plane?
here,
What?
here you go. Here's an airplane.
Ah, that's better.
Nice.
That's quite cool. Did you use long exposure?
I had it set on fireworks setting on a P900. It's a setting just for shooting fireworks.
So that'd be a long exposure.
Awesome.
Yeah, it programs your camera. A lot of shit you can't do manually on there, but that's the way it goes. If you want to be able to, take pictures like this,
If you to show this to the globe,
if you want pictures like this, you got to deal with what you get.
I mean, you can literally go troll globers with those pictures and say, "Look, I got actual evidence of UFOs." They'll believe you.
and I was able to make ghosts when it was at the right time. I had the long exposure going, and the kids were running in the street, and they ran so fast you could just see the image of a ghost of a kid in the street. I was posting that on Facebook. Kid that got killed in a circle. He's not dead because he's next door in his right now, probably throwing a football around with his brother. At that time, it's Friday. Let's see some other camera stuff here.
Hey, Johnson, you back?
Well, of course. And you have a P900 unless you do these too. I've got better pictures. I don't take pictures of planes unless that trail is a legit one. I can tell the difference. Oh, this is a regular trail. Find the big ones. There's some cool ones that curve around the whole sky. They did it in drones, 2 at the same time. A big gigantic circle over my house, like a 180 degrees I was able to capture. Find that one. Find the other good ones. I don't have everything loaded on my network drive yet, so I'm using that. It's a good one. That picture.
Yeah, I like that one. Hey, show the one with the grid pattern that you posted a couple nights ago.
Debunk that. That is actually looking at the filter, picking up the lens. I was able to repeat it with something else. I want to try different filters, and I don't want to use that program. I need to get Photoshop. This one looks like a NASA picture. Like some famous NASA picture. Sun with no filter. A dust on the lens that day. So I'm doing laser tests. Here's a test in the rain so I could actually see this beam. I wanted to make sure I could see it. I don't think I have any pointing up though, but it's really weird when you have a powerful laser and you shoot it straight up in the air. It's always straight above you, no matter where you walk. It's just a weird feeling. It ends. There's just an end point. I'm going to get a picture of it now that it's warm out. I'll probably do it again shortly here. Got to have the right kind of atmosphere or air. It's a 5-watt laser.
Well, why isn't your laser bending?
It was Halloween, so I had to. Oh, here's one. Is this one going up in the air? Maybe.
I think that laser should be bending during refraction. I don't understand why yours isn't bending.
Should be. You just can't see it. Oh, I like that one. It's a nice one. I should be able to get those. The other day, I could have got a picture like that. The sky was perfect. And I was like, oh, I'm too lazy to drive down the street. Literally down the street. Got to pack the dog and all that fun stuff. Live like on top of a, look from a distance, top of a mountain. Maybe the front edge of a cliff. You go the one way and the drop, you just go down at like 30 degrees on one of them. Then the other way slowly drops down to that same elevation over about 10 miles. Some craters. Nice. Which filter are you using there? Getting new ones this year. This is what I don't like about my filter. I'm getting that halo from it. Well, that just proves there's birds on the sun. Pretty big. That nice, perfect half moon.
Yeah, the filters I'm using is an ND400. I got 2 of them.
Oh, it's not adjustable?
No. I got 2 filters and they're screwed together. So that's
all right. So I got the ND. What is this one? ND2 to 400, and for some reason, those layers are causing that.
They're called neutral density.
Yeah. Am I getting that halo effect? It's at 400 when I have that color purple there.
Do you have 1 or you have 2? Because I got them.
Mine is 2 together. You turn it to go from, it's adjustable from 2 to 400.
Oh, okay.
They're polarized, I guess. I guess that's what's causing it, but something that bright. Those are no cloud days. When I take them with clouds, they come out way better. It's like a light bulb right above my head when I take the picture. I can't even point the camera. It's so hard for me to take sun pictures. Not sure what this is. Let's see. Oh, look. Spheres. Took pictures of spheres in space. Missing a whole card full of shots. The top. The moon. I'm wondering if this is what's going on when you look at that. Right here. Isn't it? Why did these not load all the time?
Beep boo.
Here's something cool to watch. Time lapse. It's the moon. I believe. Yeah. You guys see all the satellites shoot across the screen in that? All the 10 satellites?
I thought it was 20.
It's a meteor. That's called a meteor shower. Ooh, I never seen this one before. I must not have looked at this. It's Polaris with no star trails. And this one came out good. Thing is right in the center. Yeah, we're moving through space all right. Would see it on that. There's my desktop. Big spot moves like a clock. This is last week. I don't know what star this is. I have to go look again. I'll look tonight. You can see a wave on this one. What's up?
Have you tried to talk to the laws in here? BC Verified.
Is he still in here? He was talking before, and then Draco popped over him.
You want to say anything to the law? Do you live on a ball? The law? Alrighty then, back to Redwin's picture.
My movies, my show. Here is Film the Black Hole. Turn it into a GIF for us. There you go. Got a good picture of it. And I found some life on Mars. Not sure what these are called.
You got your helicopters on Mars now. What are you talking about?
Found one of those. Was in the front yard.
Nice. They're discovering new animals there every day. They got rodents and flies.
Hold on, I gotta show you the one that was in the backyard.
Yeah, those aren't mailboxes either. Those are like trans-dimensional teleportation boxes.
They found something there, I'm telling you.
The ancient Egyptians put them there after they flew the pyramids off.
Oh, here it is. Like the other life I found on Mars. I was able to find their home too, but here's one shot. And I think I know where they come from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because there's 5 of them under here.
Holy shit. They're multiplying. We got to stop them.
They do that every year. They hide under that guy's shed. Now I finally got pictures of them, and these are the babies. This is a baby. This thing is probably about, I'm gonna guess, head to tail. You can tell by the flowers. The thing's not very big.
It's like Alien, the movie. Like every time you think you escaped, it's like snuck on the ship. So they snuck on Matt Damon's ship when he was coming back. Now they're invading.
Here's one alien looking for another alien life form. In search of. This is in search of. Here it is.
Hey, that one with the was that the sun circling? You said that's at Polaris. Where'd you get that?
Made that.
Yo, you made it? Okay. I was wondering.
The Polaris in the middle with the star circling?
No, there's a sun circling in a GIF. For
That's the moon. That's how bright the moon was. I was focused in on the stars. I had the stars filter set, and I let the moon be in it, and that's how bright the moon actually is.
Yeah, but it's just making a circle around your head. Is that real, or you made that?
Wait, which one? Making
At
a
50
circle.
minutes
Oh,
after.
the black hole?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, no, I pulled that from NASA's website. That's their image of a black hole. Yeah. You didn't hear me. And this is what I found an alien that also flies, and you're not going to believe it. Alien life form on Mars, but look at this. That same one that's looking for the other life form also flies.
Fuck yeah, I love science.
See that? I have a floating. There's a floater in my yard. Then this is what happens when you float all day. Check this out. When you float all day long, you do this.
Funny thing is, if they put this on CNN and like somebody from NASA like was saying all this, we would literally be arguing against this for years. They'd be like, "What, you think they could? They would just make that up?"
NASA has found the gene that makes dogs float. Only greyhounds, certain kinds. So he's running because I was way out in the front yard when I took that picture, and when he goes from the backyard to the front yard, that's a long stretch. He takes full advantage of it and goes as fast as he can.
Nice.
Some hang-arounders. Must not have got any good ones that day.
We would be trying to like debunk these, and we'd be getting a lot of refraction and gravity arguments.
I have more proofs of flying Mars creatures too. This is one of those. Hold the shutter and it takes pictures as fast as it can. Oh, that's him taking off. It's like Superman. He runs, he takes off, and then he can fly. I don't want him hitting you though when he's flying like that.
He doesn't even need the helicopter blades like the rover.
This looks like an alien. That's why I take weird pictures of him. That's him wide. That's him sleeping with his eyes open. That's always like that.
Looks like Anubis or something.
That's how he sleeps. Eyes wide open. And it's called roaching when they do that. And that's how greyhounds, that's how they sleep. Or curled up in a ball. It's either that or curled up. For the most part. Not like, they're not like they're weird. Not like having a regular dog. They act like fucking kangaroos or something sometimes. They get up on their back legs and they start batting you with their like a deer. That's what they do. Come after you. And they'll knock your feet out from under you if you let them. If I let him fight me, he'll take me right out. He takes his front paws and sweeps your legs.
You get beat up.
Then I let him bite me, and he's done. As soon as I let him bite me, he doesn't want to play anymore because he knows he can't bite me. Does. I mean, I let him. It doesn't bother me. He doesn't bite hard enough. I wouldn't want to be a little animal. I mean, if he wants to tear something up, he can, but...
And you damn fucking Americans and animals, bro. I tell you. I'm Jamaican. Fucking animals live outside. You know what the fuck you guys got animals living in a damn house?
There's Mommy. When they're outside, The groundhogs are outside. Big boy has to stay inside because we don't want him chasing those babies around. So that should be coming up soon.
No, that's your actual yard? The fucking groundhogs are in your yard?
Yeah. The concrete path, that's not concrete. That's a stone path like.
I thought you got that shit off the internet or something. I didn't realize that was your fucking yard.
No, that's my yard. Yeah, that's Mom. The babies, they look the same, except they're fuzzier a little bit. It's not this year. That was last year's. This year should be coming up shortly. They just hang around. They don't although I shouldn't say they don't bother our shit because I caught them in our garbage cans, the whole family one time. Or the mom got out. The babies were stuck in the garbage can. And my wife freaked out, and I think she peed her pants a little bit because she was like, there's raccoons back there and they're going crazy. And I peeked in there and I'm like, oh my God, they're little tiny babies. I had to take him slowly, tip the can over, open the lid. They're looking at me. I'm like, come on, you guys got to go. And then they got out and they're like, which way? And I kind of shoot them to the backyard where they belong. It's nighttime. We're stuck in there all day. Like all day. Or at least it was like 3 p.m. when I found them. So you know how hot it must have been in there?
How'd the hell they get in there?
Mom opened the door on the garbage can at night. They figure that shit out. I figured out how to stop them now, but I had made a little clamp that goes on the garbage can that raccoons go in there and then the groundhogs will follow. I've stopped them. I haven't got a picture of a raccoon yet. But I'll get one. I'm afraid now because Jimmy he goes out at night and I open the door and he's gone. Does his patrol around the yard and pretty much keeps control of the raccoons now.
There's a shit ton of people at VC Check-In 1. You see that?
New ones or our people or both? And look, I just found Jupiter, a movie. I'll have to cut it up because it's out of focus, and then I focus in on it. That's a good one. It's like Saturn is in that group too. I'll have to cut those up. Saturn is hard to get. I cannot get enough light for Saturn. It looks just like it looks in the pictures, but I can't get enough light. It's so faint.
I got one for you. I'll post it in a
Maybe because it's so where I'm trying to get the picture, the angle it's at too. Yeah, I'm getting that same one. I mean, that's about the best I can get. What are we really looking at there? And that thing rotates like the moon too, doesn't it? When it goes over your head, it's always at it, like depending on what time of day you take that or night, it's pitched at a different angle, so it's rotating with the sky. I'll have to try to get another picture. Be right back.
Just do a quick check. Is there anybody new on here that's got anything to say? Anyone? Guess that would be a no. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Looking for Earth curvature, motion of Earth, existence of the Earth, planets supposedly in the vacuum space. Thank you.
Hello. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Posted a link to the Sun channel of this very same server in the livestream voice text. And you can see it's a rainbow colored depiction of the sun and moon's phase. There's sunlight, I guess, hitting the entire Earth. Do you see that?
I can't look at it. I'm driving. Can anybody else talk right now?
Now, the question is about that image.
Is anybody else here who can look at the voice text right now? Describe it. Tell me what's your.
Okay, so I mean, it just shows, I guess, the sun on the Earth, and it shows what appears to be the light rays that travel to various points, and it seems that the sun can be seen in North America in these orange and yellow lights, and supposedly can also go to the Antarctica on these pink and blue lines. And it seems to me, at least in this image, that the light is traveling much further towards the Antarctic than it is towards the other side of the what is known as North Pole in this picture. So my question is, how is the light visible in Antarctica which is much, much further away than just on the other side of the North Pole.
If somebody can look at the picture, I wouldn't be able to agree with that. Look at what you're talking about. Somebody chewing something? What is that?
Yo, Thompson, you're like chewing hardcore into the mic, bud.
Oh, sorry.
Like that's probably the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. Not gonna lie.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not actually eating anything.
I was enjoying that for a second. I'm just kidding. Is anybody on here can look at his picture? He's got a question about what is the picture? Where is it from?
It's in the Sun channel of this very
Sun
Discord.
Okay.
In the additional information M through Z.
Okay. You're saying it's in the same picture you can see North America and Antarctica? Is that what you said?
No. It's a depiction of how the light's supposedly traveling.
So it's not an actual photograph?
No.
Okay.
But it's a depiction of how the light travels on a flat Earth.
A depiction. Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I missed. Is there anybody here that can look at his picture? I'm operating a motor vehicle safely right now. I cannot look at picture. No, nobody. You tell us what you think it is, man.
Someone's hot miking.
Is it me? Am I talking?
No. There, they got it.
Okay. Can you see the picture this guy's talking about, Flatman Can?
The BG one?
Who was talking about the picture?
So it's that's me. So I put a link to it in the voice.
What's the link called? What did you post?
It's literally the bottom.
Right at the bottom.
The bottom message of livestream voice text is just it's a link to another channel on the same server.
I see. Yeah. And what's that link all about?
So my question is, I mean, in this depiction, are you looking at it at this time?
Well, I see the link. I haven't clicked on it. I'm just curious what it's about.
If you click on the link, it seems to be the sunlight shining down on the Earth and how it is seen.
Yeah. Well, I just got back from running some errands. I was just checking in to see if we have to shut the server down if any Globers prove their theory.
Oh. And not that I've seen yet.
Oh, good.
That's not my objective here.
So no bendy water then. Yeah, no.
So what do you think that
I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure what that link is, sir. But I've been here. I've been looking at FE for a long time now, and take a lot of magic talk and whatnot to convince me of what I used to know or think. And now I know better. I know different. Now I don't just put on the news and go, "Oh, I better wear 3 masks. They told me I should." I'm in a different mindset now.
So Adam, what do you think that picture? What do you think that picture is showing you, or your depiction? What are you trying to convey here?
Well, I'm curious why. I mean, it's kind of difficult to describe without the picture, but why is the light not visible on the other side of the North Pole in this picture, which seems to be a much shorter distance than the Antarctic in this depiction?
My answer is I have no freaking clue. Anybody else?
Maybe the sun's light only covers so much of the surface of the Earth, so that's why it's not going to cover every square inch at all times. That might be one of my answers.
Right, but it's okay. It seems it seems a bit funny, at least as it's depicted here, that the light can carve a straight line across the Earth for daylight and nighttime.
So is it a photo from space showing the Kármán line? Is that what you're saying?
No. Why has no one selected this link? It is a link on your server.
No, I know. It's just I don't like to waste my time looking at stuff I've already seen 1,000 times.
Well, I'm simply asking for clarification as to the phenomenon that is observed in the link that is presented.
I get you.
What was the silly question?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Haha, flat earthers. What's up?
Not this kid again.
You're flat. You believe the world's flat. That's knowing itself, bro.
Told you he would be back. Told you he would be back.
I told you I'm back with facts. You know what I mean? I did a little research, and the Earth is still round. You know what I mean, bro?
He did no research.
Look outside. Look outside. Outside.
I'm sorry. I got dropped. I was speaking. Yeah.
Wait.
So I don't know how you believing you're on a spinning ball flying through space.
Wait. There's this thing called gravity.
Don't.
Okay, I'm not talking about gravity, and I was speaking.
He doesn't know enough. He
doesn't know enough. Look at the sky, bro.
He's not educated in the subject. So
look at the sky. It'll tell you everything about what's under our feet.
What are you on about, bro? Show me one flat planet just in our solar system in general.
Why are you looking up in the sky? And number one, that's 2-dimensional.
And nobody said we're on a flat planet. You said we're on a flat planet. There's nobody in here saying this is a planet.
When?
You just said, show me a picture of the flat planet.
What?
Oh, dude, Draco, come on.
What a troll.
I'm not a troll.
You are.
I came here to spit some facts, and the Earth is not flat.
Trying to Chris Adamson's picture. You interrupted. Go ahead. Go.
You guys are stupid. You know that, right? Imbeciles.
I know some. You're up.
And you're so smart because you think there's something on Mars flying around sending information back, right?
It's called a robot.
We should listen to you, right?
Yes. You should.
He's just here to.
Yeah, you're gonna. He's really be quiet while we finish the other conversation.
All right. Okay. Little flower.
So the place where the sun is either rising or setting is a straight line across the planet, and whether you're on the South Pole or the North Hemisphere, it's a straight line, at least in this picture, and but the distance between the Antarctica on the sunrise compared to the North Pole on the sunrise is a significantly different distance for the sunlight to travel. Right? So
assuming that there's some kind of ball real close and the light shouldn't work like that.
Well, it appears that the light is curving. Where
if it appears that it's curving, it could be coming through something that's curved. It just appears that way.
So is it? I guess my question here is: if the sun is traveling around the flat plane that is the Earth, shouldn't the visible light below the sun be in a circle around the path that the sun is traveling?
Oh, you mean like a hot spot?
Well, you could say a hot spot, but it's just really just any light from the sun that's visible should be in a circular pattern under the sun.
That's if you think there's a light bulb floating above you.
Just that would be the sun, right? Like does it not radiate light in all direction?
If you projected a spotlight on the back of a movie screen and it came through the other side and it lit up the room, what would that tell you about it? There be a source for it, or would it just be a light against the surface?
I guess I understand that counter proposal. So I don't think the sun is a spotlight, but if
that's why it gives out a weird. And it's a perfect circle when we take pictures of it. So what that can tell me is you can get that effect a couple different ways. I mean, you can have a perfect circle of light, I guess, for it to go the way it does in weird directions. You need to have some kind of source, like in order to get rainbows, that has to come through a lens of some kind, and rainbows just appear in the sky. There's no lenses that we can see, so it has to come through something, because in order to create one, we have to use a prism. It's come through some kind of medium.
So you're saying the light is going through some form of medium, and then that's what's creating the appearance that it's.
That's what I think. That's why you're seeing that curved effect. That's how you would get that. Took a clear glass bowl and kind of put a small LED light on it. You would kind of see what I'm looking at, how I'm looking at it. You have to do it with like an opaque and a semi-opaque surface or something, so you can. But I could probably print up something like that, but that would be a waste of an experiment and costly. But like $80 to print that.
Just as a form to visualize what the theory is in the universe with the sun above the Earth as we know it. It's casting light onto the surface of the Earth, and if I were to go, far away past Antarctica, it would be pitch black forever, right? And if I were to be on the night, then it's dark because the sun is not above me. But if I were to zoom out above the Earth to the tippity top of the atmosphere, shouldn't I theoretically see a circle of light that's cast onto the Earth from the sun?
Like a hot spot. Like that one.
Okay, yeah, sure, hot spot. Like, isn't that what it's a hot spot, right?
Well, it's concentrated underneath where the sun is at that point. It's more concentrated there. Yeah, you're going to get that.
And then it will eventually disappear into utter darkness, yes?
As the sun moves away from you, yes, you get darkness.
Right.
Light doesn't go on forever.
Right. That's exactly where I'm getting at. So my question is, how is it that it cuts a straight line across the map where the sun rises or sun sets?
I don't know. I don't know how it's made.
It's just ridiculous.
What's ridiculous? That's not a ridiculous question. That's a completely legit question.
No, not about you. Not about you, Autonomous. Not about you.
I'm just saying, where is this going?
The question becomes then, that the straight line that's carved across half the planet at all times of light and dark, it doesn't make sense, because if it should have a hot spot, which would be a circle under the sun.
Oh, doesn't have to. Line. That's if it's a ball.
But isn't that the whole point of the? There's the pictures of the clouds with the sunlight coming at different angles.
I don't know what that's from.
That's like to represent the fact that there's a hotspot underneath. Yes.
Got pictures of the hotspot. Want to see that?
Sure.
What Radwin posted in the live stream is amateur footage. It's not from NASA. That's why you don't see no curvy, bendy horizon there. And nobody was paid to do that. They spent money to show us that.
How would you find the hotspot anyway?
And it's going to be lighter underneath that source of light.
Oh yeah, what Todd Wazzle posted here on the live stream voice chat.
Saw it.
That. Why is there a straight line?
That's just somebody's drawing. I don't know what you got. I've never seen it before, so I don't go off that.
And the thing about the hotspot, you're assuming the light is in somewhat
a thing. It's an object that
the sun is way
there to touch
than the ground.
Yeah,
first off,
somebody cut out there.
Listen, if the sun is the same diameter as the moon, obviously it's not that big, right? So how are you going to get a hotspot from something so small? It's not a fucking laser.
I'm not really talking about hotspots. I'm talking about the shape of the light. It should be a circle under the.
You wouldn't get that. No, you wouldn't get that.
How are you going to get a circle? No, it's not going to be a circle, dude. It spreads out in all directions.
Right, but if you can see the sunset, and your whole argument about the sunset is that it's so far away that you can't see it, then everywhere that can see it is somewhere in the circle that of the light that's coming in all directions, right?
Okay.
So the light that's visible, if you were to see the sun anywhere, you are in a circle that's cast by the light. And if you are in darkness, you are outside of the circle.
There you go. I posted one. Right. If it doesn't pop up for me, click on that.
Radwin.
Keep going.
Okay, yeah. So, oh, wow, that's an interesting picture.
Oh, that's how light would look coming through something that's a solid.
I'm examining the picture now.
Yeah, obviously the guy's holding a light, but if I did that and I put it on my little robotic arm and had it just make a perfect pattern, it could probably get that exact half light through there.
Right,
all 360 degrees.
Wouldn't that okay, so this picture I'm totally okay with it as it's presented here. But doesn't that kind of contradict the other pictures of where the light is coming from the clouds at different angles?
It does. We don't know what the sun is because we can't go there. That's why saying the sun is 93 million miles away makes no sense at all, does it?
Well, neither does these two contradicting points.
Oh, hold on. And then we have parallel sun rays, right, from the sun. That's how you can get the diameter of the Earth with sticks and shadows. We know that you can't do that because the sun doesn't work like that.
Okay. So, and that's all. That's all I was asking for clarification on how you perceive that point. Right now, I am a inquisitive mind, open to all theories, and I just want to understand how that's. And this, this picture you post is as excellent depiction of how that's plausible, and I appreciate you.
It's important you do some of your own non-mainstream research. You can't just look at NASA all the time and then try to figure out FE.
Yeah,
that is why I'm here.
You have to start with the fact that you see water is flat, you can measure it as flat, and you have to take it from there like everybody else in here did. And you're getting into the sun and all that stuff, which is fine, but talk about that in here is we have other rooms for that only because we can go on for days talking about what the sun is and different pictures we have and all kinds of different things that nobody can explain. We know it's not a fireball because when we zoom in on it, we don't see fire like NASA gives us.
Well,
I don't know
it is quite bright.
Shit from.
It's bright, but it's perfectly bright.
There ain't fucking flames shooting off of it.
That's what I mean. No flame shooting off of it. We have filters. We have the same things they have. They don't have anything special. There's no special things you can do to take pictures unless you make the pictures. And they can do whatever you want.
It's funny they got a satellite cameras. The Soho is constantly the Soho is constantly looking at the sun, shooting out flames and all kinds of bullshit. But they don't have one of those cameras that looks at Earth like that. One satellite to look at Earth like that. Why not? It's just so many stupid questions, man. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you look at the sun all the time and not Earth?
You're not shooting a signal that far anyway.
Because obviously, if they can get live time footage of the sun for shooting flames out, you telling me Mars we have to wait all this time for Mars? It's only an extra 90 million miles away. That's not that bad, right?
It depends. It's not that far away anyway. Sometimes it's super close.
Another thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say another logical inference you could look at or think about is if the sun moves just a few degrees in the sky, you feel the difference in heat, right? Who's the guy that we're talking to about the sun?
Yeah. Like the further the sun moves from you, the cooler you feel.
Yeah, and it could be just a few degrees. At high noon, you're going to feel that heat really hot, and then at just a few degrees later, it's a lot cooler. So,
so that's
93 million
at noon. There would be your hotspot. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. And if it's 93 million miles away, how can you argue that just a couple degrees in movement of the sun would make that much of a difference in the way you feel the heat?
That wouldn't make a difference.
That distance.
It wouldn't make a difference. You would have that until almost it got dark.
Yeah. Because
if it was 105. Yeah, if it was 100 degrees that day, it would be like 100 degrees at 9 at night, and then it would never cool off, and that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's thermal mass of the things that the sun heats up.
I know that.
Think about it. 93 million miles away, and you're saying just a few degrees difference in the angle is making a huge difference in the way you feel the heat. But if it was that far away, the heat would have to be so intense that just a few degrees wouldn't make much of a difference. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think that the heat we feel is not the heat of a fiery ball in either case.
Obviously
I think the heat we feel is the absorption of the sunlight converted into heat.
Sure, but do you see what I'm saying about just a few degrees of difference in the angle? If it was that far away, how would it make such a difference?
Well, it's really the same argument, right? Like, if the sun is moving versus if it's 93 million miles away, the transfer of heat is the same. It's not heat radiating from, or just like, it's not heat the way we feel it, like we feel on a fire. It's not transferring heat through air. It's transferring heat through light. So regardless of whether you're a flat earther or a glober, the heat transfer is the same, and the effects would be the same.
You're looking at the live
stream. I'm trying to say it's different.
Of the
saying
sun.
A few degrees wouldn't make much of a difference from that far away. You get that?
Look at this live stream so you can look at the sun dogs and how we can duplicate them using a round dome.
New perspective. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I just want to clarify that everyone in here used to think and understand the things that you're still looking at and trying to understand. None of us here are paid to present to you the truth that we now know. NASA
you think I'm a baller?
NASA is. I don't know. You seem be asking a lot.
You didn't understand what I was saying at all, dude. I thought you were a baller.
Oh,
I
really?
thought you were trying to figure this out, and I was trying to explain to you that the sun's.
AutoSum is trying to figure it out. You guys are talking to the wrong people.
Oh, okay.
Each other.
Otto
Yeah,
Sum
I'm
is
like
one.
I'm old school flat earth.
Sorry, New Perspective. I got you mixed up with AutoSum. Yeah, so AutoSum. The people in this room that you're speaking with, none of us are paid to share the information we're sharing with you. And NASA is paid to tell you that they went to the moon, they're going to Mars, we're going to have a space hotel floating in space.
2051.
You know, none of us are paid to show you truth and to reveal their bullshit to you.
Allow me to clarify that my very being here is representative of my openness to hear your perspective and to doubt that which NASA has presented. So, I'm seeking to understand, not to.
You've got your toe in the door.
And the interesting thing about this is that we're not here to convince you of our perspective. We're just here to confirm that your own is valid. You don't feel the Earth spin. You would assume it's a level plane if you were never told it's going around the sun spinning, right? That's what it seems like, right?
It's hard to say at this point. Yeah, I'm in my 30s now.
Well, what does it seem like? Do you feel like you're moving?
I feel like the if I use my mind's eye to envision myself as a maybe an ant on a basketball, as I've heard used before.
You'd have to be way smaller than an ant.
But you're talking about imaginary.
Which of your in my mind's eye,
as a regular human,
sense.
you would. Yeah, I'm saying as a regular human though, you only experience a level plane, right? Level stationary plane. That's all we all experience, right?
Right. Well, when I'm driving in a car, I don't feel.
I'm not talking about driving in a car. I'm talking about when you're standing on the ground.
You do
feel you when you're in a car.
You feel the friction. You feel the friction. You feel the wind.
Especially if you're turning. You close your eyes in the back seat when you're a kid and the car turns. You know the car's turning without even seeing that the car's turning.
Right, but I don't crash into the wall.
Yeah, that's
no.
Listen, that's because you're not in a Model T. That's because you're not in a Model T with no seatbelts, no fucking shock absorbers. I mean, come on.
My point is that we're not trying to convince you of our perspective. We're just saying that your perspective that you already have is true, and you've been convinced otherwise.
Oh, what you normally see
is the opposite of what it seems.
Whatever you experience, that's reality. What they show you on TV, none of that. We have so much shit from NASA that it's ridiculous. We just go with the highlights.
I've been exploring the channel, and I think you guys present some very interesting cases, and you have not been refuted from my perspective on this channel in the time I've listened. So you guys are doing an excellent job.
How could we be?
And I'm not.
Right?
And I'm not here to.
All we're saying is reality is what it seems. How simple? How much more simple could it be? How can you refute that, other than just some kind of belief system that you buy into? Should science be a belief system? Shouldn't it be like about proof?
Well, it seems that I guess the counter argument in why one would believe the globe against the Earth is that the globe theory has a reasonable explanation for all observations that could be made within the assumption that it is a globe theory, whereas the flat
except for the ground
seems to have a lot of
except
holes.
for almost everything when you really look close enough.
And it feels a little mysticism, right? With the we don't know what the sun is, we don't know what the moon is, we don't have an explanation for gravity. So
isn't that what makes it interesting, though? Because
that's exactly what makes it interesting.
Yeah, because it's like, wait a minute, there's a mystery now to everything. Now that there's no mystery to anything.
But you can see why.
You know that your reality is as it seems, which takes the mystery out of it, because it's just okay. Reality is reality. We're on a level plane. But then there's all these other mysteries because they've owned the explanation for everything else, and totally reverse engineered with mathematics to make you think that's the only explanation. And it's totally a trick.
Right. So essentially, my point in that statement is that both of these perspectives have an element of faith built within it.
No. Well, no, we're going to have to disagree with you. Since we can measure water completely flat, and we're showing a picture of it, water is just flat. It doesn't bend. It doesn't bend because it's so big. We know gravity doesn't exist, so water can't bend around the ball. So we got to drop that one. And that's just something that's in your imagination.
Again,
right, but the element of faith is
the
not
answer
in
to the why you're not wait, the reason you don't feel like you're spinning, if the answer to that is because you're not spinning, you don't have to believe that. It's just the logical conclusion.
Right, but I do have the new mystery and mysticism that is all of these unexplained things that cannot be measured. The sun, the moon, the stars, the gravity, all of that has an element of, well, I trust that it works without evidence, right?
Yep,
that's the thing, and that's
so. There's 2 points, and they're both great. Is really my conclusion.
And since you're new to this, just to let you know and make sure you know this, we're not here to convince you whatsoever. This is something that you realize. It's something you realize at some point after looking into it enough and figuring out that whether I can explain exactly why the sun moves or how it's doing what it's doing or the stars or all that. If I can't explain that, the only thing I do know is that my reality is as it seems because nothing else about what they're saying checks out. It can't. It's impossible. So then it's not about convincing you. It's about you just realizing that you're on a stationary plane as a basis of reality. And then you have to go from there, and everything else could be a mystery for the rest of your life. But it's more interesting now because the answers you were given were totally reverse engineered. You don't want to live with answers that aren't right just because of belief system. It's the loss of a belief, not the gaining of a new one.
I just posted a meme for the gentleman to read there.
Okay. Yeah, and I choose to remain a not having made a decision.
Well, that's good. Way. Yeah, you shouldn't just make a decision. It's not a decision; it's a realization.
Yeah, you don't pick it. You just either realize that you've been lied to and that what we're saying is actual facts, or you continue on your way and someday Mars will be a planet you can go to.
It'll be a lot easier for you if you just keep believing what they're saying. We'll tell you that. Probably.
That's way easier if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
If you just watch TV and go along with it, I'm pretty sure it's super easy. You only have to worry about video games and going out to eat and stuff like that.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time and explanation. And I have to go to work, so I'll just check in later.
All right, take care. Thanks for staying open-minded.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck.
You give him a tag or something.
Open-minded.
Well, that way you got a tag when you come back. We know you're not brand new.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, thanks.
Somebody can.
What's the guy's name,
brother?
Otto Sum. It's got at the bottom. Under car. Under car. Yeah, down or under you.
Yeah, right above the Groovy Bot. Oh, okay, gotcha. What's going on, people?
Going on.
What's up, Chocolate? Chilling. What it is. It is what it is.
Who's next?
I'm assuming since we're all here, nobody's brought in that mystical, magical, measured Earth curvature.
Most. You're almost convinced of it.
Convinced?
We weren't.
I don't want to be convinced.
Yeah, you were.
Just show it to me.
You can hear it in your voice sometimes. You're like, oh man, it is curved. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's definitely me. Yep. What's that? You must have heard Vanilla singing. Yeah, that's it.
We had a couple people died today. Our heads for Prince Philip. We're gonna miss him a lot.
Prince Philip
and
died today?
Yeah, or whenever.
The guy that looked like he was already dead. That guy?
At 99 years old. He's been 99 years old for, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 years. Something like that. He's always been 99 years old. So's the Queen.
God.
That rapper what rapper died today?
Some rapper died today?
Yeah.
Who?
DMZ.
I didn't hear. Who?
Y'all gonna make me.
Y'all gonna make me up in here? Yeah, DMX.
No way. DMX died today.
Yep.
What? Wow, that's crazy. I didn't hear that. I've been.
He's on his way to. He's on his way to the place. That basketball player.
Who? LeBron?
Kobe.
Kobe.
Yeah, he's going to visit Kobe. You see, there's a point where you got to pick. You staying here, or you going over to the other place?
Over in Tupac Island.
They're the ones who were able to figure out there's more than just what we're sitting here talking about. Somebody told them, and they paid some money. That's how it works. So, no more music from him or Prince Philip. Both of them, no more music from them.
Oh man, those guys were my favorite.
I like Prince Philip more. I like Terrence and Philip more than I like Prince Philip, though.
Ah, yes, amen. My Canadian brothers.
The Queef sisters are fun too.
South Park's on a whole nother level. They just crack me up so much.
Oh yeah, they just rip on Canadians. It's every episode now.
And I love the one where they made fun of Osama bin Laden and shit.
I watch South Park continuously whenever it's on. It's on Comedy Central all the time, so I always have it on. But yeah, that just saw that.
And Satan's dating Saddam Hussein, and he's just about the booty. And then Satan's dating this other guy named Chris, my name, and Chris is about the romance and everything. It's hilarious.
Hey, Chris.
Saddam be all, hey, relax, guy. Look over here. Don't worry about that.
And the episode where Hitler's got to pick his pineapple.
Yeah.
I want to see a Spaceballs too.
Did you see the Imagination episode of South Park when you look at all the characters in the background and they got the Apollo rocket and everything else there?
Fuck, I missed it.
You got to watch that. I've watched every time it comes on where they go to Imagination, and they get on the balloon and they go to Imagination Land.
Oh, yes.
You got to watch that one. You got to look at all the characters. Don't even pay attention to the story anymore. Look at all the characters in the background. They've got everything in there.
Give it a rewatch and watch everything except what they're telling me.
Yeah, you don't want to. I'm looking to see when they got the Twin Towers, if they've got them in there somewhere, because they've got all kinds of shit.
Wild.
Santa Claus is in there, the Easter Bunny, everybody's in there.
Yeah, they even had the balls to even reference adrenochrome.
There's a sun in there, it's an Imagination. There's I think a moon in there. An astronaut.
South Park has the balls to address anything. They don't
absolutely do. And they do it in their own way, you know. Said, what do they sing? Oh, terrorizing your imagination, the terrorists are here. That's how they present it. Whatever they're saying.
And now
it's my favorite episode besides the one they won't show anymore.
Everybody's walking around all muffled, sounding like Kenny. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I can't talk to people.
I make fun of people when I can't hear them. I say, they're like, what? I'm like, that's what I hear from you. You sound like Kenny from South Park. Get out of my face with that freaking face diaper. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's time people stop dropping that fucking mask and waking up.
But why would they lie?
DMX got the fun shot for his condition. I figured it was going to be that, and when they said drug overdose, I'm like, yeah, right. That's so like 1980. I can stop using that one. People don't OD from pot, so
I'm living proof. I smoke about 40 joints a day.
Well, I'm right with you because I'm like a quarter ounce every 3 days, so right with you. And
yeah,
I cannot. I try to OD on it because I want to end this all. And I try just using weed, and it doesn't work. But I'm trying.
Yeah.
The only thing that happens is I end up designing something out in my garage, or a new device for my IoT network that I have got going on at my house. Just something like that's what ends up happening. Is I create stuff,
improving yourself instead of going further down the toilet.
Yeah, the harder I try to OD on it, the more weird shit I create that work.
Awesome.
Not things that don't work. I don't create imaginary things or draw it up. I actually make the things and go, oh, look, yeah, it works nice. I take it apart because I get bored with shit. But right now I'm waiting for this thing to arrive today. So I got wireless MQTT protocol running, and hopefully can put sensors outside and monitor plants.
Sorry, did you say planes or plants?
Plants.
Plants. Okay, so you like horticulturalist?
Yeah, I like growing stuff.
Me too. I love growing weed.
And here in Ohio, we grow tomatoes.
Oh yeah, the Mexican tomato plants.
Yeah, they're good. I like those.
Yeah, me too. That's beautiful.
My patio is filled with little pots of tomato plants right now.
Nice. That gentleman, I think, is in the States, Mom. She wanted you to lend us some for our balcony. Oh, yes. Mom has a very beautiful garden every year on the balcony.
Yep.
She grows
the one year, the one was just out of high school and their friends were coming over. And I had like a 5-foot plant on my deck in the backyard, and they're all coming by and looking at them like, oh, they're one of these idiots is going to call the cops.
Oh, no. They didn't, though, did they?
No, but they're like all coming over to look at it and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Bringing your friends over here to look at that big giant plant.
Yeah.
Everybody leaves me alone.
Good. I always say I don't care if it's 1 plant or 100 plants. Security is top of the list. Like, you don't let your neighbor know or whatever. Like, you could be gone grocery shopping and they're so jealous they break in and steal your 1 plant, you know?
Yeah. You don't tell anybody anything.
Especially if they don't need to know.
And you can't come the way my deck is laid out off the back. It's like 12 foot off the ground. So you go out onto the deck, and then you go downstairs into the backyard and all that. But to even get on the stairs, it alerts me in the house.
Sweet.
On my home automation system, I have lights that'll blink. If it knows I'm in a room, it'll find me there. Otherwise, it'll blink the house. Like if I ask it, it'll assume I'm in that room, and it'll start with that room.
Okay.
I only use Alexa in one room. That's it.
funny Alexa story. I was doing deliveries for Flip the Dishes, and I stopped. It was a Jamaican, like African American type food restaurant I was stopping at, and I pulled in, and 3 or 4 lads are there, and they got Alexa going, and they're playing rap. I'm like, Alexa, play Gangster Rap Made Me Do It, and it starts playing it, and it gets to the part in the rap where they're talking about, if I call you the N-word, ain't nothing to it. Just, like, I love the joint. Like, I love the track, and, like, but I'm just wondering, what are these guys thinking about a white boy that wanting to hear it,
I listen to Snoop Dogg, so I listen to a lot, but I like Snoop.
50 and Snoop have a good new one called Major Distribution.
Well, Snoop's sold out, but that doesn't really matter. They all do anyway. They want to be on TV.
So I got an Alexa story for you, Radwin. I used to play on PS4 with this one guy, and he had his whole house wired to Alexa where he could turn on his lights and everything like that. Well, he wouldn't use a headset, but he could hear us through the TV. So in the middle of a game while we were playing, we'd tell Alexa to turn his PS4 off, or his air conditioner off, or his lights off. It was fucking.
Mine's trained to only listen to my voice. People can do things, but you can't like order anything. Guess I have it generically set to turn my lights on and off. Can't order anything. I can order stuff through Alexa if I want to, or if I like, for whatever reason, I'll say order for the shopping cart or whatever I say, and it'll close the order out. I don't really use that. I like Alexa. I have it because I'm a developer, so I have to have stuff like that around. I can't answer questions about them.
I'm not sure if I should beat myself up or not, but way, way back when I started hating on technology in the beginning, there was some documentary, and they're like, one day everyone will order anything they want offline. And I'm like, I'll never buy anything offline. I've ordered like 6 books from Amazon in the last 3 weeks.
Of course.
But
you
all
can't get it anywhere else now.
All true story, real life, factual books. Like, I didn't order Narnia or Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. You know what I mean?
It's online. You ordered them online. Offline is when you go out in the woods.
Yeah.
No phone.
Yeah, they started doing commercials. Try offline shopping, and they're making people realize, convincing them that going into the store and picking your item and buying it is offline shopping. Like, what the hell?
We're just androids.
So Amazon basically said how their predictive software is going to work. Alexa's always listening, so if you're talking about, oh man, we're looking at a bathroom, they will start stocking. If you're talking about bathroom tile or colors, they will stock it at the closest thing. That's the AI technology coming out. It determines how much you're talking about something, and will start stocking the nearest one so you can have it next day.
Yeah, it's fucking scary. My stupid cell phone, I'll go into something in Google, and it'll bring up stuff I was talking about yesterday before I search what I need now, like crazy.
Oh, yeah, all the time. Your phone's always listening no matter what you're doing. I have to have mine by me. I can't not have it to work. So I'm stuck in the technology, so I may as well develop the shit out of it. At least I'll be on the side where I know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I do breaks. I'll leave my phone, and I know where it is, so I'm not worrying that I lost it, and break from it a little while, once in a while. And then, yeah, I like to use technology to try to get the truth out, like all Twitter, flat earth memes and stuff,
I don't have Twitter or anything. Nothing. Discord is what I have.
I take Discord very seriously. I'm happy to be here and be a part of this.
I hope I don't ever upset anyone and get kicked out. I'd like to see myself co-mod or be a mod someday.
Well, I'm sure they'll work with you somewhere on that. Mods, that's a different ball game there. Please be up. Oh, yes. Good. Box can close at 4 o'clock. I'm happy.
Old dude just posted a cool GIF.
What time is ladies' night? 1 hour.
It's supposed to be 5 o'clock sharp. Sometimes they're a few minutes late or a few minutes early.
Eastern time, right?
Yeah. Well, I hope the ladies have a smooth evening tonight. Not too many jerk-offs being dicks.
Any people spiraling in jail right now? Let's see.
I'm going to have to learn how to do this better. Where is the jail? Where do I look?
Cognitive dissonance. I don't think you have permission to go in there.
The CogDis VC? No, not yet. It's locked. Looks like
the text chat.
You guys should be getting more Globers and more flat Earthers coming soon, I reckon. Because I've been promoting the channel on TikTok.
Oh, shit. That's why we had... how long ago?
About 3 days ago. I started
oh, that's why we're getting the rush.
I've noticed.
Have you been getting more people? Because I put a video out 2 days ago, and it's like a NASA fails video. It's like 15 seconds long. It said 84,000 views, and I've got the Discord link in the bio and stuff like that. You know, saying if you want to. Like,
yeah, they're
not
definitely
censoring
more.
Flat Earth.
Yeah,
we're getting a lot
more
of people
now
following it. They're following our net link off of there.
I was thinking that because they're like teenage and they were like English or whatever.
Yep.
So I'm getting some like fanatical Globe people that are just like the same ones commenting on every single video multiple times.
Come in and debate us. Tell them to come in and debate us live.
Well, they're probably the ones that are coming in. I'm not going to like this. So,
but they won't.
They're so crazy.
I've certainly noticed more viewers. Like when I first started noticing 24/7 Discord and spending time here, sometimes there'd be 6 or 7 people or 25. Lately, I've been noticing the numbers up there like 40 and 50 and 60.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've only been doing it for 3 days, but I don't know if there's been a difference or not. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, this is the second day. Yeah,
be time for you to make another. Let's use their technology against them.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not expecting the TikTok channel to be up for long. Like, I'm really expecting it to get censored at some point.
Then you need to put as much as you can on it, all you can.
The videos I'm making are really funny as well, because like TikTok makes it really easy to make the videos. You know, so they give you all the music that's trending and stuff like that, and so as long as you make it in portrait or whatever, and you get the right content, you just silent the content and then stick the music TikTok wants you to put on it. And yeah, they come out really funny.
Can you post the
Yeah, I'll post the one that's got like 84,000 views on. It's a good one actually. Just give me a sec. It's so damning for NASA, this video, and like it's funny to hear the Globers try and make explanations for it. But it's crazy to think like a whole football stadium full of people have watched this video in the last 2 days, and it just slams NASA to shit. Right, okay.
Are you making funny flat Earth videos?
Well, I'm making flat Earth videos where, you know, the NASA balls ups are naturally funny. So I guess they are funny flat Earth videos. I've just posted it in the voice text. I don't know if you need TikTok to actually watch it.
Oh, you don't? I'm watching it. Oh, good. You got that one in there. That's my favorite. Dropping the whatever he's dropping.
Like, some of the excuses for that are just ridiculous that I've heard from him. Like, crazy. Pockets of gravity. They were close to the moon. He's upside down. He's touched it with this hand. Someone pulls on the rope, pulls it away from him.
You got to get more of them.
I've got them ready. I just don't want to put too many on them one day. I've got them locked and loaded, ready to go. I just can't put them on yet.
Load them and start putting one out again. That way,
I can't, because you've got to be careful with stuff like that. If you put too much on at once, the platforms generally don't like it. Same with YouTube. If you put 20 YouTube videos on the same day, it's not going to get anywhere. But I've been posting memes that I've found on this server, you know, in the voice text. I've just posted memes, you know, like, and they go into like 10-second videos, and they're just getting thousands of views. Thousands of people are looking at these like stupid flat Earth memes or whatever.
Yep. Here you go. Here's one for you to post. Here's one for you. Post that one.
You see that one in the voice text that says, "Don't shoot, I'm retarded." That's been going around. I posted that, and it's been seen 9,000 times in the last 2 days. It's had them really triggered in the messages. Oh, that's a great one. But some of these GIFs, it doesn't let me post for some reason. Something to do with the format.
I love that "don't shoot, I'm retarded" one.
Yeah, it's really Adam triggered. That one has. It's really Adam triggered. but they shoot themselves in the foot, right? Because the more they comment, to say how stupid it is and stuff like that, the more traction the videos get.
I'm gonna post. Sorry, I'm gonna post one. It's off topic. It might upset the ladies a little, but the lads will get a laugh.
See, I will download that one, but because it's got so much writing on it, and there's all the writing that's on the TikTok screen anyway, it might be a bit difficult to read. But yeah, it's a good one.
I thought you would like that.
I'm looking for the video where Dom Pettit catches a fly on the ISS. Does anyone have that? I've seen it before and I can't find it again.
I want to see the one where the Russian drops the screw.
Yeah, I've got that somewhere. That's coming in the pipeline. It's there's no response to that. What can they say? What's the excuse for that? Dropping the screw. But catching an insect, there's no excuse for that either.
Just dropping the screw. I saved that one.
I'm sorry if I'm cutting anyone off or anything. I don't know if I can hear anyone or if anyone's just not talking. Just dead quiet for me.
We were having a moment of silence for Death of the Globe. Ladies' night start in about 45 minutes.
Oh, I am so sorry.
There was a Russian guy who dropped a screw and that proved flat Earth, so...
That's not what we said, Matthew. Come on, man.
I know. Hey, I'm just teasing.
I'm sorry for ruining the silence.
Yeah, it was a moment of silence for the globe.
You can run the silence if you got some proof of curvature or earth motion or anything like that. You got any stuff like that? Hello? No.
That was actually what Matthew just said was quite a common comment I've seen on the TikTok videos where they've gone, "Oh, because he's done this, that proves it's flat. Because he's done this, that proves it's a globe." When he didn't have an answer, so I'm guessing Matthew, you didn't have an answer for why he dropped the screw in zero gravity. So you've said that proves it's flat. That proves it's a globe.
Yeah, my answer is
that's quite a common response on the TikTok.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. I was just
from the people that don't have an explanation.
It doesn't prove anything one way or the other, but I don't have an explanation.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't look like he dropped the screw to me. It looks like it just flew off without,
It flew off and fell to the floor in zero gravity, and you don't have an explanation.
Yeah,
it didn't fall. It didn't hit the floor, and he didn't pick it up. We're watching different things.
It went one direction, and then he picked it up. That's what I observed in the video. If you want to say it fell,
that's a really cute way of saying it fell. It went one direction.
Huh?
When you drop something, it goes in one direction to the floor.
Those are those special NASA anti-gravity screws. They're like $200 each. You know about those?
It's been a fairly chill day. I don't think I've heard any you guys are stupid, we're on Mars and it's a ball. You guys are dumb yet today.
You guys are stupid, you're on a ball, you're on Mars.
The green room must be doing a good job.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thank you, Bill. I agree.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Nobody in my field uses the scientific method. I fucking love that shit. What was he going to say? Nobody in my field understands the scientific method? That's a little weird.
I think the video said no one uses it.
by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Just a little bit off there, Michikaku.
Just a
Not a
bit
big deal.
outside.
Yeah.
This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Science.
Did you hear that, Globers? Did you hear somebody who's on your side just tell you that your cosmology is the biggest mismatch between experiment and theory? Did you hear that? Maybe you should play that again for them one time, Creation.
Mr. Taku knows what's up.
Over in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Ouch.
You can't say they didn't warn us.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of a rounding error there. It's no big deal, right?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
We have a no rolls person in here, 137. Somebody wants to try to unmute him. The Batman icon.
It's 420. Light them up.
Zowie. Batman used to punch somebody who would go, Zowie, your little cartoon bubble. Anyway,
Sorry, what's that, brother?
I was just mumbling incoherently. Ignore me. Something about Batman, little cartoon bubble used to pop up when he would punch the Joker or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
There's a guy in here with a Batman icon. Is the reason I was saying that. Anyway, y'all continue. Continue searching for that elusive curvature or motion of the Earth or vacuum of space existed. Okay. We've got a VC verified in here named Gibby. Been through the 3 points already. What say you? If anything.
Oh, I've been in this Discord for like 2 years now or something. A year,
Oh,
or
my
maybe
bad.
not 2 years, maybe a year and a half. I've talked to you before, you know, because I know you got
Okay.
your voice. I'm just here to
Okay, man.
listen. I'm going to go on my longboard trip and just listen to you guys in my ears.
So you're a globe skeptic, or what would you call yourself?
I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm just in the mix of the middle, I guess. So, still kind of
You've been
deciding
listening to
on.
the server for a year and a half, and you're not decided? We're
Well,
not doing our job
I'm
for
in
you.
and out. I don't really I don't come in as often as I used to. So,
Okay,
but
fair enough.
yeah, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care on like what the like shape of the Earth is and whatnot. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm just here to listen because I really like what you guys talk about and stuff. It's just I find it very interesting.
You don't care that you may have been deceived about the very foundation of your existence. It doesn't matter to you.
Well, I think there are more like pressing issues over the shape of the Earth, personally, but I can see that as a problem. Yeah.
Like what? I mean, everything starts from the foundation, right? I'm not saying there's not a lot of effed up stuff in the world. I agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. When you start with the base foundation, you're deceived by it. It's hard to build a strong structure upon that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
So, I mean, you must care a little bit. You still come in and check in on us every now and
then. No, I just like to listen to you guys. It's very interesting.
It's all good.
Yeah.
For me, it's just about accepting reality for what it is, as it presents itself. Last 5 years, I try not to make any claims about stuff I don't have any evidence for. So.
Well, like a year ago when I came in, sorry for cutting you off.
You're good. Go ahead.
So a year ago I came in, I was a Glober and stuff like that, and after I heard all your evidence and had a conversation with some of you guys, and then looked at your Discord itself, and this makes sense, and so still kind of processing, even though it's been a year.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go back on mute.
I had a question for him.
Oh, you had a question for me?
One question, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if you ever heard anything that stood out as maybe a contradiction in the globe model, or any arguments from our side that made sense to you.
I think I remember with the globe model there was scientific study where I can't, like the ozone layer or whatever, the layers in the Earth and stuff like that, and how they didn't actually go to the moon because of some type of layer in the ozone that was like radioactive or something.
The Van Allen belts.
Yes, yeah, that. So that's what I saw as like a issue with like globe Earth, and it's in full globe Earth. You can't see all of it because even if you look at other planets like Mars and whatnot from a telescope, you only see half of it.
Yeah, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I just was wondering.
You're fine.
I'm always wondering what people think of the topic after spending a while looking into it, if anything stands out in particular, because I'd think that the long distance observations would kind of get in people's heads, but they go in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, the belt is like a big issue, and then also when you go to like a certain side of the Earth, there's ice everywhere. Like, how big Antarctica and North Pole or whatever it is, and stuff like that. It would make sense for it to be flat and have like an ice wall or whatnot, because you go to one side of the Earth, there's friggin' ice. You go to the bottom, ice. It's everywhere. So.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I don't know. They say they can't get through the Van Allen belt still. I don't know if you've seen that clip.
No, I haven't heard of it. I haven't really looked into much of the stuff. I've been just focused on school and getting done with my classes and going to college. So it's really what I've been focused on instead of all this stuff. So,
would this change your major if you were to accept flat Earth?
I haven't even decided on my own major yet. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still in high school. I just finishing some stuff up and then moving to college. So I haven't fully decided yet on everything.
Well, just go with what you know and question what is only able to be believed.
Try looking up Orion trial by fire. And you'll have a NASA guy tell you that we need to solve these problems before we can send people through this region of space. The region would be said Van Allen belts that you were talking about. Funny thing is, though, supposedly people have gone through this region of space 6 times, there and back, between 69 and 72. So maybe somebody didn't put Mr. NASA guy onto the briefing, or they didn't send him a memo and told him, hey, buddy, people went to the moon. We solved that problem. But, maybe they didn't include him in there, so you might want to check that out.
So funny when you tell Staunch Globers about this and you link them to the video and they don't address it. They're
like,
deflect.
nah.
Yeah. I'll never.
What that one astronaut say, Chocolate? We went through them because we didn't know they were there or something to that effect. We must have went through them because we didn't know they were there.
Oh no, he didn't know. Supposedly, I think it was Alan Bean. Didn't know that he supposedly had gone through the Van Allen belts until Bart Sibrel had to remind him. And then after Bart Sibrel reminded him, he remembered the effects of the Van Allen belt. He didn't remember that he actually went through 5 seconds prior. See that?
Exactly. That was it, yeah.
But I'm supposed to take these people seriously, right? Fuck out of here.
Do you know the NASA video where the guy is wearing like a green shirt and he goes to pass something, but there's nothing in his hands, and you can see he's trying to pass something from one hand to the other, but yeah, there's nothing in his hands. So he can see something that we can't, basically, and it's really obvious when you watch it. And one of the Globers told me that he's just doing hand signals. And it's a really ridiculous video. You can see he's trying to pass something over. Like, they just make up excuses. For what, I don't know why they defend them.
Was that?
Like, I'm not sure if you guys know which video I mean. I'm sure you do, but
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's really blatant. It's like super, super blatant.
That's why you can't really blame the people that come in and make shit up to defend this nonsense, because the people they get it from make it up. So everyone's just making shit up and trying to defend it with more made up shit. It's hilarious.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
She's a genius, that one.
Deep thoughts with astronaut.
And that's as deep as it gets.
I want to find her one day, and I just want to walk up to her and say, "Excuse me, Miss Dollar." I won't call her Doctor. Miss Dollar, are you actually batshit crazy insane, or is this just an act? And can I meet your cousin, Mr. Rock? My bad.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Does she ever listen to what she says, ever? And the rest of the world is like, she's so brilliant.
Funny, they don't tell me that after I show them videos of her. They're like, wait, she doesn't work for NASA. You're lying. And I'm like, oh, I love how you're trying to debunk me. That's fucking rich right there, baby. Why don't you just go look her up and tell me if I'm lying? And they just do it, and then they look at me like, oh.
This is true. We know she's full of shit.
Yeah, that's definitely where we're at. We're at the stage of. I was just going to say that we're definitely at that stage where they want us to prove that they're claiming what they claim.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that whole Michelle Thaller doesn't work for NASA, and then they look it up and it's like, oh, that's like self-ponage 101.
Yep. I love it. The smile on my face when they tell me, nah, she don't work for NASA. Nah, Don Pettit doesn't work for NASA. You're lying. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I don't have to show you anything. Why don't you just Google her name? Or his name? The looks I get after that.
There's planet. There's moon.
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots. You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan clouds.
Well, there's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
The zodiacal lights.
What's a Magellan cloud? I'm just curious. Does anybody know what a Magellan cloud is?
Magellan cloud?
Yeah. Whatever he was just talking about there.
I know there was a supposed space probe that was launched years ago called Magellan.
Oh, right.
Did y'all notice how Don looked at the other guy for like confirmation when that question was asked? Do you see stars at night? He was looking at the other guy, so he didn't contradict the other guy's answer. He was waiting for him to answer first.
I'm not sure what channel it was. Might have been Red Flag Media, but I saw the beginning of that interview, and you see them sitting in front of the green screen, and then when the interview starts, they're on the ISS or something. Just so stupid.
Well, I've made a little video called NASA's lead astronaut is retarded, meet Don Pettit. And only one Glober has come to his defense in the comments. It's usually the other way around in all these videos where it's just full of Globers. Only one. Basically saying, how dare a flat earther call an astronaut years of training who most likely graduated with straight A's retarded.
So it's not even any kind of argument.
And he most likely graduated with straight A's. Okay.
So it's just incredulity mixed with baseless assertion fallacy. Nice.
Edit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus.
Yep, America, there's your best and brightest astronaut right there. Good job, Don.
He's got the right stuff.
That COVID-19.
I mean, is this odd that there's no photo of him earlier than the age of 42 online? He just appears out of nowhere in 2002, NASA's head astronaut.
Who are we talking about now?
Don Pettit.
I know that.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's normal. I don't know, but yeah, I can't find any earlier photos of him than when he's 42. I think he's 42.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. Fucking brilliant.
It's a little nutty.
And pig.
Oh, that's a good joke. Don Pettit, the astro, not.
Some eggs. And pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
Hearing these things are both, it was funny and kind of sad at the same time. It's mainly sad because at one point I actually took these guys seriously.
Man, yeah, I feel bad for their life. Like they have to spend probably 9 months of just hiding, not being able to go outside, and be shown to the public because they gotta hide from the lies of NASA. Cover up for them.
You guys know this concept of Jupiter's delight, right? I'm sure you're all familiar with it.
Oh yeah.
It's like the idea that you dupe someone, but you give them enough. You give them enough so that they could realize if they're being tricked. Because it's not a fun game if you don't give them any information. And if you give them too much, then they figure it out easily, right? So it's this idea of duping someone, but maybe they'll figure it out, maybe they won't, kind of. Like Don Pettit is my best example. Is my best argument for the fact that they are duping everyone, because he's so ridiculously retarded that no one in their right mind could think he was in a serious position.
Yeah, because they only select 12 astronauts a year, or so they say, right? So why would they pick somebody that's so dumb?
Doesn't make any sense.
Isn't Jupiter's delight a body language thing? It's like where people smile when they're lying, and they know they're going to get away with it, but they're lying and they smile because it's like some sort of empowerment when they're lying to someone. So you see people smile when they lie, and I've seen a few videos on the McCanns where they're smiling and people are saying it's Jupiter's delight and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure, I'm sure that's a part of it. But, I mean, these guys, they pushed Don Pettit out and they must find it hilarious that we're trying to convince other people that Don Pettit is retarded and that they don't believe us.
Well, I think you see Jupiter's delight all the time with the astronauts on the ISS. You see them smile. They do a little smile, like they'll go from straight face to a little smile, then back to straight face as they're speaking to you.
When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee?
Man, he's so dumb.
Yeah, but maybe he's like that because NASA they really advertise it to children a lot. I reckon children probably like this guy. Is that happy uncle or something? I don't know.
Yeah, and the videos that teachers will show in school of them and all that stuff. They're probably they're probably meant for kids too, because the teachers teach the kids that it's a globe, right? So they try to put it in their brain early. So they want it for the kids. They target the kids.
Because although he does come across as dumb, he definitely comes across as a really nice guy. To the normal person who doesn't think he's lying. If I was a child, I'd think, oh, this guy seems really nice,
Well, I'm not even sure that he knows he's lying. I think he might be stupid enough that he doesn't even understand that he's actually lying.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that as well. Maybe he doesn't know he's lying.
So what happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Yeah, some duct tape and some tea leaves, right? Fix the leak.
What do you guys think of the new Space Force? What do you think of that?
I think that it's got a fantastic theme song.
Space Force.
Yeah.
It's also got a nice almost emblem or logo. Looks like it's from Star Trek. What a joke.
Is it? That'd be insane.
Did anybody see the?
Mission Impossible.
Did anybody watch the Soyuz space launch today? As soon as it goes above a certain amount, I think it's not that far up, it goes to this animated screen of the rocket. It doesn't even show actual pictures.
Right, but it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I know. And it's as soon as it gets to a certain height, all the cameras just disappear.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yep, because that makes sense.
So does anybody have any questions?
Where do asteroids come from, or meteors?
Who asked?
That would be me, sir. I'm kind of new to this whole flat Earth thing.
Okay. But you're saying that NASA is fraudulent.
No. I'm not a flat earther. I am, but I'm curious as to what your arguments are.
But
I'm open to changing my
I
mind.
thought you said something about NASA just now. How stupid they were.
I said the Space Force.
Oh, Space Force. Yes, Space Force. So you think that's kind of ridiculous?
Well, I mean, I don't see a point in Space Force yet. I mean,
Right.
do you?
I agree. We haven't really gone far enough into space exploration for it to be.
Yeah, because space exploration isn't even real. There is no such thing as space.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think we've gone far enough into Azeroth to have like research into making our own dragons.
I think if anything, Space Force is just another way for the government to fund money and just waste more money.
Yeah, well, Spiral of Love came up with an interesting idea the other day that I'd like to credit him for. And he said that NASA might be a way to actually control inflation. So they present you a bunch of pictures, some pretty cartoons. They pretend they went to space, which fulfills the PSYOP. But then that money that goes into NASA, let's say 50 million a day, like 49 million of it just gets deleted, never to be seen again. And that would be a way to control inflation in the US economy.
That's a good one.
I'm not saying I've got any evidence for it, but it's certainly it's a decent theory.
Just delete the money, right? Yeah.
Money's all digital anyway, so just delete it.
But
money is.
Don't they already burn money to control inflation? Don't they already do stuff like that? Why can't they just burn more money?
Well, exactly. So would NASA be one of the ways that that's done?
But yeah, but that's what I mean. They wouldn't need NASA. They already like openly do it. So why couldn't they just increase that figure?
They could do.
But I don't know.
What do you guys think of Elon Musk?
Yeah, that's speculation, right? So
I think Elon knows what's up. You know, he's been put in place there. Obviously, it's not an accident, and he's very well paid and protected. And they're using him as a fall guy because this will come out.
I mean, I think he's a smart guy. I think, obviously something's up with him and SpaceX, but they probably saw him, see how successful Tesla was, and they're like, "Huh, this guy
how so?
is
it burned
incredible."
money, right? It burned
Tesla
money.
lose money?
Yeah.
Tesla does lose money, yeah, but they make some nice cars, though. Very nice cars.
Right. So it burns money, isn't successful. The only thing he has is PayPal, right?
He has credibility, though. He has credibility, and that's what the government sees in him. That's why they probably use him.
He also makes solar panels. Those are kind of cool.
He doesn't make them, right? He bought some company, right?
So he owns the company that makes solar panels, though, right?
Right.
So doesn't he develop solar panels?
Yeah. That don't really do anything.
No, but realize he has 8,000 employees here in LA. I live next to SpaceX, and these people think they're going to space. All these employees, most of them, and they get government subsidies for both Tesla and SpaceX. So that's why they're staying afloat. All the government contracts and subsidies.
And another thing about SpaceX,
give the government subsidy for buying a Tesla, so it's not even the right price.
These SpaceX guys only hire Americans, which I find very interesting. It's almost
that's racist.
Yeah, it's racist, and it's like they're trying to hide something almost because they can only allow certain people in. You know what I mean? It's like really suspicious.
Yeah, the reason that that's the case is because NASA is actually a branch of the U.S. military.
Yeah.
Did they develop like spaceships and like rockets and stuff for the military? Do you think? Like, what do you think they develop or like specialize in?
I don't know what NASA really do. It's impossible for me to know because I'm not involved. But one thing I know they don't do is land people on the moon and send rockets into space.
Do you think they get Do you think they get like
OP than you, Nathan?
Do you think they get like
OP?
Satellite photography almost? Like how do you think that works?
Satellite photography.
Yeah, well, like you know how you have Google Maps and like all these like pictures coming out from space. How do they get those pictures?
Drones.
They're all faked. It's all
fake.
Yeah, and then back with them, what you're saying about NASA, it's probably just a way. NASA and SpaceX probably both developed rockets for the military.
Yeah, we don't know who this guy is.
Yes.
It's not all faked. They actually have topography done by drones and high altitude equipment. That's the truth. But whether or not they leave 20,000 miles out to get the image, that's debatable. The reality is that you can get high altitude drones and put it together on a 3D model to resemble a ball. So when you say it's fake like that, that's being disingenuous, right?
Yeah, they just stitch these images together.
Outer space composite images, if you look at the data, they're done in strips. So
like a panorama almost.
Even if you look at weather satellites and all that stuff, there's towers that provide information for the weather clouds here on Earth. So you can get all that data and compile it into an image, but to claim it all to be fake, that's doing a disservice to the actual truth seeking.
Or
did you know?
Well, why hasn't any of you like why hasn't anybody gotten a drone and like flown it up really high and then to get those pictures themselves? I think that'd be really good evidence.
That's done already.
I had an Inspire before anybody had the Inspire. Before they put a limit on it, I could fly at 1,500 meters. That's the most I've ever had as a civilian to fly a UAV. But then they put in laws where you can't go any that higher anymore. They capped the drone. But I'll tell you.
Do you think those laws were specifically so people couldn't find out the truth?
No, it's so that they can run the airspace. So when they do drone deliveries, we don't interfere with it. So they're preparing for a certain level of altitude that they will own, where will be their airspace for their drone deliveries.
That'll be pretty neat.
No,
there's your Space Force.
Everything is designed to remove jobs.
Yeah.
Okay. The technology is going to kill man's way of life under the guise that it's doing something for the environment, when it's in reality just making the rich richer.
Yeah, and you guys can
I disagree though.
You guys can just sit and game, right? Then let drones bring everything to your house.
Do you know how many jobs Zoom killed? We're talking hundreds of thousands.
How did Zoom kill that?
All the venues, the people working the venues.
Zoom is actually a program. How could it kill anything?
Listen,
think
everybody stayed home. Everybody stayed home. The restaurants, the venues, the people that work there. It's all dead.
And it just made
metaphorically killed.
And it just made the rich richer. In fact, this COVID epidemic made them trillions. Do you understand? It made them super rich.
So the way I see it, obviously right now, less jobs is not good. I think by the time that we have flying drones, deliveries, and all that stuff, that when there isn't enough jobs for everybody in the world to work,
so
there will be enough money being just pumped in so that you don't have to work.
Bro, you
have no idea what you're saying, buddy. You want a job.
I do though. Trust me.
You want to aim towards something in life, but I'll tell you this. Klaus Schwab just released his oxygen face mask, regulating the oxygen you breathe, bro.
Wait, what is oxygen face mask?
Klaus Schwab just released his face mask.
Klaus Schwab.
Whatever his name is. Klaus. CKLAUS. Schwab, WSW.
Klaus. You mean
whatever the fuck it is?
that's actually pronounced Klaus. What was his last name?
What did I say? Klaus? What did I say? Klaus?
You said claws, as in crab claws.
Yeah, anyway. So go look at what he's doing. You, at some point, will have to make a decision. If you think this technological advancement is for your best interest, I highly would really consider what you want.
Anyway,
if you don't interrupt me, if you think it's good to sit down in front of a screen all day, you're wrong.
Isn't that what everybody here is doing, though?
I don't. I come here periodically every other day. I don't do it every day of my life. I make note of it not to do it. And yeah, guess what? As growing up, not having a cell phone and then being subjected to it and realizing later what it's used for, because in the beginning it's all fun, man. Facebook was fun, Instagram was fun. Fast forward 8 years later, it's a propaganda hole with disinformation campaign and an algorithm to divide the population 50 by 50. Once you realize that, then you realize what technology is all for. It's all for controlling you, monitoring you, 1984 style. So if you think it's good, it's not. It's going to destroy your future.
You guys think that like all these like national space agencies are like all controlled by one like I guess like higher form of government, like
one family, a couple of families, yes, absolutely.
Do you have any names for these families?
Doesn't matter, dude. It's a generation of 1,000 years.
Yeah, you can find it on the internet, right?
I have one.
Guys, so let's bring it back to the Earth.
Yeah, that name. One it's called Add Curvature. That's one name.
Add Curvature. Look that up.
Did you hear for that? Add Curvature.
So who has?
Can someone translate, please?
Earth curvature.
Oh, it's funny, but it's still that curvature, you know.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if I didn't pronounce good, you know.
No. Sorry, I understand. I got it.
So who here has some measurable curvature? Measurements, curvature drop over distance.
We'll be handing you over to the ladies in a few minutes.
I've posted it in the chat.
I talking about Earth curvature, Roger. I was talking to this person the other day. I think she's actually in here now, Rosie Hope. Yeah, she was talking to me that she had actually done her own experiment.
Okay.
Maybe if she wants to elaborate on that as she's here, if she's listening.
Rosie Hope.
I also have a question. Oh, okay. Never mind, you can go.
Okay. Well, sure. I mean, ladies' night is about to begin, but maybe you want to wait till.
Oh yeah, maybe we just wait.
Like 4 minutes.
Yeah, maybe we just let Pauly G talk then.
Pauly G.
Hey, I was just curious what experiments I could do that you guys are referencing.
Sorry?
I was just curious if you guys have done curvature measurements and how I would replicate it, and what's your process so I can go out and do it.
You can go to a beach with your binoculars and find a ship, and then use an app to pinpoint its location and find out how far it's away from you, and you can punch in some numbers.
Can I trust that app though?
Sorry?
Can I trust that app's distance and stuff?
Well, of course you can. Why not?
Oh, okay.
Because there's some apps nowadays that are just controlled by the government, so just be careful which one you choose.
No, Kong.
There are some. So, you gotta be careful.
Okay, that's just nonsense again.
Yeah.
The fear-mongering and the overzealotry towards everything's a lie.
Guys, I think we've got a few LARPers here doing
disinformation, and you're acting like a troll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I apologize.
Here's the deal. Those transponders on the ships, they have to be like 100% accurate. If the ship turns off its transponder, it's considered a pirate ship. So that ship is absolutely accurate.
And if you want to fact check this, look at BlackBerry is one of the companies that have transponders in shipping trucks, planes, all that stuff. It is and has to be accurate because when you're tracking your shipment, they want to know exactly where it is because of insurance purposes. just to name one thing among others. To present everything as a lie and coming to this channel thinking flat earthers think everything's a lie is disingenuous. Stop teaching that.
Yeah. So basically, Kong, you told us you were a flat earther, right?
No, I didn't say anything about that yet. I'm skeptical. I don't think I'm not a glober. I'm not a flat earther. I'm like in the middle, just trying to learn here.
What's your best flat earth proof then?
That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn more about it. But I have,
okay.
I don't have any of my own personal proof. I haven't done any experience myself, any experiments or anything like that myself. No.
To repeat data again, right?
Yeah.
Not everything is a lie, right? We're here to verify what we can verify and test what we can test.
Yeah,
So,
I wasn't trying to say anything is a lie. I'm just trying to. I was just trying to say more of you gotta be aware and be wary of what is of truth and what is not.
And a ship needs an AIS system, right? It's mandatory.
No, I wasn't saying saying no to that.
So these are the things you can do, Poly-G. Laser tests. You can buy a high-powered zoom camera like the P900 or P1000. Do long-range observations. If you scroll down this server, we have tons of examples.
I was thinking about. I have like a laser. Does it matter what type?
Well, it does, because I don't think a cheap laser would they diverge, right? The rays, they can diverge, so that makes them less powerful. But if you have a strong, powerful laser that's collimated, that straights the beam, right? You can.
Is that legal though? Because I heard like you can't point them at objects and like, ships and stuff like that.
Yeah, you said to be careful how you use them. I have one. It's just there's a few weird laws around it, but you'll be fine.
Don't shine them at people, bro. Just point them over a large body of water and a friend at the other side with a target. Level it. And then shoot it. Do some research, right? Try and find out what works best. I mean, we're giving you the tools here. It's your journey.
I appreciate it. I'll go to the beach here sometime soon, and I'm gonna try it.
Also, I hear the cheapest way to do it is like find a cove or a lake and have the sun set at your back and your friend on the other side of the lake with a mirror.
Is the ladies flat earth thing, is that going to take place here, or do I have to go somewhere else?
It's happening here. Yep, we're gathering people together right now. I know Lulu's going to be late. We've got a whole bunch of new people joining that want the role. Doesn't necessarily mean they're ladies. People can have the ladies' night role without being ladies. They could just be fans. I don't really know. So I guess we'll find out when they start talking. I'll probably wait for Lulu to get here to start officially, I think. Because I know Paula's not.
Pom-poms.
Oh, good. So you can have it if you want. You got all these other roles. You can give it to yourself. You got so many roles. Plus, you got too many roles complainer.
Yeah, apparently.
Did you give those to yourself, or did someone give them all to you?
No, I think half of them were given to me by other people.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably wait for Lulu because I know Paula's Bible literalist is not coming because they had a long debate earlier. So I think she's tired out from that.
If you're waiting for Lulu to come, I can fill in. I can complain about cheese till she gets here.
I don't know why she doesn't like cheese. I don't know what that's about.
Where that goes.
Oh,
Is there
I
anyone
was
in here that
asking you
doesn't
had
like
to be
chicks?
family. I was just asking that to be female. I mean, CJ has the ladies' night role, so that's I feel like you don't have to be female. I don't know. No one ever said you had to be female to have the role. I don't know. What do you think, Crypto?
I just think anyone who likes ladies' night could have the role, but I tend to give it to all the ladies anyway because I feel like.
So I don't know why we call things like cheese, right? Why don't we call it what it really is? It's really solidified cow mucus, right? And why do we call eggs eggs? Aren't they like chicken abortions or something?
Because it's easier.
I agree.
It's easier to call it an egg than a chicken abortion, no?
Yeah, and if they're not fertilized, then I don't know.
Almost like a code name.
Chicken abortion doesn't sound very appetizing.
Most of them are not fertilized. If they're fertilized, I mean,
Hey, I'm gonna have some scrambled chicken abortions later.
Eggs are actually
Chicken
really
abortion.
good for you, though.
Chicken abortion sounds like a really good metal band, man.
It's like a synonym. Like
You don't eat fertilized eggs, though.
Well, I mean, you could.
I do.
Yeah, no, I was only joking. I was kind of doing a little vegan trolling, and you guys know I'm not a vegan, so.
Eggs are healthy food.
Do you guys read the Bible? Anybody here?
Yep.
What?
Timothy chapter 4, verse 1. Does somebody want to read a couple of short sentences before Lady Night begins?
I would love to.
Yeah,
Timothy
Why don't you
chapter
read to
4,
us?
verse 1.
We're listening.
You're going to be, the Bible's going to teach you the doctrines of demons so you can recognize where the demons are by the teachings they have. So just read out chapter 4, verse 1 of Timothy.
Okay, I think I found it on the internet here. Sorry. They forbid people to marry and order them to abstain from certain foods, which God created.
Read the beginning, verse 1.
Oh, sorry. The Spirit clearly says that in later times some will abandon the faith and follow deceiving spirits and things taught by demons. Such teachings come through hypocritical liars, whose conscience have been seared as with a hot iron. They forbid people to marry and order them to abstain from certain foods, which God.
That's all you need to read, just those two. Sorry, just read that, then you know who the demonic spirit is. Anybody telling you eating certain foods is wrong is lying to you and using demonic teachings.
Wait, would that mean isn't there other religions that you're not allowed to eat pork and stuff?
God put everything on this earth for you to be giving and thanks of, because everything he created is in good. That's all you need to know. So if you want to know doctrines of demons and teachings, they will tell you not to get married and what kind of food to eat.
Yeah, but I could take you to Leviticus and it says don't eat fish that don't have both scales and fins.
So there is, you don't want to eat vile food. It does give you instructions not to eat food, animals that eat scavenger, right? So it does give you specifics, but it's telling you it's coming from people, from man, not to marry and to eat certain foods.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start the ladies' night. You guys, are welcome to go down to one of the religion channels, keep talking about that. I know they had a debate earlier today. I was hoping it was going to resolve all problems and there'd never be any disagreement ever again, but apparently it did not.
Can I tell you how to resolve a religious debate? Is read Acts 10:34.
Would you like me to read that right now?
Nah, it's ladies' night now.
Oh,
yeah, come on.
If you read that one last thing, then you'll know exactly how to end all debates, because it gives you specifically what God's looking for. He's not looking for a
When do the
religion.
ladies come in?
He's not.
We're here.
He's not looking for an organization. He's looking for the righteousness within the individual.
Okay. All right, so we're here. We're starting ladies' night. It's 5:07 p.m. Lulu will be here in a short time. Bambi's not making it tonight. Bible Literalist won't be here in case we have any Paula or Bambi fans, which I'm sure we do.
Oh, yeah.
but maybe next time. So anyway, we do have a bunch of new people who just asked for the ladies' night role, but as I mentioned, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are ladies. We do not have any formal verification process for getting this role. Basically, just ask for it. So it is April 9th, 2021. We're coming up on almost a year since we started Ladies' Night. We started it in May of 2020. So next month we'll be celebrating the year anniversary of the conception of Ladies' Night. And let's see, I don't actually know who here is officially a lady, but I will just, before I start opening up the mic to these other people, I'll just explain briefly the protocol for Ladies' Night. Basically, it's a chance for the women of the Flat Earth to answer questions about the Flat Earth or about the Fantasy Globe model, to talk to new people who are new to the topic in particular, although, hardcore Globers are welcome to come in as well, and ask your questions. And sometimes, if we don't have a lot of Globers, we talk to new Flat Earth people, men or women, about their stories of how they came to realize the objective reality that the Earth measures flat and is stationary, just as you all experience it. But we do ask the Flat Earth staff, in particular of the server, to keep themselves on mute, even though they might have a burning desire to rescue the poor, helpless woman. If she seems lost in the debate, still restrain yourselves. And sometimes people just have to, experience things and not always be rescued, and just get through it, even if they're making mistakes and it's driving you absolutely crazy. You only have to wait a short time before you'll be able to show everyone your superior knowledge. But in the meantime, you can put information in live stream voice text. A lot of men do that, and we appreciate it when you put memes, information, links, and so on that support the arguments that the ladies are making, or generally respond to people who might be commenting there. And since we have a lot of new people, I know a lot of you just went through VC check-in, so I'm sure they told you how the live stream in particular is heavily moderated to try to keep a coherent conversation going, because not only is it broadcast on YouTube, sometimes it's taken and made later into a podcast. We try to, for the courtesy of the people listening, try to make things pleasant and take turns rather than having a ton of people talk at once and make it into an incoherent mess. So if you get muted, don't take it personally. It happens all the time. And if nobody happens to notice and unmute you eventually, you can politely ask. And that means not whining and not nagging. Politely asking in the voice text. Okay, I think that pretty much covers the ground rules. Are any of these people who recently joined us and asked for the Ladies' Night tag, would any of you like to introduce yourself? Like, I know Polly G, I just gave you the tag not that long ago. Saluna22.
I want to tag.
Oh, Requiem wants to say hello. Welcome to the server, Requiem.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, are you named after Mozart's Requiem or somebody else's?
Requiem was just a dumb name, I guess.
Oh, I think it's a nice name. I like it. So, how'd you find the server?
I find so very well, very good.
I like that. No one's ever answered that question like that before. You're telling me that how you find the server, like, how do you like the server? He likes it. I like it. Yeah, very nice. So, like, how did you come across the server? What? Oh my gosh. Do I have to mute you? What's going on? Are you laughing? Okay, you thought that was funny. Okay.
I'm laughing.
Okay, well, that's a very nice laugh. How did you come across the server?
Discord invite. I got invited.
Oh, someone invited you here.
Somebody invited.
Yeah. So, have you heard many things about the Flat Earth previously?
Yes.
What have you heard?
What have I heard? I mean,
Oh, Roger says you've been here for a day or two. I just haven't seen you before. So the guys here have gone through some of the information with you already?
Yeah, I've gone through some information.
Okay. Okay, well, if there's anybody else that wants to jump in, Requiem's not feeling very talkative right now. Is anyone else who has a question or comment? Do you remember anything you've learned, Requiem, about the flat Earth?
Anything about the flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, I'll teach you.
Oh, stop it! There's nothing wrong.
If you really want to know about,
Tell us.
I'm curious to know what you know.
because so much knowledge like stored into one body, into a vessel.
All right, we'll come back to you while you think about it. So how about Al, Polly G? I'm going to mute you if you don't mute yourself, Requiem, because the noise is a little bit much. All right, he's gone. Oh. Do any of the other new people have a question or comment about Flat Earth on this ladies' night?
I have a question. I'm in the car, so sorry if I'm lagging a little bit. Is there any other sort of experiments besides doing the beach laser thing? I could test the curvature. Is there any other experiments I could try? I'm gonna make kind of like a list.
Well, yeah, you don't need a laser to test it. You can just test it with long distance observations. Some people have done mirror tests across a lake. You could use a mirror. You can just use your eyes. You can use a camera, binoculars. Just being able to. You don't have to necessarily show that you can hit a target with a laser. You can just the fact that you can see in the distance further than you should see. It's a test in itself. So what have you heard so far? You've only heard about the laser tests?
Yeah, I was just seeing ways I could test the curvature stuff, and the laser test was the only one I heard so far.
So
or binoculars at the beach or something.
Yeah.
Dude, one of my favorite games is Echo Arena. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
I'll forgive you. So have you been looking into Flat Earth for a while, or are you new to it?
I'd say I'm like 60% on the globe and 40% on the flat Earth now. It's just hard for me to change when I've learned throughout the years of education in the United States that it's been a globe. It's hard to just change it without a while of research and stuff.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, definitely want to figure it out for yourself. We don't ask anyone to take our word for it here. The fact that you want to do your own tests or observations is great. Like, what region of the country do you live in? Do you live near the coast or inland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
California.
Okay. Can you? Or you said you were driving. What I will do is I'll put this. I'll put this link in here and then tag you so you can look at it later. But it's a list of observations from our Flat Earth Wiki that one of our admin, Indio, put together. I don't know if there's anything there in California. I bet there is. But if there's not, I mean, basically you can just figure out your own observation to do by looking at Google Earth or something similar, finding, a lighthouse, an island, a buoy, an oil platform. I mean, did anyone show you the Black Swan observation of the oil rig platforms in California? Have you seen that?
No, I've not heard of that.
Oh, well, that'd be perfect for you since you're in California, because there's something you could go and look at. I mean, if I lived there, I'd totally go down there and look at it. I think it's in Southern California. Anyway, I'll put it here also in the voice text. But you can't look at it right now. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I mean, I could, but I probably shouldn't.
You should not look if you're driving, unless you're going to pull over. That's right. Yeah, so anyway, I'll just tell you what it is without you actually being able to look at it, and then you can go back and look at it later. Basically, what this image is, it's image of two oil rig platforms. It's from a longer YouTube video where the person is standing on the beach, and the one oil rig is 6.21 miles from the observer. The other one's 9.41 miles. But in the image, you can clearly see that the horizon is behind the furthest platform. And if you do the calculations based on the concept that we're told of this globe model, saying that it's representing a supposed spherical Earth that is allegedly has a radius of 3,959 miles, if that were the case, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this case, the observer's height was only 1 foot. They put the camera right above the ground, and therefore the horizon should only be no more than 1.225 miles away, and yet the horizon is clearly over 10 miles away. So, the thing of it is, like, I know what you mean about wanting to do your own observations. Like, I went and saw the Chicago skyline with my own eyes last summer, and I'd actually seen it before. It's just I'd seen it before I knew that it meant anything. That I shouldn't have seen it on a globe with the dimensions claimed. But there was something like cool about, even though I was 100% sure just from logic and reason that the globe model is a complete mathematical failure, there was something good about going and seeing it for myself. It seemed like a great victory. Plus, I stood up there on the Warren Dunes and was like just top of my lungs, just kind of shouting to my boys, "Hey guys, look at this. You can see Chicago across Lake Michigan." And then all the people around there were looking. So, everybody, all those people did just make their own long distance observation. Because when you see it with your naked eye, if you're not pointing at it, it's a little bit, it's not really that hard to see, but if you don't know what it is, you might not realize what it is. But anyway, my point is, once you see the logic behind it and you acknowledge, for example, in the Black Swan observation, these are confirmed distances of where these oil rigs are. Like, old dude put up the map there, which I think is from Google Earth, of these distances. They're not in question. So you see this image, it comes from a still shot. You can see the horizon. It's basically, when you start seeing more and more of these observations, you have, two choices. You can either think, oh, a bunch of people from all over the world randomly got together and decided to pretend that the Earth was flat, which would be like a gigantic conspiracy. I can't even imagine how they would pull that off. The Canada people take the Canada pictures, Joshua Nowicki, who's not even a flat earther. I mean, basically all of these images, including the weather balloon footage, the laser tests. I mean, is it likely that all of these amateurs who get absolutely nothing out of it have somehow conspired to fake all of this footage and images? Or is it likely that the governments of the world, who have all united in the Antarctic Treaty to keep all the peons out of the outer reaches of our realm, and various agencies such as the billion-dollar space industry, who makes tons of money off the fantasy globe model, are getting together and conspiring to make people think they live on a spinning water ball hurtling through space at a high rate of speed, despite all evidence to the contrary? Which one do you think? Oh, Pauly G. Stefan. I was going to ask him which one he thought was more likely. Redford Bear, which one do you think is more likely? Maybe she wasn't listening to the question. Anywho, we'll move on to somebody else. Lulu's here now. Black Unicorn, hello.
I would like to share something, if that's okay.
Oh, by all means, Rosie Hope, welcome.
So is it okay if I share like a Bible passage? Is that okay?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is from Romans chapter 12, verse 2. Do not conform to the patterns of this world, but be transformed by renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve of what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. And I just wanted to say that everyone in this voice chat is renewing their minds, and it's just so inspiring to see so many people, especially women, just so willing to, talk and speak their mind, and
Yeah,
Sorry,
weren't you
I totally
talking about the nuns that you go to like a Catholic school with
this is
nuns?
ladies' nights, so please.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay.
Kong can ask a question if he's new, but I'd rather finish talking to Rosie Hope. So first, and then we can go to Kong. But so Rosie Hope, how did you end up coming across our server?
I mean, I've always been interested in the fact, and I've always been a very, curious, independent woman, so I just wanted to learn more about it, and, I've had a very good time in, the biblical voice chat, talking to my good friend Joshua. Me and him have had many conversations about the Bible and his experiences, so I found a nice little community here. I really enjoy it.
Good. So you have been here for a little while?
I've been here for like a week or two.
Oh,
I think
cool.
just about a week.
So Joshua, like from the biblical area, invited you. Is that who you're talking about?
Sorry.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh, Redford Bear. Hello.
Hey, I'm out walking, so like it's really windy. I couldn't unmute
Okay.
at the
Oh,
time.
that's fine.
But yeah, I think did I check you in, Rosie Hope? I think I was talking to you before. I can't remember, but yeah, you are fairly new, so that's awesome. I'm glad that you made it to ladies' night.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for telling me about it. This has been so enjoyable.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, welcome.
So are you do understand that the earth is flat, Rosie Hope?
I'm still like more on the fence about it, just because all of my life I just kind of grew up with that in my mind. So obviously it's hard to like uncondition my mind into thinking about it that way. But I have been super open-minded and been learning about different people's experiences and evidence. So I'm still learning.
Good. All right. Yeah. Yep. On the fence is a perfectly fine place to be. Plenty of people there to keep you company. What about Kong? Did you have a question? So Kong, even though the ladies of the Flat Earth are answering the question, we do let males ask questions. So, did you have a question, Kong?
I have a question.
Kong, you're not a male,
Is this
right?
ladies' night?
It is ladies' night. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Did you have a question, Kong, or no?
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just gonna ask Rosie because I know I was in the biblical voice chat with her a couple days ago, and she was talking about her how she goes to this Catholic school and she had like nuns that live there too, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah, there's like a
Rosie, you met a
resurgence
nun
of
before? Oh my god.
I've met lots of nuns. Yeah, there's a resurgence of like traditional Catholic nuns, and they are reclaiming the tradition of teaching children. That's used to be what a lot of them did, but then they kind of went away when the nuns decided they wanted to, wear pantyhose and stuff. But
yeah, I found that really neat.
I have
So
a
I
question.
just
What is a
Yes.
pantyhose?
You don't know what pantyhose are?
Nope.
Nylons.
What is
They're
that?
like clear tights.
I need to
clear
buy.
God, you're so silly, Mozzie. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Lulu. Are you here to rescue me from this conversation?
I don't know how I would do that. Yeah.
It's all right. We're defining them. They're clear tights. Clear tights.
Is that Pro Gamer Jaywalker?
No, sorry. That's not me.
Do they strictly have to? Are you sure you're not the real Jaywalker?
Okay, we're getting this. Okay, guys, we're gonna get this back to the topic of flat Earth. So, if any, yeah. Oh, I don't know who's saying that.
Anyone
if any of
named
you,
Ruben could burn.
we're gonna start muting you if you don't stop that. Okay. If you want to chat among each other, that's perfectly fine. We have a chill channel. If you have problems finding it, I'd be happy to move you down there. Or if you would like to stay, that's no problem. And if you have questions, that's fine. It's just you're gonna have a conversation with the ladies, not with each other. So let's see, who are these people? SJW, do you have any questions about Flat Earth?
I don't have any questions.
So what led you to this Flat Earth server?
I thought you meant did I have any questions right now? Or what? Let me use.
Yeah, and then you said no. You said no, and then I asked you a question. That's the conversations sometimes work that way.
What got me interested is I was just watching a bunch of videos and I came across a live stream.
and then I was watching for a while, so I decided to get VC verified. Now I'm here.
Oh, okay. So have you heard anything about Flat Earth previous to listening to our live stream?
Just YouTube videos.
Who do you recall who any of the people were whose YouTube videos you watched?
I don't really recall because it was a while ago.
Okay, I'm just wondering because if you Google Flat Earth, if you're using the actual Google search engine, you will likely end up with a bunch of videos refuting Flat Earth. So it's unlikely that you've actually heard the scientific, verifiable, testable information that shows that the globe model does not describe the place where we live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So would you like to hear about any of that?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, the number one thing is that they say this globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. You understand? Do you know what a radius is?
Yeah, I know what a radius is.
Okay, just making sure. So anyway, we can take that because it's, and use geometry to figure out that objects should vanish from our sight in the distance. As we look off into the distance, they should disappear from our view at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So I'll put a little chart up for you so you can kind of see what we're talking about. Do you see the live stream voice text channel, which is the channel above
Yes,
this
I do.
audio channel? Okay.
I see it.
Okay, so do you see that curve chart that I just put up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that gives you a diagram of how why and how we're coming up with these numbers. So basically, even though 8 inches doesn't sound like very much because it's an exponential function, and the rate at which the drop is increasing is also increasing. The rate's increasing and the amount of drop is increasing. So it pretty quickly gets to be a large number. So for example, at 10 miles, you should expect their objects to be obscured behind 66 feet of drop. At 20 miles, 266 feet of drop, 30 miles, 600 feet of drop, and so on. So as Polly was mentioning earlier regarding the laser test that they knew about, 25 miles is one of the laser tests that's frequently referred to. So I'll put another document for you here in the voice text. So I don't expect you to be able to look at all these right now, but you could bookmark that and go back and look at that. That's one of the reports regarding the laser tests. So at this point, the target should have been obscured behind over 300 feet of drop for the 25-mile test. Then when you get up to like 52 miles, for example, like the skyline of Chicago should be behind 1,800 feet of curvature, and it's not. We see the whole skyline. So that's pretty much the crux of the issue there, SJW. We see too far. What do you think about that?
I think that's pretty cool.
What do you think's the coolest part?
I don't know.
Well, you said it was cool, so you must have had some reason, or is it just a general feeling?
It's just a general feeling, I guess.
General feeling of coolness. Okay, well then stick around. As long as you're not having a coronary over it, then there's hope for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep. See too far, you might not be on a globe, SJW. Keep looking into it. Stick around.
Dandelion, I did have a question for you. Just like experimental. Do you know about the plate theory?
I mean, I know what is claimed for the theory. You mean like tectonic plates and all that?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah. Like what particularly about it?
I was just wondering if you could explain it to me, because I've had some people explain it to me, but I think most of them are like trolls that were trying to trick me. So if I could have someone that I know is like a true flat earther, explain it to me, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of flat Earth, I mean, it's not something I've really talked about in terms of flat Earth, but I know it's like a lot of it is theoretical in terms of what they claim of how things used to be in the past. So I've never really like investigated these claims to find out, if there's a lot of validity to them. I know that, there can be plates on a flat earth just as easily as there is in the fantasy globe model. So I know globers sometimes come in and act like there can't be, but it's all based on presuppositions. It's all based on what they've been told. Like they've been told they fit together like puzzle pieces. So they think you're going to mess up their 3D puzzle if the plates are flat. But that's just silly. That's just based on some picture they saw, just like any other fantasy globe. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, it's not really, it's not evidence against the flat earth. Like, my only comment about it would be that, whatever you want to think about the plates, it doesn't, it's not evidence for the fantasy globe model. I don't know. Does any other lady have thought about tectonic plates?
I don't know much about it, like in detail, but if we were to relate it to flat Earth, it wouldn't really prove flat or globe. But it's an interesting thing to go into.
Right. Okay. And then could I have someone explain also the Haskell theory to me? Because I was told that, only like real flat earthers understand.
That's actually something I've been talking about for a while now. So actually, I read about the Haskell theory from a book. It was called, I believe, 10 Facts of Life by Sean Wallace. And in that book, he talks about, how you don't want to trust certain things. You don't want to trust other people. You want to look into things for yourself and do your research for yourself. And one of the theories was the Haskell theory, essentially the theory that we each have our own standards for evidence. So it's hard to agree on evidence, but that was just the idea behind the Haskell theory, is that we each have our own different standards.
Well, that's why the scientific method was originally developed, even though so-called scientists, or people who call themselves scientists who actually practice pseudoscience, have tried to abandon it for obvious reasons, since vast swaths of what is called science is not in any way, by classical definition of science, scientific in any way. So, somebody has, that's what I was wondering, what this theory is, because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But it sounds like that it's something Rich is saying, that nothing can ever be decidedly determined. But
it wasn't something I believed in.
I heard more with the Erin Weinberg theory. She touched on it a little bit in her theory, but it's really interesting, and I think you should look it up and give it a little.
All right. Well, before we go into that further, what we like to use around here is the scientific method, where you make a natural observation, you develop a hypothesis based on that observation, then you design a test to test that hypothesis. Then you examine your results and you decide if these falsify the hypothesis. If they falsify the hypothesis, then you discard the hypothesis. Or if they, are not conclusive, you could revise the hypothesis and do further testing. And that is how we falsify the globe model, by doing these experiments and tests in reality and seeing that they indicate that we indeed do not live on a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles. In fact, there's no evidence that we live on a globe of any kind, since there is absolutely zero verifiable evidence for curvature, rotation, or motion of any kind. That's why we like science, because you actually can figure things out, and you can actually learn about objective reality, and then you can understand that you do not need to listen to other people's fairy tales just because they say something and show it on TV.
So, Dandelion, I do have a question. So I was told, I'm just going off of what I was told, right? So I was told that, the Haskell theory was something that was like very commonly used in like flat Earth. Like how long have you been like learning about flat Earth? Because I thought that was like a commonly known theory. But if that's my fault, it could just be me. But I
don't know. Well, does somebody else want to talk about the Haskell theory?
That was just a scientific. It wasn't specific to flat Earth. It was just a scientific.
If it's scientific, shouldn't flat Earth?
Well, you know what? I should know about it more carefully, because the author.
Yeah, I'm surprised more people haven't heard about it. Because
again, we're taking turns.
Actually, we're interested in it.
We're taking turns.
Yeah, please let me talk. Excuse me. So what I had to say was, it is a scientific theory, but I kind of misspoke because the author, Sean Wallace, he wasn't really a scientist. He was like a pseudoscientist. He was more interested in philosophy. So it was just a theory that was floated around, but it doesn't actually have anything to do specifically with flat Earth, just to clarify.
Could you explain a little more?
Yeah,
on it?
what jurisdiction does like this is it like a Dr. Wallace, or is it just like
Yeah, who's Sean Wallace?
We're not going to keep talking about that. It's
have to
really
go into
boring.
detail,
We just
yeah.
explained that whoever this dude was is pointless. Lulu,
I think it's pretty interesting.
That's fair.
do you want to
that's fair.
call
My
on
bad.
somebody else?
Yeah, it's you guys have like interesting theories or whatever, but at the end of the day, theories don't explain what we see in reality. We have objective measurements of flat Earth, and so that's what we use to basically prove flat Earth, right? So, like psychology or philosophy, all that, you can go into speculation, to theories about the Earth in general, right? About reality in general. However, at the end of the day, what do you observe in reality? What do all of us observe in reality? And also, what can we prove through science? Not theories, but through science, through the scientific method, like Dandelion went over. How can we use that to prove that? Because that is the only objective thing that all of us can agree on. Everything else we can discuss, we can debate over, right? So if you guys have any objective, verifiable evidence for the globe, we would like to hear it. That's why we're here. But as far as the flat Earth is concerned, that's our main focus. You guys get it?
I'm not sure if you get. Can you guys hear me by any chance?
Yep.
This might be a stupid question, but is the flat Earth model a disc, or can it be? Does it have inconsistencies? Is it perfectly round? And why, if it is, why is that?
So there isn't an official flat Earth model. Our thing is that what we observe and measure in reality. So let me just explain. The disc thing comes from the Flat Earth Society, which we are not associated or affiliated with. It's not a disk third from the sun. We're not the third disk planet from the sun. So please get that out of your head. I know that's what the mainstream media and the mainstream people use, but that's a straw man. No true flat earther believes that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you elaborate? So are all the other planets also disk, or what do you mean by we're not the third disk?
Hold on.
Sorry.
I didn't say anything about planets being disks. I'm saying that's what they show to prove to make fun of flat earthers, right? They show the solar system with with Earth being a disk, right? Third from the sun. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is get that out of your head. That's not what we think or what we claim. So we as flat earthers, I haven't come across any flat earther that believes that. Now, when you're talking about planets, all we see are lights in the sky. So I don't know what the planets are. Nobody does. Nobody knows their distance. And whoever claims to know what they're made of or how far away they are, you should really question that person, because there's no verifiable method to test any of these things. Everybody sees the same thing, lights in the sky. So as far as what are the planets, I don't know. They're lights in the sky, dude. I can't tell you. But we're focused on what the Earth is. Earth is unlike anything what we observe in the sky. Okay, so don't what's the word? Don't compare Earth and everything else in the sky. Hopefully that made sense. Oh, sorry, you're muted. Let me unmute you. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you. I was really confused. I asked it in the chat, but I got banned for asking that question, so I'm guessing it was a stupid question.
I don't know who would ban you for asking that question, but it could be the way you presented it, because a lot of the time, again, that kind of claim is made by the Flat Earth Society, the disk in space. So that could be like the confusion there. And again, we don't claim a disk in space. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. I was really confused about that.
Yeah, sure, no problem. let me just go through. I don't know, Dandelion, if you went through to see who's here.
No, I haven't done that. No, the people just started asking and saying stuff right away. So yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay. Let's see. Ba-da-bum bum bum. Oh my gosh. Where are all the ladies at? It's just me and you. Oh no, Ariel is here.
I think Redford Bear is here still, right? Redford Bear was here. Oh, maybe Redford Bear left.
She was
Redford,
here.
Yeah, too bad.
She's
and Ariel's here. That's good. No, Bambi and Bible literalists told me they can't make it, so we're not waiting for them.
Yeah, the Bible literalist had a debate earlier, so I'm assuming she wants to take a break.
That's what she said. I listened to part of it. I thought it was good. It was really interesting.
Yeah. It was pretty interesting on both sides. If anybody gets a chance, check it out. It's on her channel. But
I'll find the link if I can.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess it's just you, me, and Ariel. So that's all good. And I guess if any of the new people with the VC role, do you guys have a question? Because there's quite a few of you.
Do I have to be a girl to ask a question, or is that like open to everyone?
No, it's open to everyone.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I kind of have like a two-parter.
Yeah.
So, if my first piece of evidence as to why the Earth is flat, like I just saw this now, is I actually drew. I can't send pictures, but how do if the Earth is a globe and it's circular, right? How do planes just fly in a straight line? You know, because you never, when you're in the plane, you don't like feel like going down. You don't go up at all. You're just kind of flying in a straight line for a couple hours. You know, especially when you're going across the ocean, like going to England or London or something, like supposedly going across the globe. You just go straight the whole time. It's like it doesn't make much sense to me.
So, which part doesn't make sense to you? The on a globe or on a flat Earth? I'm sorry.
On the globe. That's the piece that really did it for me. Like.
Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. There have been a few pilots that are flat earthers as well as globe earthers that come through here that both sides claim they never account for curvature when they're flying, or spin for that matter. So, like you said, if you were on a globe and you were going a vast distance, you would eventually have to put the plane's nose in an incline, right? To be able to go straight. Yeah, so no pilot that I've talked to or have heard speaking ever accounts for such thing or does any of that. So yeah, that's a good question for any of the globers here that might want to comment on that.
I'm a pilot. I have my private pilot instrument license, and I agree with you. Just for anybody out there who's also doubting, I just wanted to back you up on that claim as well.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks, Andy. So can I ask my second part, or do you want to let someone else go?
No, go ahead since you started.
Okay, so I'm pretty new to this flat Earth thing. Like I'm still like on the fence, but I'm starting to lean more towards like the flat Earth aspect of the world more and more. Like the more I look into it, and so I understand that there's a dome, right, that kind of covers the majority of what we know as our world, right?
Well, that would fall under speculation. However, it would make more sense that there is a dome, but there is no way for us to verify that, and so I can't definitively say that there is one. But as far as having like gas pressure, being in a pressurized system that we know the Earth is, it would make sense that there is a type of dome.
Right.
Is there anything outside of the dome?
I don't want to interrupt.
Hold on, everybody. Let Al finish, please, and then you guys will get your turn.
So basically, wait, because I was in a Discord in this channel a couple days ago, and I think people were sorry, I'm having trouble wording this, but you guys have differentiating viewpoints on what you think flat Earth is, right? Is that correct?
Yes, none of us all have like the same view. The only thing all of us agree on is that it's not a globe.
Not a globe, right? That would make sense.
Yep.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right,
I think I was asking it next. Is there anything outside of the dome? If there is a dome, like what would be outside of it?
I'm sure there's something outside of it, but I wouldn't know. That's something something that would fall under speculation, and I'd rather not go into that as of right now. Because there's the biblical perspective, there's other types of perspective, so I wouldn't want to talk about it in a definitive way. Unless Dandelion, do you want to comment on that?
What's outside the dome? In theory, is that what he's asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people, the only evidence that I know of is people, who are looking at it from a biblical perspective. In Genesis, it says that the firmament was put into place to divide the waters below from the waters above. Beyond that, it's impossible to verify or explore that region, so there's no way to know.
But we also have like kind of picture proof and stuff, and like we've kind of sent people outside the quote unquote dome.
So you think that the outer space, you think that somehow, so as Lulu was just saying, we can't have gas pressure without a container, because the nature of gas, as we always observe, is for it to expand to fill in all available space. So that is part of the reason why it's part of the reason why the heliocentric model is highly suspect, because that is what is claimed there, is the atmosphere of Earth is just kind of hanging there uncontained next to this vacuum or near vacuum of space. So what we're saying is what we have is the night sky, like people have always seen for all time. They went out, the Earth was flat and stationary just as it appears. The stars appear to rotate above us. The sun and the moon move across the sky, and we're just claiming it's all happening just the way it looks like it's happening. And so we're not saying people are. Yeah, there's things up there in the sky that are moving around, but we're saying they're not in some weird other realm. They're right here above our heads, just as they appear. The distances probably is what we maybe need to go over with you, because all of the distances that they claim are also based on calculations that can't be verified and are in fact in error. So, for example, the concept of the sun being 93 million miles away, we reject that. So we're saying this fantasy medium of outer space is not something that exists at all. We're just saying they're not going there. They're faking it.
Yeah, I had a question about like time zones and how those work on a flat Earth theory. That's one of the things I learned about in school that I haven't been able to, discredit.
Yeah, the thing of it is, okay, so that fits in well with what we just said about the sun. So, do you see the server icon that's over on the left for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, little round blue circle?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, if you hover over it, I don't know if you're on the computer or the phone. On the computer, if you hover over it, it moves around. But anyway, that's like one possible demonstration of how the sun moves on the flat Earth. So if it's not moving around for you, I'll try to find the GIF of it.
I'll post it. I got it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good. Yeah, so basically, all indications are that the sun is close and local based on how we observe the rays of the sun to hit the Earth, and based on the errors in the calculations and we have no reason to believe that it is that far away. So I'll also Black Unicorn put the you got an interesting name for that meme. I don't know what that means, but anyway, she put a possible model there I'm sorry, it is not a model, it's a demonstration, because all we can do is come up with ideas for you based on what we actually experience. So And I also put up for you the link to the King's Dethroned PDF. There's also an audio book on YouTube if you want to have it read to you that explains why these calculations are in error and entirely theoretical. So, if the sun is close and local, then it makes sense, as you see there, that it's only lighting up one part of the plane, and then it keeps moving and goes and lights up the other part of the plane. It comes back around the next day, is lighting up your part of the plane, and so on. So, yeah, the time zones are just basically, it's day at one time part of the world and night in the other, and so on, because the sun's moving around and lighting up different parts at different times.
So, wait, I have a question real quick about that.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, before we go out, is Polly was asking that? Does that make sense to you? Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Like in this demonstration, I know it's like a dome, right? But like, I don't know. Like when I see it, I think of like a snow globe. Like that's how it looks in this demonstration. Is that an accurate assumption?
It's a speculation, but this is how. Think of a snow globe would be the best way to explain it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so can I ask my question real quick?
All
right, so then how is there different phases in the moon if what Black Unicorn posted is true? Like, how can there be a half moon or a full moon?
Do you know how phases of the moon are supposedly how they are made on the?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me?
I mean, I can try my best, but basically it's the sun, and it's like the shadow of the moon is. Actually, no, this is a good way to put it. I don't really know how to explain it, really, but the sun shows like bright. It lightens up the part of the moon that we see, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So, but in this model, like, there's no part of the sun that reaches the moon. So is it just always going to be no moon at night?
So that concept is not a model. The concept is just to show the night and day. We're not saying this is exactly how the sun and the moon move relative to each other. Like, that's it. They're like opposite each other and they're locked in that. That's not what we're saying. So if what you say about the phases of the moon on the globe model is basically the way you're trying to explain is that it's the shadow of the moon depending relative to the sun, right? How it's moving across our sky relative to the sun makes the half moon, crescent moon, whatever, right? So in this concept that I posted, it could technically work the same way. We're not saying that I personally and most flat earthers don't believe that the moon reflects the sun. However, it would work the same way on flat earth if it was to reflect the sun as well.
I was made it.
Did that make sense? Oh, sorry.
Hey, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Luna if that made sense to her, what I explained. So Luna 22, you still there? Okay. Go ahead.
I was muted for a sec. Did you go over eclipses? Because that's another thing I was curious about, how an eclipse would happen in that model.
Oh no, we didn't go over eclipses. I just went over the phases of.
Okay, could you expand on the eclipses? Like, is that, I don't know, too much on how that would work in that model?
Okay. Again, it's not a model. It's just a concept. I mean, it's I know models, whatever, but it's not. Yeah. So eclipses on a flat Earth. Again, I don't think that eclipses are shadows. I don't think that the moon reflects the sun, and in the heliocentric model, eclipses are supposedly the shadow of the Earth onto the moon, right? So in a flat Earth, again, I don't know what the moon could possibly be, but we, at least in my opinion, I don't want to generalize all flat earthers, but in my opinion, the moon has its own light. It produces its own light, and we don't know, or I don't know how it would make. Okay, again, speculative speaking, it is. I think it's like a charging of a battery where the moon lights its own light. Not reflect. It has its own light, and then as the faces go down and up, it would be like charging its own light. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that helped kind of bring some light to it. And I see there's channels talking about it, so I'll look there as well.
Yeah, I'll put a link to the eclipses and the moon channel. There's a lot of stuff down there.
The thing about eclipses, the reason why I'm sorry if I interrupted somebody, but I'll let you finish in a minute. Yeah. So the reason I don't subscribe to the sun being a reflection of, the moon being the reflection of the sun is because of this what is called the Selenelian eclipse. Dandelion posted the Selenelian eclipse at 57 past the hour. It basically could not happen on a globe Earth. If you guys have a chance to look into it, that it's also called the impossible eclipse. So if you see that on a globe Earth, that means there's no way for it to reflect the sun and for the Earth to shadow the moon. Okay, so that right there just debunks that whole narrative. Okay, go ahead, whoever wanted to
I have
ask.
a question.
I think somebody wanted, Skinny, give me a minute. Somebody wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question. I was going to ask, so what exactly is on the edge of the Earth? Is there like huge ice walls, or?
I don't think it's known.
Like, what's the speculation? What's the theory? I just want to know what is there.
Redford Bear, do you feel like taking the where's the edge?
Yeah, I was actually just to say, yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I've been in and out. So who said that there's an edge? Exactly. I missed part of the conversation, so did somebody mention that there was an edge?
If there isn't an edge, then what is there?
Yeah.
Well, I can't make claims onto something that I've never been there, right? So that's just speculation. I don't know what the edge is. Or if there is even an edge.
I've been on a cruise that went straight. In the model that you sent, that would have gone straight to the edge, and there was nothing. We just kept going until we were at Asia. So.
Wait.
What? Say it again? Sorry, Lulu.
No. I just wanted him to clarify.
So we went on a cruise. My family went on a cruise, and so I'm looking at the Antarctica model that you sent, the wall that holds in the oceans thing or whatever that is, and I'm looking at the Earth model in it. So in this flat Earth model, in the cruise we went to Asia. It was like it wasn't the fastest route there, or whatever. It was a sightseeing cruise, and if you take the route that we went on, it would hit straight into one of these ice walls or off the edge or whatever. But that didn't happen. So why am I still here?
Okay, what is your route? Can you expand on that? Where did you start, and where did you end up?
All right, I got you. So we went from the USA, so from the West Coast, and then we went around, and then we went to Australia, and then we went up to East Asia.
Okay, and so Redford Bear, I'm sorry to you go ahead and explain. Are you yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. No, you can continue on. I'm just trying to, okay, so you went from, I just switched my headset, so I missed part of that. So you went from, you said the States to Australia.
Yes, the West Coast. Then we went down to Australia, and then from Australia, because of how the route we took, we would have gone straight off the edge.
I put the Gleason's map up there. While you're talking to these ladies, can you look at the Gleason's map in the live stream voice text? Who's this? Of? Is that Of talking?
Yeah.
Of? Can you look at the map?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, so then how would you have been at said edge then? I'm not clear on that.
because so when we went straight down, and then so when we were at Australia, the route we took, we didn't. I would draw on this, but I can't send pictures. We didn't go. This is really hard to explain with words. I'm sorry.
No, I get what you mean, but all you did was circumnavigate west to east or east to west, whatever. You didn't head south.
Did I say west? Did I say west? I meant east. I live in New York.
You said west. You said west coast. Yeah.
Oh no, I meant no. I meant to say east. I live in New York.
That's a crazy cruise. Tell me that. What's the name of the boat?
How did that even happen?
No. I don't.
Bro, chill.
Who's eating their microphone?
Yeah, we're going to move on. But there's no problem with that route on a flat Earth. But I'd like to see the cruise that actually goes that far. That's crazy. So yeah,
even if he does that though, all he did was circumnavigate relative north. You didn't go straight down, or you didn't go south, if that makes sense. So anything that is relative to north, like if you were to use a compass and you were to go east or west, whichever direction you went, you would circumnavigate the world. You still there of heart?
Yeah, I drew a picture, but I can't send it.
Okay.
You can send it to me if you want, and I'll look at it. Maybe post it if it's worth posting.
Redford, you're breaking up a bit. I don't know if you're trying to talk.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll touch on this later more if it's still.
We do have a question from the lobby. Here, I'll put it back up here. I assume this person must be listening since they tagged me and Black Unicorn. Callan wants to know. Oh, Callan's in here. Oh, how nice. So that works out so well. Oh, but they don't have any roles. But we could unmute them. So Callan, I'll go ahead and unmute you. So you're asking, are astronauts just liars? So I'll go ahead and answer, and then Black Unicorn can add something if she wants to, or anyone else, any of the other ladies here. Ariel, I don't know, is Ariel still here? Maybe not. A Redford Bear. Anyway, so if you're talking about the actual astronauts that are, saying they're in the International Space Station, yeah, they're not there. I don't know if some of the guys could put up some of the memes of all the fishy stuff that goes on in this supposed, International Space Station. All indications are that that's just being filmed, with a green screen, underwater. There's huge underwater tanks where they say they use them for training, but there's no reason. They're lying. I mean, they're doing it for money, and a lot of people lie for money. But that doesn't mean that every single person who works for NASA is lying. I don't work there myself, so I do not know how that exactly works, but I do know just from having jobs that there's a thing called compartmentalization, where everyone who works for a company doesn't necessarily know all the decisions that are being made at the top or why they're doing various things. So there's a small number of people that would actually have to be in on it and actually consciously know that. But all they have to do is say, oh, Don Pettit, you've got high level security clearance. You are an astronaut. You're one of the most important people in the world, Don Pettit. Make sure you don't tell anybody what's going on here in our high level security clearance, or you'll lose your little platform. You get to go out there and tell everybody what a smart astronaut you are, and you'll lose all this money and all these perks and all this fun we're having for you. So they got a lot of reason to just go along with the program for sure. But the important thing is to know that it's a very small number that would have to actually realize what's going on. A lot of lower level type people would not necessarily have to understand the whole program, depending on their security clearance level. Oh, good. Old Dude put up some videos there. You can look at them. NASA CGI green screen compilation. That looks like a good one that you could watch later, and so on. Did you? So that was for Callan. Did you have anything to add, Black Unicorn?
Oh no. I think that should suffice.
Do you think people are threatened with their life if they don't lie about the truth, like that the Earth is flat?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Do you think people are threatened with their life if they don't lie?
Threatened with their life? You mean nowadays or like?
Yeah, nowadays. Like, do you think NASA threatens their employees that if they don't lie, they'll kill them?
Well, from what I know, there was an astronaut that did supposedly die in an accident when he was trying to become a blow whistler. What is it called?
Whistleblower.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was
whistleblower.
He did not. Yeah, he was murdered. His son investigated it. One of the original Apollo astronauts who questioned the capability of us to go to the moon. On a computer that is like what is the same complication or ability as a Game Boy. Rudimentary video device these days. He questioned. And he made a statement that was, he said, we can't even communicate between buildings here. How are we ever going to go to the moon? He held up a lemon in front of the space capsule, indicating that he thought it was a lemon, which is a, slang term for a vehicle that doesn't work, that's trash. And then he and 2 other astronauts were set on fire inside the capsule, could not get out because the door was blocked from the inside. In his family was investigating it for years and years. Finally, were allowed to investigate the original capsule, found that indeed the door was latched from the inside, as well as the fact that they used a pure oxygen environment, which caused even worse fire hazard. Omega Genesis has put up some information for us there. Oh yeah, I've never even seen that meme. I'll just go ahead and read what's on this meme because it's interesting. And there is, Lulu, another person in the lobby that had an interesting question I saw about ships over the curves. So don't let us forget to get back to that one. They tagged me.
Okay.
I don't know if they tagged you.
No, they didn't.
If you guys put your questions, if you're listening, just put your questions in the live stream voice text. Easier than putting them in the lobby. So anyway,
they won't be able to if they don't have a rule.
Oh, that's right.
probably
They don't
why.
have rules. That's why they're doing. Absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. Absolutely. Okay. So anyway, it says January 22nd, 1967, Gus Grissom held an unauthorized press conference in which he told reporters that the U.S. was at least a decade away from even contemplating a lunar mission. So this is one of the first astronauts became a whistleblower. He was an honorable man. Wasn't going to go along with this nonsense. That's my little editorial comment. We'll go back to the reading. He was severely rebuked for giving that interview without permission. Following this reprimand, Gus Grissom hung a lemon attached to a coat hanger in front of a NASA emblem to indicate to any cameras present what he and his fellow crew members, Roger Chaffee and Edward White, thought of the Apollo program. Yeah, so one of those other two, I think it was Chaffee, he's from Michigan. They have a whole dedication to him up in Grand Rapids. I'm pretty sure that's the guy who was also killed, murdered by NASA. 5 days later, on January 27th, 1967, Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee were killed on the launch pad when a flash fire engulfed their command module during testing for the first Apollo Saturn mission. So I'm glad you guys brought this up because there's a whole bunch of about this in Edward Hendry's Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That the World Is Not a Spinning Globe book. Because there's a whole thing about the son who wouldn't let go of this, who investigated it, was because the other part of it is they immediately came to, I'm pretty sure it was the FBI that immediately went to his house, seized all his papers. His wife couldn't look at any of his work or any of his things. They just came in the house and started seizing all his stuff. And then the family were the ones who kept pushing this and, pushing for an investigation. And, and then finally that was what was discovered was about the door being sealed from the inside, which was obvious safety hazard and the pure oxygen environment. I hope they got a settlement. I'm pretty sure they did, but
Do you guys have a source for this?
Didn't get their dad back. I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you while we're talking.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah. So
sorry, Mom, it's in the live stream.
Oh, you've got the source?
Fatal fire, Gus Grissom.
At what time?
Full
story.
10 minutes after the hour. Yeah, 10 minutes
Okay.
after.
Yeah, old dude's got a space.com article. I have another one somewhere that's more about the son's investigation, so I'll try to find that one. But that's a good one, old dude. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, but
yeah, there's
I'm saying the source where he says those comments, because the space.com link does not contain any of those quotes you were guys saying. Unless
okay.
I'm
He
missing
wants
it.
at least a decade away comments. Yeah, we can look for a source for that for you. The other article I'm looking for might have it. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I looked into it. Now we have 3 different text questions on the table here, Black Unicorn.
Sorry. Say that again.
Here, I'll read the first one from Thunder. Why do things disappear starting from the bottom and then the top when getting further away from us, particularly sea vessels? So, does anyone want to address that?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was distracted. Read it one more time.
Okay, I'm going to read again. Plus, I took a screenshot of it, so I'll put it in here.
Okay.
Why do things disappear starting from the bottom and then the top when getting further away from us, particularly sea vessels? I don't know what they mean about the top, but he just wants to know why boats disappear from the bottom up.
I never understand this question because how do you expect it to disappear? Like top first, and then like it's going further away from you, so it's gonna disappear bottom up first, and it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It's just perspective.
Sorry, I actually have the answer to that question. If you'd like.
Okay, hold on. Before you go, Al. Before you go on out, yeah, you can add on. Thunder's in here. That's good, so they can at least hear the answer. Yeah, some of these we could unmute Thunder, I guess, if they wanted to participate. But anyway, so I also put a meme up there to show you how a coin disappears from the bottom up on a table. It's just the perspective. It's the way the eye works. And there's also several gifts we can show you of, if you have a high-powered camera or optical equipment, you can bring that boat back into view after it's appeared. It seems that it has disappeared from the bottom up, but it's just due to perspective and limitations of vision, and then you can't, it can seem to totally disappear with your naked eye, but then you can bring it back into view if you have, any kind of high-powered optical equipment. So, what did you want to add to that, Al?
Well, actually, I was going to add something, but that coin GIF really just it basically put everything I was going to say in words into an image. Really, I might actually save that. Pretty useful there.
I'm sorry, I stole your thunder then.
Nothing to be apologetic about. I will definitely be saving that GIF. I like that GIF a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, Dandelion, can you go over the photo I sent? I was talking to the off whatever his name is. I don't know.
Did he send it? He didn't send me anything.
He sent it to me, and I sent it to Dandelion.
They sent me a map, a Gleason's map with lines drawn on it. I'll put it in the Who is this from? This is from OF.
Yeah.
Originally.
Yeah, this is his trip that he took with his family that proved birth or something.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm new.
Hello, welcome. Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Do you have a question?
I thought I would just introduce myself. I don't know. This is kind of blowing my mind right now. Like, I haven't even heard about this app until like 30 minutes ago. But I've been like following this page called Celebrate Truth for a few years now. But yeah, so I'm just enjoying the ride, I guess.
Welcome, man. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh no, I believe
Flat.
Yeah.
Triangle.
Yeah,
you do. Okay.
If he was, if you've been on, you said Celebrate Truth, right?
Yeah, that's the exact page. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I used to be on there a lot too.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of it actually.
I actually do have a question. Have you guys looked into the North Pole?
A little bit. What about it?
So like I was studying old maps because I'm also like a biblical flat earther, I guess you could say. And the thing about old maps is a lot of them used to state like things like where do I start? Well, basically they would have names from the Bible, like certain tribes on old maps, right? And so that's what got me into looking at them. And then I noticed on a lot of old maps in the North Pole, they would have like an island, this four landmass island in the North Pole that they used to show on maps. And they definitely showed it when those old like flat Earth maps, like Mercator maps, they would show it on there. And so they eventually just took them out. Like this was like centuries ago. They used to have these on the maps, and so eventually they just like took out that portion of the map and kept the rest of the map the same. And then eventually that's when they started making the globe model, and they never showed what was in the North Pole again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you do compare ancient maps versus current maps, they completely just it's like completely different. They don't even like you said, show the mountains, the rivers, the four rivers, there's a few cities or whatever that was posted. I'm not posted, that was mentioned. And it makes you wonder. I mean, it is just as mysterious as the Antarctic, for me at least. And if we were allowed to go there, it would have been very interesting to find out what else are they hiding, you know?
Yeah, no, most definitely. It's crazy, but So I have a question also for you guys. So are you guys like biblical flat earthers, or do you just only believe in the flat earth, or do you also support the Bible?
You cut out the last part. Do we support the what?
Yeah. So do you support the Bible as well, or do you only support flat earth?
Oh, personally, I'm a biblical literature believer. So yes, definitely.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's good. That's great.
Yeah,
I am too. Oh no, continue. And it just depends. Not everybody necessarily.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
gonna say we have Muslims here. This server is open to everybody,
Right.
but we have Muslims. We have not atheist flat earthers. I haven't come across. Actually, never mind. I lied. There was one guy that was claiming to be an atheist and a flat earther. I don't believe him, but and they're agnostics. There's other beliefs and faith-based people, but and if you are interested in Naija, there are biblical channels downstairs. If you scroll down, there's actually quite a few people in biblical right now. They do hold Bible studies and discussions and whatnot on a daily basis. So we'll try to get you the Bible roll if you want, and you can participate in that discussion.
Hey, excuse me. I have a question, actually.
Can you hold 1 second?
Yeah,
Naija. Okay, you're lighting up. I don't know if you're talking, but
Oh, wow, yeah. I'm still trying to learn how to use it. Sorry.
okay. You heard what I said, or what we said?
Yeah, I definitely heard you.
Oh, okay.
So is it Naija? Am I pronouncing it? Okay.
Yeah.
You brought up biblical, and me, Kung, and Chrome were in the biblical VC for a really long time with our friends our Joshua and those other people, and I think he shared a really important quote from the Bible that I think would really pertain to what you were saying. So, Chrome, do you remember that passage?
Oh, you're talking about the Lamentations one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, yeah. This is Lamentations 3:22. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases; His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Dexterously He unfastens my bra, and it falls unceremoniously onto the floor. He steps back. I now stand naked before Him, except for my.
What?
I think that was the wrong one.
I think
I'm not sure that was the right.
Yeah, no, I think it was.
I think that
Which
was the
one
wrong
was that?
passage.
Which one did you read?
I think it was.
I think you actually read the wrong
Matthews, actually.
Okay, let's go back to what we were talking about. Anyway, Nija, if you want the Bible, just let one of the mods know, and they'll give you that role.
Yeah, there's some real down to earth people in there. It's really a good place to
I'm
hang
so
out.
sorry. If I was talking about a passage from Matthew. I don't. That was
Yeah. Anyway, okay, cool. Welcome. I see you down there.
Could we go back to the OF photo? I was just looking for an explanation
Okay,
on
cool.
Yeah.
What photo do you need an explanation on? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I'm gonna
Dandelion,
repost
did you
it.
post it again? Or yeah.
Oh,
You're not going outside. Oh,
You have it, Lulu? Did you say you were posting it? Oh, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I reposted it.
Yeah, so after he was done talking, I DM'd him because I was interested in what he's saying because I've heard of cruises like that. And I don't know if he's still here, but from East Coast to Australia to Asia, that would be the route taken on the flat Earth model. So I was just curious your take on it.
Yeah, we're not accepting this fantasy trip that somebody claims they took because they drew some blue lines on there. So if he wants to show some, tickets and pictures, whatever, but this is nonsense. Let's move on. Does anyone have a real
my drawer for tickets that I had?
Yeah.
from 10
Okay.
years ago.
Sure. Yep. Send us the tickets when you find them. Does anyone have a real question?
I have a real question.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. So have you heard of the Gorilla Glue experiment?
Oh, come on, guys. Stop trolling.
This is serious, actually.
No, it's not. If you have a real question, ask it or be gone.
All right. Okay. Well, sorry. Never mind.
We still have other questions from the lobby that were, I think, better than some of these questions. Okay, so this person, Newt, who is in here in the... Oh, Newt has VC verified.
have
So
a
are you there,
question.
Newt?
Yeah, I see him.
Okay, so we'll answer Newt's question, then we'll go on to whoever it was that just said they have a question. So Newt says, if we need a dome to hold gases in, then what holds us to the ground? So basically, we don't, since even mainstream science acknowledges that mass attracting mass form of gravity is not a thing, was replaced by the also theoretical Einsteinian gravity, also a fairy tale. So we don't deal with any of these fairy tales because there's no verifiable proof of mass attracting mass happening anywhere. There's been no scientific demonstration of it. And there's no reason to think that there's any force holding us down. Does anyone want to add anything to that? Or did you have, whoever asked it, do you have any other? Newt, there's Newt. I don't know if you wanted to clarify, but that's my answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So I'm pretty new to this Discord. Sounded like a windstorm there or something. Sorry. But I was curious as to whether you guys believe in gravity here, or where you guys theorize gravity actually comes from, or I'm not saying gravity exists, but the idea behind gravity, what actually holds to the ground. I'm sorry. I'm just. I don't know. Never mind.
No, you're good. I mean, that's a legitimate question. No problem. Any of you ladies want to take this? And hello, Sophia. Nice to see you.
Hello, girls.
Hi, Sophia.
Hey, Sophia.
Hi, Sophia.
Who's in here?
A whole bunch of cool people are in here.
Let's see. Where's Red? Hey, I made it. Hi, Kelly. Good to hear you.
You too. I'm sorry I'm late. No
It's
worries.
all good. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, what are you guys doing? Who are you talking to?
He's
Well-
asking about gravity, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Something. I wasn't clear. I wasn't.
No. He was asking if he drops an object to the ground, why does it go down and not up? For example.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, because it weighs something.
It has weight.
What about
Doesn't anything that have mass has weight?
Hold up. So I've heard some theories that theorize that the Earth is actually, like, as a whole, is moving up.
No.
what do you guys-
No. Let me stop you there. That is a flat Earth society claim. We do not claim that at all. That doesn't even make sense. So
what do you guys think? I guess.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. As far as gravity goes, right? What is gravity?
A force that pulls things, I guess. They're
Mhm.
like
So
a 9.8 meter per second acceleration.
Okay, so gravity hasn't been a force for like over 100 years. So you're parroting the wrong narrative.
Am I?
Yeah.
So what narrative
So-
should I be?
So you're ascribing to Newtonian gravity, but the narrative is Einsteinian gravity, which is space-time bending, warping, or whatever. That is how they explain gravity nowadays. So, unless again, I will ask you, what is gravity?
He's
Skinny, why don't you go?
I understand his question. Yeah, well, like he's not a
No, I
proponent
understand
for-
his question too. I just want him to know
I'm
like
not trying to do.
what they're saying right now versus what he thinks gravity is. There's a difference. You know what I mean?
So you said sorry, I'm just struggling. So did you say gravity went extinct 100 years ago, or like was debunked 100 years ago?
No, it was replaced. So the gravity being force, which is mass attracting mass, right?
Right.
Was replaced by the space-time bending because they couldn't prove mass attracting mass, and the mass attracting mass doesn't work with a third body. So they had to come up with something else. So they came up with space-time bending. So I will ask you, if the space-time bending is what is, according to the heliocentric model, is the reason why when you let go of something falls to the ground, can you prove that to me? What is the experiment that is used to prove space-time bending?
I think I think Skinny has a better wording of my question.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, you're
now,
asking
right?
me a question.
Yes.
What was the question? Sorry.
What is your proof? Because you're claiming gravity, and I'm telling you the proper gravity that is being taught right now, or the proper that they're parroting right now, is space-time bending. So I'm asking you, what is the proof for this gravity, which is space-time bending?
What gets objects to fall to the ground? I guess I don't know.
Yeah. You said the reason objects fall to the ground is because of space-time bending, aka gravity. So I'm asking you, can you prove?
He didn't say that.
Well,
He said gravity, not space bending.
Maybe I need a
hold on.
another opinion. Maybe from a guy.
Maybe
or
we
another
can
male.
let's start from zero then. He said gravity is the reason why things fall to the ground. Did I misunderstand you?
No.
Okay. I asked you, what is gravity? You said it's a force that pulls things down.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that is not the narrative, unless that's your own theory, which have been replaced by space-time bending. So you need to choose one or the other. You cannot have mass attracting mass or space-time bending. Which are you ascribing to? I need to know this before I answer your question.
But isn't that the same thing though?
Yeah, isn't that the same?
No, it's not.
It's not.
You said AKA though, like it's another name for it.
Maybe we have a.
Well, I just want to know. I just want to know which gravity you're ascribing to. If you're ascribing to the Newtonian gravity or the Einsteinian gravity.
I'm pretty sure there's only one form of gravity, but
I just told you there isn't. Well, supposedly there is only type, which is the Einstein gravity, which is what if you talk to any astrophysicist, is what they're going to claim.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to ascribe to mass attracting mass, we can go with that. If you're going to ascribe to space-time bending, we can go with that. I just need to know which one you're going with.
I'm thinking we'll go with the mass attracting mass one here.
Okay.
Based on the context. I think that'd be
Okay.
easier.
Okay, so you're 100 years behind, but that's okay. We can go with mass attracting mass. So you're saying that things fall to the ground because mass attracting mass, aka gravity.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I will ask the same question, I guess. What is your proof for mass attracting mass?
I'm sorry. I just can't. I'm really struggling here.
Okay, I mean, if you want to hand over the torch or whatever,
I'll hand over the
that's
torch.
fine. Okay.
I'm just struggling there.
Do you
No
mind if
problem.
I ask about that really quickly? I'm really interested.
Well, I would like to have somebody because he's handing over the torch. I want my question to be answered.
Well, I don't think he was believing in gravity. I think he was just asking you a question about what you believe in, what makes objects go to the ground, and you just asked him for a proof of gravity, which I think is the wrong
Well,
way to go about it.
we started from zero, I think twice, and I clarified his
he doesn't.
position.
It's clearly that he doesn't understand, right? It's okay to not.
I'm not knocking him for not understanding. We all, I mean, I was in the same boat as he was until I looked into this further. So this might push him to look into it further and learn about the different types of gravity. What are the experiments behind it? These things are the reasons why most of us have become flat earthers, is because we've done the research and none of them are verifiable. None of them have any ground to them. So that's why I want to know. I mean, Skinny, if you wanna talk about gravity, let's talk about gravity.
I don't want to talk about gravity. That's what I'm trying. Or we're just saying, what do you believe makes an object go
Maybe
to
we
the
should get an opinion from an educated person. Maybe another guy or someone.
Why do you have such? Hang on a second. He has said twice now that he needs to talk to a male. Why do you feel you need to speak to a male? You're at ladies' night. So what is the problem?
Yeah, especially since it's ladies' night. That seems very that's very sexist. I think.
It's not even.
I'm doing my best to understand this here, and I'm just I'm really struggling here.
I mean, you have people explaining it to you.
I'm trying.
I just don't play these. I think it's offensive.
Okay, guys, stop. Just stop. We focus on the information here. Let's move on to someone that's a little more intellectually honest. Is there anyone here who hasn't had a chance to ask a question that would like to ask one?
Can I ask about how high?
I think I was just afraid of girls.
I can deepen my voice if that helps. I can talk like this.
Yeah, that might help him for some reason. Very odd. Very odd.
Maybe if we just speak like a man. What if we speak slower?
Hey,
Maybe
I'm
he'll
sorry.
understand it more.
Do you mind if I can get an elaboration on the gravity? I just think I have a couple of questions regarding that I just so I can get full clarification. Is that all right? Or do you want to move on from that?
I would like to move
It's
on,
up to you
please.
guys.
Well, I can give you a new topic if you guys are interested.
No, I think
Yeah, Andy, what's your topic?
Sorry.
No.
Pi was trying to ask a question. She didn't get a chance to, so let's give her a chance. Pi, go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking about high tide and low tide.
What about him?
How does it happen? How does high tide and low tide happen?
Another one that I just don't understand what that has to do with the shape of the earth.
I think I can kind of help them with that.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
because of the fact that you're saying that gravity or gravitation doesn't really work the way it is.
No, the claim is that it's caused by the moon's gravitation, but that claim has nothing to back it up. There are many anomalies in how the tides behave that show that is not actually the cause. We're not responsible for finding the cause of tides on a flat Earth. Some people suspect that it might have something to do with electricity based on the fact there seems to be a stronger tide in salt water, but that's just a theory. Again, this is all speculation. It'd be great if if scientific inquiry would actually explore some of these things and try to find out what the actual cause is, because it's definitely not the moon. That does not match up. That's another thing in the heliocentric model that does not work the way they say, because there's too many anomalies and exceptions to that whole concept. So yeah, I mean, it's something you can ask about. It's not really relevant to the fact that the Earth is observed and measured flat and that the globe model has no legs to stand on.
Yeah, I don't think he was asking the question in bad faith. It's just he just
Did I say
was
that? I
looking
just
for the-
answered it. Skinny, thanks for your advice. Does
So
anybody else have a question?
Sorry. Do you mind if I go back to the thing that I was going to say beforehand? This question was answered.
Let me ask Pi. Was that answered for you?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Whistle.
So what I've been kind of getting is that a lot of these things are like, it's a theory, but what's the proof for the theory? Like, there are proofs for these theories, but what I'm kind of confused on is none of what's been mentioned is necessarily a law. Like, yes, okay, with the gravity thing, I've been a little confused because gravity is just a name for something pulling things together. You can call it different. You can call it a turtle or whatever. I don't know. Call it some random name. Even like Echo Ring. I don't know. It's just something that pulls two things together, and those have different. It has theories, right? Just because a theory is newer or just because it's an older theory doesn't make it better or worse. Everyone here is just trying to find the what's the secrets of the universe, what's going on. So it shouldn't really be like who's winning this argument. So my question to you regarding this is, when it comes to this gravity and all the calculations, like for example, G mass 1 mass 2 over radius squared, which I've heard that you say radius isn't a thing. What actually is, or I'm sorry, not you specifically. I've heard a couple people when I'm writing. What specifically for you attracts things? Because what I've heard are theories like maybe it's, as you say, space bending. And like space bendy thing is exactly what you said. Or it could be attraction mass. Maybe it's both. We don't know enough. We aren't like all knowing. So I'm asking you, what is the actual attraction here?
Okay, but here's the thing though. I want you to understand my position. I'm not making any of these claims, right? You guys are on the globe side making these claims. It could be this, it could be that. But these things are thought as fact, as if they have a verifiable proof for these things, right? So I'm asking you guys who come here saying that things fall because of gravity. If not, what is it? I'm asking you, okay, I will be honest. I don't know why things fall. Nobody does. That's the thing. You let go of things, denser things tend to fall down. Less dense things tend to rise up. That is just the natural things that we see. You ascribing gravity to any of these things is unnecessary. The only reason you need gravity is because of the globe. If you don't have gravity, there is no way for the globe to exist. So in return, I'm asking you, what is your proof for this gravity, regardless of it being mass attract mass or space-time bending, whichever one you want to choose?
Sure, I'm not choosing one. There is the simplest proof is to drop something, right? There you go. Something is attracting this. What is it? Like, you don't have to name it gravity. You can call it, like I said, Echo Arena. That's what I'm...
Unicorn farts.
Sorry?
Specifically, black unicorn farts are the reasons why things drop.
Well, okay. Let's say that black unicorn farts are the exact reason drops, okay?
Awesome.
So, then that is what it is. Like, we don't know. Like, just because you call it gravity, it doesn't like mean it's whatever. So that's my confusion. And just confirm, Dandelion, do you think the Earth is flat? Sorry, this is a super random question. Dandelion, do you think the Earth is flat? Just answer it. Do you think the Earth is flat? Just
Definitely measures flat.
I mean, the Earth may be flat, but you sure as hell aren't.
Okay. Do you guys usually get a better reaction for your jokes? Because you might want to get a joke book. I would think just like a joke book from the library would be funnier. So anyway.
Please shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Shut the hell up, Joshua.
Wow.
I swear to God.
Which guy was that? Was Game?
That was Game.
Okay, we'll just hire.
How mean and unnecessary.
Like, can you guys be original with your trolling at least? Please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm just banning that, dude.
Yeah, it's fine. So Whistle, did that answer your question about gravity?
Yeah, I think I kind of got it. But I think my little bit of confusion is why is it that this is not necessarily flat Earth? It's related. It's just like the general presence I've seen. Why is it that every debate or like search for knowledge seems to be ended with a debate? Like this isn't about like you're prove it to me. We're all like trying to reach a general consensus, right? Why is there just like this negative like feeling I get from like the questions here? Like
I address that because the negative feelings coming from me. It's because of you. It's because of this group that's coming in here and thinking they're so hilarious, and it's just the general feeling and air from you guys. I mean, I can be this way, but I can also be very kind if the person is approaching the topic with some intellectual honesty. I mean, it just seems like a trail of just kind of these what you guys. I think you guys think they're gotcha questions or something, like starting with that ridiculous thing about whoever's theory, and then this other random thing you bring up. I mean, it's entertaining. It passes the time. Like you guys are entertained by it, but it doesn't seem like you're sincerely interested in the answers or in finding out about the topics or in like contemplating even the concept that we're saying here. Is that there is no globe. Which is a extremely revolutionary topic, and as young people, I would hope you'd have like a little more, just kind of interest in it and not take it as a joke. Truth Prevails is here and Ildico's here. So I just wanted to say hi to both those ladies.
Okay, well, thank you. And also, I'm sorry, I got a DM saying something about the Hasco Force. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what that is.
That's a banned topic on the 24/7
okay, my bad.
Discord server. Whatever it is, we're never talking about it again. Nobody knows.
What about the blue shorts theorem?
We don't care about that either. That's seriously. Did you not hear what I just said? We take it seriously around here. We ban 2 of your friends. If more people want to be banned, just ask. I'll do it. No problem. Hi, Ildico.
I'm sorry, I just got a DM from a random person.
Angel.
How are you doing?
Hi. Have you guys abandoned speaking about relative density as a replacement, or at least as an idea that it's a substitutes for gravity, that you don't seem to want to go into it? Just curious.
Go ahead. You want to elaborate on it, Ildico?
No. I'm just asking whether that is now a universally held point of view now, that relative density doesn't really answer why things go down. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I think what you get is like the ones that want to stick with only what's verifiable will lean towards more saying that they don't know, but others that are willing and they're okay with like accepting, so even if it's not proven that that's the only thing, it's like it's the most common. Like that's the most common thing that's observed is relative density, like the density of the medium and the density of the object, and the relationship between the two of them. Because I know some people have an issue with the term relative density. So if I break it down like that, like it's the relationship between the density of the medium and the density of the object, it does play a role. But to establish and verify definitively that is the thing that is causing things to either go up or to go down, like you can't really pinpoint that one thing as the cause, because there's other variables in play. So you'll get like 2 different groups, like groups that are okay with relative density being the only answer, and then other groups that just know that there's many different variables that are in play, none of which are this theoretical, or it's not even a theory, conceptual view of what gravity is or isn't, like just to give it a name, gravity. So I think you get like a little bit of a division there, but they're not even like conflicting with one another.
But when someone comes in who's new, who has never really heard of relative density as a cause of things going up or down, it is something I think that might be important to point out to them, that there is this phenomenon that doesn't need any other force to accomplish its result.
I agree, and most often that's the case. Most often that's what's, a demonstration of that is given, which doesn't require gravity, and most often, that is the case.
A scientific experiment and realize that when you manipulate the medium, then the object moves up or down accordingly. So
yeah, and you can manipulate like electrostatics, and you can manipulate the electromagnetic fields, and you can there's other variables that can also be manipulated to cause these things. But the most profound one that we is relative density, is the density of the object in the medium.
It's funny how nobody, people realize that there is relative density, obviously, because they must have thought about it, but they never think about it as being one of the sole reasons why something could go up or down. But it makes so much sense when you think of it. It's common sense. Whereas gravity is pure abstract concept of something pulling, some invisible force pulling.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think people too forget that, there is us too that can give an object potential. I can pick it up and make it and then let it go and it'll drop. But does that mean, are you going to call me gravity all of a sudden just because I picked something up and gave it potential? I just think it's...
Well, I don't even know if that's, in my mind, it doesn't matter if you pick it up or you don't pick it up, or whether it's high or low. The fact that when it's free in the air, it falls if it's denser than the air, period. And the ground stops it because it's denser than the object.
But I think I understand what OkCool is saying. We're interfering with that, right? If it's falling to the ground, we can interfere with it versus it's a force pulling it down to the ground. I could be wrong, but I think that's maybe what she was saying.
That's it. So it's not necessary, in my mind, as a, even to augment the idea of relative density.
Being an object in the air is not a natural state.
It's your idea. Pardon me.
Who was speaking? I didn't even hear. Who was that? Did you have a question?
Sorry,
Whoever that was?
I was offering, putting an object in the air is not a natural state. It's resting at a natural state.
You misunderstood.
Yeah, and I was just pointing something else out too. I agree about different mediums and how possibly why something falls because of what it's in or what it's not in, and what the shape, what it's made out of. Yeah,
that's it. You can see it. You can demonstrate it. It's tangible, as opposed to gravity, which is intangible. It's a fabrication of one's imagination.
Yep.
More so even with bendy space-time.
I also think density has to do with a lot of this because, let's say gravity was actually real. That would mean that butterflies wouldn't be able to fly. And, it seems to be density. Like if you look at water and how certain things will float and how certain things will be pulled to the ground. If gravity was real, everything would be pulled down.
Yes, not everything has a single vector down. It's impossible. Ridiculous.
A butterfly has wings that generate lift. So even if you don't believe in gravity, though, that has zero relevance.
Well, I was saying because, okay, let's think that gravity is real, right? It wouldn't matter how you're shaped, whether you have helium, it would pull everything down. It'd be, because look at it like this. You would need a certain amount of strength to resist the gravity, a certain amount of force pushing away from the gravity. It wouldn't matter your weight, the gravity would pull you down. And so the fact that we're pulled down, or apparently, and a butterfly can just float with far less strength and far less power shows you that gravity isn't real.
I don't think that's
no, that ain't
equivalent
true.
correlation there.
I agree. I agree with him.
Well, for those who don't,
Gravity has now become a superpower.
I'm sorry, but even sorry.
Superpower. It actually brings together the entire. It makes planets. It makes suns. It's a superpower. It has absolutely no evidence. So it is a problem.
Exactly. For those that don't agree, I respect your opinion. Could you explain why you don't agree?
Look, I think the problem here isn't that there's no evidence of gravity, because if we believe NASA, they've already used gravity to to catapult their satellites or whatever through our solar system. Because so the problem here isn't these proofs or whatever; it's whether or not
No.
NASA
That is the main problem. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is the main problem. There is no proof for gravity. I've been asking. We've all been asking since
Well, if we
the
believe these
start of
space
this.
agencies, there are proof of gravity. That's the thing.
Okay.
It's whether or not we believe.
Show us. Show us.
Show you what? I'm
Proof
sorry.
of gravity.
I don't need to show you proof.
What?
Because it's all about whether or not you
excuse me?
trust these space agencies
Hold
and
up.
the scientists that have studied far more and far.
I can prove it.
It's about
Hold
trust.
on.
It's not about your own proof. It's about trust.
Hold on.
My name's Richard.
You-
That's racist interpretation of my name.
I'm sorry?
My name's Richard. I was just joking because I got called a Wisha in my. Never. Don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know you, and it was Witcha. So.
Being silly. He's being silly. Just ignore him.
Oh, okay. Is he troll? Okay, whatever.
No.
Anyway, if you're claiming gravity and you're saying to prove it, then you kind of just shut off the whole conversation. There's no reason to talk to you if you're not going to prove something that we're all basically fundamentally.
Sorry, you
That's-
go ahead.
That is the basics of a globe. You need gravity for the globe. So if you're not going to prove that, then why should we continue the conversation?
Well, because I think there's more important debates to have over flat Earth rather than proofs of gravity.
Well, the thing was,
Because you can't prove it.
Well, I think
Yeah, if it was him that said it, he said it's about trust.
Yes, I think it's about trust of our.
I don't. Science is not about
Scientists have already done all of the experiments for him. He doesn't need to do anything apparently.
Then it should be easy to provide one proof of gravity. Like it should just be out there. Go ahead.
I can
give you time.
Perfect. Okay, NASA has used the gravity of Jupiter to send a probe into Uranus.
No, prove gravity. Do you understand what that means?
How is that
believe that,
proof?
it's
Have
proof.
they gone to Jupiter? Have they actually done this? They haven't. Like that's just. Can you not see how
that's my
crazy
point.
that is?
Do you believe that they've done it? Because if you don't believe they've done it, then
Well,
fair
I
enough.
know that they haven't.
You know that they haven't.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well,
You
here,
know.
let's, let's do this.
That's a very strong
let's
word.
explore, Listen, let's explore whether or not
Claims you're making. Come on.
it's even
He's trying to mansplain again.
okay,
Oh,
whether or not it's
mansplaining.
even possible.
Could you actually tell me?
Go on, explain me why you know they haven't done
Let's explore whether or not it's even possible. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
You told me that you didn't believe what I was talking about density. You said that you refuted and said that gravity is the reason that what I said about density isn't true. And I said, okay.
Why are we even moving on? Like this guy said, this dude made a claim, right? And I'm wanting him to prove whether or not it's even
I
possible.
didn't make
Can
any
he
claim.
demon-
I'm just
you
saying
made a
what
claim.
trust, right?
We're still talking.
Hold on, Nigel.
My point here is that this thing is whether or not we trust and believe the scientists.
Why do we have to trust them? Why can't you just provide your proof,
Because
bro?
in order to live in this society, you have to trust the members of the society.
No, I don't.
If you don't trust the members of the society, the entire society falls down.
Okay, listen. You made a claim that that you trust and believe them that they're using Jupiter's gravity to like launch them into Uranus. Okay, let's test that trust. Okay, let's see if it's even possible. Can you demonstrate for me gas pressure without a container?
What? Look it.
So,
He
what is
doesn't-
air pressure
The
then?
problem is he doesn't have any proof. He just trusts. He trusts them. That's it.
Yes, I trust them because I know them. I've met
You know
them all personally. Is that correct? Okay, so
I know,
you
I've
know
met an
how.
astrophysicist who has worked in NASA.
How?
and I've talked with him.
So like people can't lie?
Why would he lie? He has no reason to lie. Literally none.
They do actually.
Control.
Control,
okay.
right, yes. A close family friend is trying to control us. Jesus Christ.
Well, you have to
So-
understand that there's different workers in NASA, so not everyone goes to space.
Yes, but he's he's an astrophysicist. He worked in optics. He developed a telescope.
It doesn't
Or he
matter.
helped NASA develop a telescope for Uranus.
It
Uh,
doesn't
has
matter.
he
Someone
gone
who's
to
not like talking about faith and believing in
Yeah. We have Big Bot. Big Bot had a question. Big Bot, are you there?
All right.
Yes, hi. I was just because you guys were talking about how gravity doesn't exist. A few years back, I was interning at the university in my town, and I was working with the professor, and we were able to use based off the known orbits of the planet where each planet would be at a certain time on a certain day in the sky, and we did the math all by hand, and we were able to do it. Like I went out at a certain time at night, looked at the sky, and I saw it where it was, where I predicted it.
Mm-hmm.
So we used gravity in the equation. So why are you saying gravity is fake if it predicted where planets would be in the sky?
So, did you know that people predicted where the luminaries were going to be like thousands of years ago?
Where the moon was going to be?
Where the moon, where the sun, eclipses, where the stars. I mean, they used stars for navigation, all that.
Yeah, those
And
are a lot
they were
easier
flat
because
earthers.
that's a lot easier because the moon is around the Earth.
What does that
other
have to do with gravity?
With other planets, the other planets are around the star, and our planet is
Okay.
also moving around the star as well. And I was able to predict where things are.
You didn't hear what I said. I said we're able to predict where the stars were going to be, the moon, the sun, all the luminaries up above, where they were going to be thousands of years ago. And they were flat earthers. So I don't know what that has to do with gravity.
The stars are never going to change position because the stars are so far away that like, if they move any amount, it's going to be almost unnoticeable to the naked eye or even a telescope.
Okay,
Or maybe they just don't move position. They just like repeat their circuits like year after year.
Yeah. And you made a claim that you were able to predict it.
Yes,
okay.
I was able to predict.
Okay,
where
cool. You're
planets are.
roboting. You're roboting. Sorry. Yeah, but here's my point. You came in and said that you used gravity in your math, and
Well, yeah,
therefore
because-
you were able to
because the
predict
planets are-
where the planets were going to be. And
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter whether you use gravity or not. It's pointless because flat earthers predicted that shit like a long time ago.
No. What I'm saying is, if gravity didn't exist, then why do planets orbit around stars?
Why, well, first of all, you have
Because
to
gravity has to be there in
No,
order
yeah,
for planets
yeah,
to orbit around stars, right?
Yes, in your heliocentric model, gravity is the main component of like the ingredient. But that again, you're assuming that planets are orbiting stars or whatever.
Then why was I able to
These are not
position
proven.
planets
These are
in-
not verifiable. These are not verifiable. They're just assumptions.
But it is because I calculated using what we know of our solar system, and I predicted in the future where planets would be in our solar system in the night sky.
Again, the predictability is not proof of globe, bro. Flat earthers have been doing this for thousands of years before your math. Do you understand that?
Big
Yeah,
I have a
but
question
bring
for
back to
you.
the point.
I have
You
a
can't be
question.
saying
Big Bot.
flat earthers when they try saying it's
Big Bot, I have
globers and you
a-
guys don't trust them.
Go ahead. No, I'm talking about the ancient people that were predicting shit before gravity was around. So
Yeah, you're saying they're flat earthers, but really
Yeah, because
they
they
just
were.
didn't have any proof. They've never seen evidence.
They were treating the Earth as flat
But
before
it
you
doesn't
came
matter.
up with
They
this
were
model
flat
and just made it
earthers.
fit stuff.
They thought that was the only possibility. That's why.
doesn't matter. They were flat earthers. You don't get my point. They were not globe earthers back in the days, were there?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they were. I'm not saying they were. I'm also just
So then
saying
why are you bringing it up?
they weren't
I'm sorry.
technically flat
Hi,
earthers
Kai.
as we're talking to.
I just
But
have a
they still
question.
didn't buy
I have
us.
a question for Mr. Gravity. Okay, and sorry, I'm at the pool right now, but because I'm at the pool, this is the perfect question for you.
Send pics.
Since you're so no, but here's the perfect question for you. Since you're so sure that gravity is real, if I take a beach ball and I drop it right now outside by me on the cement, what's it gonna do when I drop it?
It's gonna fall down to the earth.
Okay, great. But then let's say I take the beach ball and I swim to the bottom of this pool and I let it go. What does it do?
It floats back up due to buoyancy.
Okay, so maybe the reason it's going up is also the reason it's going down. Maybe
no.
it just hold up.
Oh, that's no.
Wait.
Let her
Wait.
finish, please.
Maybe it's the fact that the medium it's in and the density of the object is causing the direction it's going, right? Because if you're saying there's a downward bias, it should have no problem holding the beach ball to the bottom of the pool. Should have no problem.
No, that's
Yes.
not a. Okay.
Yes.
You
Bye-bye,
literally
The
don't
reason
need
the ball
gravity.
the reason the ball floats to the top is because the space it takes up is a lot less dense than what the water is, because the water is a lot more dense than the ball, and so because of gravity, it's trying to pull down the water, and since the ball is taking up more space with less mass, it gets forced up because
it's less dense than the medium.
it's less dense. Yeah.
Yeah, but so
Isn't that
what
what I
happens
said,
when I
though?
put it in a medium that it's more dense then, like room air? What happens when I put the same basket or the same?
Well,
beach ball
it's the
in a
same reason
medium-
why if
in
you
a
were to just
medium
pour
that
water,
it's more dense in. Okay, answer that.
it's the
Same
same.
beach ball. It's more
yeah.
dense. It's more dense than the medium it's in. Now, what is it gonna do?
It's gonna fall to the bottom because
Okay,
it is
bye-bye
more
gravity.
dense. It's more dense.
Bye bye gravity. Bye bye gravity.
That makes literal zero sense. That makes literally zero sense.
Guys, calm
That made
down. Calm down.
literally
Stop
zero sense.
mansplaining.
Everybody's gonna
So-
get muted.
so why-
Everybody's gonna get banned if you guys don't stop, for real. Big bot.
So
You're
how
talking
exact-
about
how-
relative density. It has
I'm
nothing
talking
to
about
do with
density. Just straight up density.
Relative
Here,
density.
one second.
relative density. Have you ever heard of Archimedes' principle? Oh, he said 1 second. My bad.
Yeah,
Alright.
sorry. I don't remember where I was.
Relative
I
density.
I
You're
just
talking about
oh yeah.
relative density. You don't
Not
need
relative.
gravity.
I'm just talking about just straight up density, just density in general. If something is more dense than another object, and it will always be
relative
lower.
density. It's the same
Why
thing.
is it relative?
It's
Why-
relative in the medium that you're in. If you have a beach ball in the air, it will fall because it's relatively denser than the air. If you have it in water, it will rise up because it's relatively.
How does this
lighter
disprove
than
gravity,
water.
though?
Unicorn.
How
You
does
don't need gravity. Gravity is just magic, bro. You don't need it.
Unicorn. What he's
If-
trying
if
to
you-
say is that, for example, if I drop a beach ball, push it to the left while it's falling, it's not gonna stop falling, move to the right, and then continue falling. It's gonna be both forces acting at the same time. There can be multiple forces acting on an object at the same time.
Yeah,
Buoyancy
but you
is a force.
guys have to prove these forces, correct? And that's what we've been asking since the beginning. And nobody just keeps saying it just is. And some people are saying, I don't need to prove it. When, if you're going to claim it, then prove these things. Relative density works perfectly fine without gravity. So if you're going to claim there is another additional force.
No. If we were to go to a zero gravity environment like space,
I don't care about
nothing
zero
would change.
gravity because we don't live in zero gravity. Unless you can prove to me on Earth this gravity of yours,
yeah,
then it's end of conversation.
We're not trying to debate the roots of gravity or if it even exists, right? We're
Sorry,
saying
repeat that?
we're not trying to.
Then what is
to
the
debate
force
you? We're
Sorry.
Here, give me a second, Big Bob.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
We're not trying to describe what
causes gravity. We're saying something, the object is falling, and we describe that as a force, right? Whatever its roots, we don't understand. You're absolutely right. Even the top astrophysicists have different competing theories, and I think it's an
You mean the
cool field.
right?
The cause, yes.
Is unknown?
The cause,
the effect that you.
but the effect is still there, right? The effect of the ball falling is still there, and we can measure it.
Nobody's denying that, though. Nobody's denying that. You guys are coming in and saying that the cause of it is gravity, and we're saying prove gravity. If you're saying the cause of it is gravity, the effect, all of us observe the same phenomenon. Nobody disagrees with you on that.
Well, if you think there isn't gravity, and then prove to me that there isn't gravity. What's causing?
Wait a minute.
Hang on, Big Bot, did you even listen to what Kai explained to you in the example?
But no. But weight is relative to the planet you're on, because weight isn't.
You
like mass and weight are different things.
I'm gonna let you guys take this because I need to take a break. This is too much.
He just said prove that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And my answer or my response is we see things go up when they shouldn't be if there's a downward force.
They do.
Well, if weight is the reason that things fall to the ground,
You did not listen to my example. Just think about what I said, okay?
Which?
You really didn't.
Okay,
you really didn't think about it.
My bad. Yeah, I'll think about it. What? Sorry, say it again.
Because when you're seeing things go up or down, it's all because of relative density. That's it.
It's
There are
not
so
because
many
of
things. Just wait. There are so many things that happen that shouldn't. Helium rises. Why? Because it's less dense than the room air. Okay. Evaporation happens because the water vapor that's evaporating is less dense than the room air. Things are going up. You're having this claim. Yeah, we see things fall down. Totally. But since you can't prove the cause and we see things going up, then you cannot say that it's gravity. It's over.
Okay. Let me explain to you why the things go up. Helium goes up because of oxygen, or whatever it is, nitrogen, isn't it? Or the air around it is more dense and therefore heavier, or whatever, and it goes down instead of the helium. That's how it works. It's because gravity pulls heavy things down. Well, the heavy things go down, or everything already has a force going down because of gravity, but there's a certain amount of space, and therefore the air around it goes down, taking that space, and lighter things go up.
Yeah, okay.
You guys keep saying
there's no gravity. What are you talking about?
Why do you guys keep saying gravity?
I make it happier?
You literally explain.
The reason. No.
So gravity. I don't understand this.
The reason.
What do you want me to call it?
The reason we keep talking about
Call it
gravity,
magic, bro. I don't care.
is because like you're talking about special or relative density, right? Why is it that something denser has to be at the bottom? Why can't the denser thing be at the top if there's no gravity?
So
Anyway,
Why does high pressure go to low pressure?
I have to
Why
go
does
help my
high
mom.
pressure-
I'll be back in like 10-20 minutes. I
Oh
don't know.
God. Okay.
And if you don't, that's okay too.
That's mean.
It's just the nature of things, though. You guys are asking things that are outside of our capability to even answer. You're gonna have to ask God about that. I don't know why certain things are the way they are. So, why the main argument or the main discussion here is the causation of things, right? And you guys are ascribing gravity to that causation. We're asking you to prove that. So if you can't,
So
then
what is
talk
there to
about
say
it.
that? What is there to say that?
And nobody's responded.
You're kind of low, whoever was talking.
It's Zeus.
Okay, can you go ahead?
So you claim that gravity's not real, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then how do you explain in Louisiana there's a research center called LIGO that picked up on a gravitational wave of two black holes colliding in space?
Can we verify this?
Think about that is that
It's called the LIGO project.
No,
If anybody wants to Google
we
it.
were asking.
They're making a claim of two black holes. Can we go and verify that
Exactly.
claiming
Like,
is
can you go
true.
see those black holes? Because we're asking for something that you could walk outside and do yourself.
I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar project that went on.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I think this all comes down to what you believe and what you expect as a fact. If you don't, if you expect one thing as a fact,
no.
It's all about verifiability. Okay, guys.
but does
exactly,
anybody have
exactly. That's exactly what I just said. But your friend there denied me. So you guys
Okay,
know.
here,
I didn't hear what you said. What?
I said the exact same thing as you did, but
Who denied you?
then somebody, I think it was Redford Bear, literally just said the absolute opposite. So I don't know what you guys are trying to say now.
Okay, well, maybe I misunderstood you. Say it again then.
I just said it's all about verifiability. Like, if you think, we think something, like say somebody thinks gravity is real, right? They have what they think is their own proof. That's proof for them, right? You guys have your own proof, which just denies that, right? So it's really just what you take as proof, the amount that you need to take as proof.
That's what I was disagreeing on. Yes, because it's No, Kai, you can carry on.
Who says your proof is
Oh, no, you got.
Yeah, who says your proof is right though? Who says your proof is right? Who says your proof is wrong?
We
It's
can
you.
go and
It's yourself that
verify.
says that.
No.
You can.
Then what verifies that there's no gravity though?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, what scientific method are you using? That's the point. If I'm roboting, sorry.
No, we hear you.
I'm just wondering why
Oh,
nobody's
cool.
answered my question.
What's your question?
What was your question?
I just said I could prove gravity, and I did. I told you that there was a research center called LIGO that picked up a gravitational wave of two black holes colliding.
No.
So what's for you to say that's not true?
No.
What's for you to say that's not true
okay,
though?
So back in the 60s, there were mega. Back in the 60s,
She's answering, guys.
there were mega, multi-billion-dollar big tobacco companies. Just because there's a lot of money in an industry doesn't mean it's honest. Lesson number one.
What means it's dishonest? What means it's dishonest?
Just because there's
What means
a
it's
lot of money in
dishonest?
something, how we know it's dishonest is because it's
Yeah.
never been scientifically validated. That's a big
But they just said it
problem.
was though.
No.
This project
No.
does scientifically validate
Okay,
it.
what did they? Okay, show us the scientific method that they used. Show us them using gravity
just
as the
gonna
independent
ask, yeah.
variable. Yep. let's
Look
do
it
that.
up. This
Show us-
is a
no,
huge
you're-
project.
No, you're making the claim. You provide it to us.
And you're making the claim that it's false.
Yeah,
You're making a
positive-
positive claim, so it's
positive
it's on you to prove that to us.
Yep. How
Right?
science works is you have the positive claim. You're saying that you know the cause of why things are going down, so you have to verify that by a scientific experiment. Until then, what you're saying doesn't need to be accepted as fact. That's just how it works.
Okay, then how is anything you said accepted as fact?
We don't have the positive claim.
Zeus, I see what you're saying because you're trusting scientists that have been working and this is their career and they're putting their life on the line doing that for their families. I understand. But here's the thing. You can literally look at any industry where people put in tons of money, tons of research, have degrees, and they end up wrong. Okay? So what we're saying is, can you personally prove gravity? Because I personally can prove density. That was the question. That's why they're not agreeing with you.
I don't know. I don't have $1 billion to run a project like that. So
Yeah, but
Okay, so then you just blindly believe what
That's
you're
the
being
point.
told. Then this is like
You
it's.
guys are asking us to blindly believe you.
No,
That's basically what you're saying.
No, not at all.
Can I explain something to you guys? Let me explain because you guys are misunderstanding when we say verifiable proof. You guys are thinking that we want you to believe us just because we say things. No. These are things that you can go out. The things that we say are things that you can go out and verify yourself. You can prove this. You can measure this. You can